Morning everybody, welcome to Trent Bridge. Look at this, we have cricketers warming up. Goodness me, we didn't see anything yesterday. The second day was completely abandoned without a ball being bowled, but it's slightly better news today. Every chance of starting on time and Nottinghamshire resuming their first innings on 268 for 2. You can probably see the floodlights are on, so it's not particularly bright, and that might be an issue with regards to starting dead on at 11 o'clock. We shall see. The umpires have been out to inspect the conditions. They've been out with their light meter as well, so hopefully it's okay for us to get this third day underway and for Notts to resume their first innings. It seems a long time ago that Ben Slater and Ben Duckett put on that really big partnership. Slater's still there. He'll resume unbeaten on 111 alongside Joe Clark, and Lancashire looking for some early wickets. Now this live stream is available to everybody. You don't have to be a member to watch the live stream. However, if you fancy becoming a member or indeed want to renew your membership, you can do that right now. That's up and running right now. Just head to the website for further details. Right, we're going to hear from Liam Livingston before 11 o'clock. He's been reflecting on his time away with England and looking ahead to the start of the T20 Blast, which gets underway in a week or two's time. Before that, let's recap what happened on day one.
Here's Wood to complete his first over, and he plays it nicely actually, just steering it down off an angle bat through gully.
Put into bat as the sun tries to get through, and Slater's away. Textbook push into the offside by Ben Slater. It's a fast old outfield because we've got all the Lancashire sponsors, and this one's edged. He's going to get 4 more, Slater. I don't think it carried to third slip. Here's Bailey into bowl. This one's off the back of Mead has 5. He's edged this one, but down into the ground, stopped nicely by Keaton Jennings.
Here comes Hurt, right arm over the wicket and balls to Slater. Plays a beautiful on drive. That will be 4 runs.
Here is Luke Wood bowling. That is absolutely glorious from a Mead. We've seen.
I don't know anybody else that uses it.
Flannels. Slater has gone for a big hit away on the leg side. He's on 46, or was on 46, and now he's on 50. Well, towards the latter stages. Now this one's jagged back. They're asking Tim.
A good couple of years.
Alderson bowls, and Mead up and under shot. 4 runs. He's deliberately lifted it over point. 78 without loss. Mead on 22, it on the pad, and this time he's out. Balderson strikes back, getting Hasiba Mead, the former Lancashire man, has gone for 22. Opening partnership worth 78, but Lancashire, as we come towards the end of the 20th over, get it
to stop the flies attacking.
Oh, that's brilliant. Edged, and that's gone through the slip cordon for 4. Bit of luck there. This time it's Duckett.
Is Luke Wood into to Slater, and that's steered very neatly off an open face of the bat through the gap between second slip and gully for 4.
Bailey, tall man, with a very close haircut, closely cropped haircut, and there's a boundary. Sliced away down to third man, not totally in control of the shot at all.
Trousers, short sleeves, into Duckett, and that's edged and not taken.
Bailey, final ball of the 36th. Bowls, playing away from his body. Slater's got another boundary down to third man, this time to the left of gully, to the right of point.
With Ben Slater, who's still there. Duckett looking to sweep, and sweeps he does in front of square for 4 to bring up a half-century. And that's, I'm sure, they'll be their assessment of it so far. There's Duckett again being creative and manufacturing shots here with a reverse sweep for 4.
Hob down at Southampton together, wouldn't they?
And again, wide ball, Duckett takes it on, playing a miss through to the keeper.
Getting himself ready, getting himself loose. And very nearly flicked on here. Here's Balderson to bowl to Ben Duckett. Again, he's held out the bat.
Livingston to Duckett, playing a miss.
Next ball to the pads. They're asking here for an LBW against Slater. They've scampered through for a single and for 1. Duckett's on 73, make that 77. That's a good shot, isn't it? That's as good as anything we've seen. Extra cover drive.
Just a fraction under 4 and over is obviously too many. There's Livingston balls to Slater. That's a good ball. Brings him forward.
Nottinghamshire. That's to bat first. Livingston wide of the off stump, and this is run down to third man for 4. There was a little bit extra pace on it from Livingston. He just tried to dart it in.
Duckett waits and beaten on 93. Might be more runs here. Yeah, there's 4 of them. driven away through extra cover by Ben Duckett.
One of the Thompson twins comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, slashed away for 4. He likes them there. Short and wide. First ball of the over was a loop. He bowls and Slater clips it away now then. Won't get there. Sent back by Duckett. Ben Duckett's on 98. Can he get there? Down the leg side. Clipped away and celebrates immediately. He knew the second it left the bat that was heading for the boundary. Particularly now when you've got a Centurion at both ends. This one's into the pads. They're appealing given. Now there is a wicket for Bailey. Ben Duckett won't like that, but he had wandered across, in the opinion of Tim Robinson, across his stumps and hit on the pad. And Bailey sees the finger go up. Tim Robinson says, "You've got to go." And that is the end of a fabulous partnership. Trevor going on about it. It's Hartley. Oh, how about that? And they're asking. Of course, 2:57 for 2. This one's driven through the offside by Clark. That's magnificent for
Liam, after a few weeks locked away, how pleased were you to get back and play some cricket the other week?
Yeah, it's obviously nice to get back and play. It'd obviously been a big build-up, and then yeah, it was a bit of a different experience in the bubble. It's obviously a little bit different when you're not playing. It's yeah, it brings up different challenges. So it was nice to come back into this environment, and yeah, it's like coming home. So nice to fit straight back in and get back playing.
I'm sure you were hopeful of featuring in it. So do you reflect back on it as being a little bit bittersweet that you weren't able to play?
Yeah, I think you do. I think I would be kidding if I expected to play. I knew I obviously wasn't selected in the main squad to start with, so to think 3 games later that you're going to be playing is, yeah, you don't really expect it. Yeah, there may have been a chance to play in the last game, but yeah, I didn't really expect to play, so I just seen it as a little bit of a training camp, and yeah, I actually found it good and a great opportunity to work on my bowling. Got lots of opportunity to bowl at some of the best batters in the world, so I seen it as a great opportunity to try and develop that, and yeah, obviously try and get my white ball game back up to where it was before lockdown. And yeah, so there was different opportunities to get better at different things, and yeah, like you said, I didn't really expect to play, so it wasn't too much of a disappointment not playing.
So with that in mind, we determined to try and get what you could out of it, just try and make the most of the experience. If you're thinking, I'm probably not going to play, so I need to try and leave this experience with at least something to show for it.
Yeah, exactly that. I think you've got to leave your mark, whether it's playing or not. I think I had to, having had a bit of a disappointing experience 3 years ago when I played or went into an England environment, I think you want to try and sort of leave your mark, whether that's playing, whether it's not playing. I think you've got to prove to people what you can do in a different way, and hopefully I did that. And like I said, it was a great way to try and put a bit of time into my bowling, work with Claude Henderson, who was really good with me as a bowling coach, and yeah, try and develop that side of my game, and yeah, hopefully I came away a better player than what I did when I went in.
How important is it that for you to develop your bowling and not just be a batsman? Clearly you are an all-rounder in the 3 formats that Lancashire play, but how much do you see that progressing your bowling?
Yeah, I think it's a big thing for me. I think if you look last week, I think it gives the team great options. I think if you can have a batter that bats at number 4 as a spinner, as somebody who can maybe hold up an end and take a few wickets. I'm obviously not going to be a spinner that's going to run through a team, but I think it gives us great options, especially red ball cricket, to be able to play that extra seamer. Look, last week I think we had 5 seamers, and it just gives you that little bit of, yeah, I think it kind of gives you 12 players to play with, especially in that format. And I think in white ball cricket, I do want to try and make myself an all-rounder. I think if you look at opportunities around the world, and even with England, I think if you can offer a little bit with the ball as well as being a batter and being able to field, I think it makes you much more desired cricketer, which is what I want to make myself. So yeah, it's something that I've been working really hard on, and it's something that I really enjoy. I enjoy the challenge of trying to. It's obviously not my strongest suit, so trying to improve that, and hopefully try and make myself into someone that can bowl off spin, leg spin, and yeah, it's kind of something that not many people do.
Next question: are you focusing on one particular, off spin or leg spin, or still trying to work on them both?
No, I'm working on them both. I think it's just one of them things. I think leg spin's a bit more effective in one-day cricket, but I get much more control bowling off spin, and I feel like I've bowled all right. Even yesterday in the game, I didn't feel like I bowled badly. It's obviously a difficult pitch to bowl on with short boundaries, so it's something that I want to get better at. But yeah, still working on both. I think I'm going to bowl more off spin in 4-day cricket and more leg spin in 1-day cricket, and yeah, just making sure that if two left-handers are in white ball cricket, I can still bowl off spin as well.
Is there any hesitation? Because I know I've spoken to you in the past, and you've bowled off spin and leg spin in the same over, haven't you, previously? Is there any hesitation when it comes to having to do that? How difficult is it to switch so quickly?
Yeah, I think that's what I want to get to, where it's not. I think you want to try and get to a stage where you can just bowl either and almost try and bowl both with the same run-up and a similar action. I guess T20 cricket now is about being as unpredictable as possible. It's a little bit different 4-day cricket. You want to try and go nowhere and be as tight as possible, whereas in T20 cricket especially, I think you can, the more unpredictable you are, the better you are. So I guess try and bowl as many different balls as I can, and yeah, just try and be a little bit different, try and do something that nobody else does, which sort of makes you stand out.
So being away with England helped you work on those different aspects. Just the final one with England, what was it like being locked down in the biosecure bubble?
Yeah, it was different. I guess when you're not allowed to leave a ground for 3 weeks, it becomes a little bit. Thankfully, we were at the Ageas Bowl, and there's a golf course there, so spent a lot of time playing golf. Thankfully, it's a hobby of mine, and I enjoy doing that. So I think without the golf course, it would have been a lot tougher. And I know the lads have said it's a bit more tough at Old Trafford without the golf. So yeah, it was different. But I guess it's almost just being on like an Asian tour. I spent time in Pakistan at the PSL, and it's very similar. You're kind of locked in your hotel until it's game time anyways, but instead of travelling to the stadium, you're playing where you're staying. So it's not like it's something totally alien. And thankfully I'd spent a lot of time with the boys that were in that bubble. I think 4 of them played with me at Zalmi in the PSL, so I kind of knew a lot of people, and obviously I had 3 or 4 Lancs lads there as well, so it was nice that you kind of know people there, and it's yeah, it makes it a little bit easier.
So you worked on your off spin, your leg spin and your handicap. What improved most?
Definitely not my handicap, I'll tell you that for free. I honestly, we were playing 18 holes on training days and 36 on day off. It was the only thing we could do to get out of our room. So yeah, it's not ideal that it's a bit of a pitch and put down there. So your handicap took a battering, to be honest.
He would like to build on his fine start. He will begin again on 111, not out. And there's 1 or 2 others: Stephen Mullaney, Peter Trigo, Tom Moore, Sami Patel would like to spend time at the middle. Is that what they'll do? Will they bat until they're bowled out and bat properly, or will they try and push on, get to 400 as quick as they can, and try and manufacture something if there's enough time to sort of have a bit of a goal at Lancashire today and tomorrow?
It seems like a long time ago that Ben Slater and Ben Duckett were batting so beautifully together in that big partnership, 178 for the second wicket. But Slater will resume, 111 not out, and Joe Clark unbeaten on 4, as we welcome viewers from the Lancashire Cricket TV watching the live stream. We've been nattering away on the BBC Sport website and app for the last moment or two, but as you can see, the players are heading out to the middle, and it's quite bright, which is great news. And after having a complete washout yesterday, it's really good to see. At least we're going to see some cricket this morning. Whether we get a full day in or not remains to be seen, but we're certainly going to get something in this morning session.
Got an unfinished over, haven't we? Tom Bailey was bowling to Joe Clark when they went off. Saturday tea time at about 5 o'clock. Nice to see Slater out there. He started this innings 48 hours ago.
Yes, we have to remind ourselves as to what's happened. I've been sat and watched it drizzle all day yesterday. But, we'll get the non-strikers in for the first ball, but as Dave mentioned, that it's the completion of the Bailey over, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 men out. Hamid for 22, Duckett for 116, and so far this pair have just added 12 for the third wicket. We're in the 72nd over. Let play commence.
Happy days, yes. There we go. We've seen some cricket. We've seen Tom Bailey run into bowl to Joe Clark, a ball that's a little wide of off stump, and he leaves. Good bounce and carry through to Alex Davis, and there is no run. And we have a slightly extended day today. We have 98 before that delivery from Bailey, 98.4 overs to be bowled. So we're completing the over that was in play when the bad light and the rain came on the first day, and then we've got additional overs to bowl to make up for time lost yesterday. So we'll see how many of these we can manage to squeeze into the third day of this game. Bailey to Clark. It's a terrific leap by the keeper, Alex Davis, to his left-hand side to take that. So Bailey just speared it down the leg side to Clark, and there is no run. Of course, there's still bonus points to be played for, and Nottinghamshire are into their 72nd over, so they have until 120 overs to complete their first innings. So we'll see what tactics are at play from both sides this morning. Obviously, Lancashire need one more wicket to pick up their first bonus point. Bailey to Clark again, but wide and through to Davis. And there's no run, and of course Notts are looking to see if they can accumulate some extra batting bonus points as well. So those are I guess the first priorities for both sides, and see what Notts will think about doing. I mean, if they get to the 120 over mark, and they still have wickets in hand, will they declare? Try and get some bowling bonus points? You would think so, but we'll see. Here's Bailey over the wicket, bringing Clark forward in defence. That's pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. So there we are. That's the Tom Bailey over completed. There's a fire engine heading towards the city centre, out to our right-hand side. That's Bailey over, which started on Saturday, kind of late afternoon. He's completed first thing Monday morning. A single sighter of a cricketer, really, yesterday. They were under cover and in retreat because it was gloomy and it was drizzly. It was a bit bleak. I think we saw the umpires emerge once or twice at various inspections that were scheduled for 1 and then 3 and 4 and 4:30, and eventually they decided that it ain't gonna happen, and umpires called time at around about 4:30 yesterday. There's Liam Hurt to bowl to Ben Slater. It's his first run of the day as well. Slater just easing the ball off his hip down towards fine leg, where Tom Hartley comes round to field. So Slater moves on to 112, and Nottinghamshire to 269 for 2. That big partnership between Slater and Duckett, worth 178 runs for the second wicket. Absolute standout partnership of the game so far. Notts looking to try and put the big one together, and as Dave Bracegirdle mentioned, Joe Clark, I'm sure we'll be looking forward to having some time in the middle. Still under floodlights at the minute, with the kind of clouds drifting in and drifting away. It's Hurt balls to Clark up onto his toes and eases the ball out into the offside. And there's no run, so yeah, still a bit overcast, so the floodlights are remaining on. But when we first came on air, it was actually quite bright and sunny. And For the time being, the umpire is deciding to keep the lights on. Maybe if you start under lights, you have to kind of keep going, perhaps. There's various floodlight regulations in cricket, which I'll be honest, I'm not entirely right across. But I think if you start under lights, maybe you have to complete that session under lights. Who knows? It's Hurt. Oh, that's a lovely shot by Clark. That's flicked away through mid-wicket. That'll be the first boundary of the day. Plenty of bottom hand on that, up onto his toes and shoveling it through mid-wicket for 4. And Clark moves up to 8. It's a good shot. And we've started on time, albeit we're playing under floodlights. It's hardly cracking the flags, but Nottinghamshire have added to their overnight total. They've moved on to 273 for 4. Joe Clark on 8 and Ben Slater on 112. So we're underway, Notts 273 for 2 in their first innings. So Hurt from the pavilion end with a couple of slips. Jennings and Livingston. A gully, a point, and a cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. Hurt comes over the wicket and balls to Clark. It's punched off the back foot. Glorious shot again. He's played 2 lovely shots, Clark, here. One through mid-wicket and one punched away through extra cover for 4. So successive boundaries. He moves up to 12 and the score moves on to 277 for 2.
Have you mentioned who's missing?
I've not.
Rob Jones is on the field.
Ooh, good spot. Yes.
Might be George Balderson, but I'll leave you to confirm the details.
You see, now you've put me right on the spot.
I think I've seen most of the rest of them.
Well, let's go round the field, see if we can work it out. Tom Bailey is at mid-on. Dame Villas is at mid-off. Bohannon's at point. Croft at Livingston. Jennings, Davis the keeper, with Tom Hartley's at long leg, and I think that is Balderson at square leg.
Oh, so it's Wood. Oh, I thought that was.
It's a Hurt into Clark. That's pushed up to Villas, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's got the peak of his cap down, sort of, you know, a little bit over his, you know, right over his eyes, like Luke Wood very often does, away to the left. Yeah, I thought that was Luke Wood, but not too familiar with Balderson, so that could be your man out there on the leg side fence.
It's a final ball of Hurt's first over of the morning. Clark on 12. And he's bowled at 9.5 overs for 56.
Did a lot of talking yesterday, Luke Wood. We saw him sat socially distanced at the far end talking to his old Nottinghamshire teammates.
Comes Hurt to Clark, who's right in behind and defends neatly to mid-off. It's the end of the over, 277 for 2.
So Slater, who spent best part of 40 hours on Nelson, has a single already this morning to move on to 112. Joe Clark has added 8 to his overnight score, 277 for 2. 9 runs added in an over and 4 balls. Lots of things we were talking about on Saturday. 1 or 2 people in the mentions have come back. I was sent quite a few photographs actually of horses' rugs with the zebra design on, and funnily enough, I was talking to somebody about it Saturday evening who keeps horses, and saying, yeah, you know, all sort of nasty flying bitey things, mosquitoes, gnats, bugs, all sorts of things, can't differentiate between the 2 colours, and they get confused if they see the black and the white together. So that's why a lot of rugs are in a zebra design or a zigzaggy design. Here's Bailey in bowls, and Ben Slater defends, 277 for 2. Another thing we were talking about was music during the course of the day, and somebody mentioning that Tom Bailey used to be the lead singer for the Thompson Twins, and you had a bit of a listen to Doctor, and
yep.
you confounded me, because I said, I guarantee you'll know that song, and you didn't.
No, I was waiting for the chorus to kick in, because you said that would do it.
Yeah,
but
no. There's Bailey, squad number 8. Son is trying just to peek through the clouds. He's bowled, and this one's just a think off the pad, deflected down to Liam Hurt at long leg, but the umpire showing no inclination in tapping his knee, so there must have been some bat involved. So Slater gets his second run of the morning. He's on to 113, 278 for 2. We've talked, dear listener, dear viewer, at length about not having any spectators in the ground, and hope it went well at the Crucible over the weekend. I think all reports are that it did go off safely. Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, winning the snooker there in front of spectators yesterday. This past the outside edge of Clark's bat through to Alex Davis. It was an interesting thing. I heard Barry Hearn interviewed about it. Just how, the emotions of being told you could have people in for the tournament, and then on the first day being told you couldn't, and then getting them in for the final. And he said, and do you know why? He said, I asked every single day. I made a nuisance of myself asking every single day if I could have people in. So that might be might be something for other sports to just think about. Keep pestering them. Can we get people in? Another lovely delivery. That was a really good line bowled by Bailey. I fancy it was a yard quicker than the previous one as well. Took Clark a little bit by surprise, and he did well not to edge that. Slater from this end has gone down and done a bit of gardening in the middle of the strip. I'm not sure that one pitched there, but clearly there was something just out of the ordinary as far as Ben Slater was concerned. We do have sunshine, Scott.
Happy days.
2 slips and a gully. No third man, so a big gap between them, but Clark doesn't need to go looking for streaky runs down to third man as he eases this into the offside, and it is Balderson doing the fielding. And there's no run. 278 for 2. It was a pretty wet, miserable, long old day yesterday. I'm sure many of you kept coming back just for updates, or there weren't many significant ones through the day because it didn't really change, and the umpires just kept looking, and we'll have another look in an hour or so, and we'll have another look, and we'll have another look, and was it 4:30 they eventually put us out of our misery, as this time it's defended up to Hartley at mid-off, and there's no run end of the over. 278 for 2. I think we sort of felt from about the middle of the day onwards that any play was unlikely, but the umpires gave it a fair old crack, didn't they?
They did. They kind of waited as long as they could to see if it would clear, but it just, almost from the moment we got to the ground yesterday, you're thinking, I just don't see how we going to get on there today. But, as you say, they waited to give it a chance to clear, but it didn't happen yesterday.
Nothing happening in the test match. That's been decimated by the bad weather on the south coast. They're going to have an inspection at midday. England's 7 for 1, replying to Pakistan's 236 last day today, so that's going nowhere.
Liam Hurt is going somewhere. He's coming in to have a bowl to Slater, and he's playing and missing. What an expansive looking shot from Slater. Takes his bottom hand off the bat through to the keeper, and there's no run.
They are playing in 8 of the 9 Bob Willis matches though, so that's encouraging. The one place that they aren't is at Arundel in Sussex, where Hampshire are playing Surrey, and I guess it's dry-ish because they're going to have an inspection at 11:15, so let's hope they get on there and stay on everywhere else.
Hurt comes right arm around the wicket, balls to Slater. That's come off the inner edge of the bat, and the ball deflects out through the onside. I'm not sure that's exactly where he was hoping to try and play it, but he comes back for a couple nonetheless. 115 to him now, Ben Slater. 280 for 2 for Nottinghamshire.
Sad weekend for a lot of your listeners and viewers to the live stream, the football following fraternity, with
yes,
defeats for both the blue half and the red half of Manchester over the weekend.
Yes, there will be some disappointed Mancunians today, that's for certain. Slater waiting as Hurt comes in and bowls a short ball, which Slater ducks underneath, gathered by the keeper. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the City match. I kind of watched the second half of that, but I didn't catch any of the United game last night. But I know that there were quite a few reports and feedback from supporters to Radio Manchester about the performance of the team, which I believe wasn't too bad. But no silverware for Manchester United again this season. That's 3 years on the spin now, without any silverware. Hurt comes back in, balls to Slater, punched away nicely through the offside. Bailey will come round from mid-off to field and just slides across the grass to scoop the ball up, and Slater gets one, so he moves to 116 and Notts to 281 for 2.
Not really been troubled in adding 13 so far this morning, have they? A couple of overs we've had, and just managed to get off to a confidence building start, both of them really, just pushing the ball around, taking what's on offer.
I think Bailey's last over was a really good over, bowled a couple of terrific deliveries to Clark, but as you say, they've just ticked along neatly in the first couple of overs. Hurt balls to Clark, wide of off stump. He gets everything out of the way of that, still with his hands and his bat hoisted above his head.
Can understand Dane Willis going with this pair at the start of the day, as the batsmen look to settle, and obviously the bowlers are fresh, but we're only 15 overs away from taking off a second new ball, or at least one becoming due, so it may well be that this won't be the longest of spells from Hurt and Bailey. Might be a bit of a problem if Luke Wood's not on the field for Lancashire with regards to the second new ball, because of course he took it on the first morning.
Yeah, obviously we don't know what the issue is with Luke Wood, but not to have taken to the field when obviously no play yesterday. Comes in and balls to Clark, who's forward in defence, and there is no run. That's the end of the over, so Hurt has bowled 11 overs now for 59. Nottinghamshire 281 for 2, but clearly a concern for Lancashire if they're a bowler light.
I had to start, of course, with Bailey this morning because there was an unfinished over, but I imagine they'd want him fit and fresh and firing in an hour with that second new ball in his hand, so might just be maybe one more in this little spell and then just go and graze for a while. Here he is, running away from us past umpire Robinson. Bowls, that's a good delivery, that really is. That's why he's bowling at the start of the day here, trying to unpick this Nottinghamshire third wicket partnership early on before it starts to flourish. Slater just having a little nibble outside the off stump. Not sure what Joe Clark's doing. He's taking his gloves off and rubbing his hands on the ground, but he almost seemed to be doing it on a length at this end. I'm not sure. 281 for 2. Trying his hands, no doubt. In the dust. Next ball, how to go through to the keeper. Day 3, but of course second day pitch, and in truth we didn't get a full day in on the first day. It's 72 overs or thereabouts, so not too many blemishes in the surface. You had a long chat to Liam Livingston yesterday, didn't you? And he had a fairly decent bowl on the first day, bowled more overs than Tom Hartley, the front line spinner included in the Lancashire 11. 2 slips gully, point, go down as Slater gets solidly behind it, almost playing French cricket there, wasn't he? He'd squared himself up, but just made sure he brought the bat down just to keep out Bailey's attacking line.
Yeah, quite a busy day yesterday. I managed to speak to Liam Livingston and I chat to him about his time in the biosecure bubble with England and a little look ahead to the T20s, and I spoke to Luke Wood as well about the start of the T20 blast, and Alex Davis as well, so it's quite good. You can get a few things done on a day that's completely rained off.
281 for 2. Bailey to Slater. He guided this to his second slip where Livingston and Scott was talking about and talking to yesterday. Made a very decent stop there. That could so easily, this early time of the day, have just sped away for 4 down to third man. It's a thickish edge, but straight to ground, but went very, very quickly. Good stop by Livingston. 1 or 2 got through, didn't they, on the first day? Got through the slip cordon. Say 1 or 2. With, I think there were 4 boundaries in the first hour of play. Got between somewhere between first and third slip. Slater pushes this up to Willis at mid-on, and there's no run there.
Yeah, it was probably one of the observations that perhaps you could make on the first day. I think there were times, I thought Tom Bailey bowled well, but there were times perhaps when Lancashire were just, there was too many 4 balls there. The runs came a little bit too easy for the Notts. You just couldn't really get a grip of the scoring rate. I don't think Lancashire on the first day did. I mean, Dane Willis admitted he just didn't bowl particularly well on the first day.
Luke Wood didn't give a deal away. I thought Hurt in spells bowled okay, but you look at his figures which are up on the board: 11 overs, no maidens. That was telling as Bailey bowls, and this is allowed to go through to Alex Davis. Hurt 11 overs, no maidens, none for 59. At least, you know, 1 or 2 balls in every over provided the batsman with a scoring opportunity. And if you can't build up pressure, it's going to be a long old day, and Lancashire found that to their cost on Saturday. 281 for 2 at the end of the over here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester. 855 medium wave in the northwest, and through the live streams of both county cricket clubs. Glad to have you with us, Dave Bracegirdle and Scott Reed here at a lovely sunny Trent Bridge, but I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we were already believing it might stay like this until 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, we'll enjoy it for the time being. As Hurt comes over the wicket and balls to Clark, who's getting a little forward defensive push to mid-on, and there is no run, but we do have a patch of blue sky above us. I can absolutely see blue sky. I mean, it's not a huge chunk of blue sky, but we'll take it at the time being. Bearing in mind, as Dave mentioned, there's a test match of a rotten luck there. You think about the amount of money for it to begin with, and time and effort and planning and organisation to get these test matches played. Rotten luck with the weather. 2 slips waiting. Is Hurt back into Clark. Forward in defence, a solid looking defensive push by Joe Clark. And then he thinks about walking out to square leg, and something just catches his eye, so he comes down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening. Hurt wandering back towards his mark. 281 for 2. Slater leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. Hurt comes in and bowls to Clark, who has a little nibble at that one outside the off stump.
Involuntary flinch at the ball, wasn't it, from Joe Clark? And he's gone off like a Seba Mead, gone for a walk to the square leg umpire to clear his head. He's had his problems as a starter, Joe Clark. When he gets in, is as fluent as anybody in the county game, but last year he had a horrible run of low scores.
He's a good-looking player, isn't he, when he gets going? He really is enjoyable to watch.
Got a fine ton against Lancashire in the Royal London One Day Cup here, didn't he? That 400 game.
Hurt bounds his way back in and balls to Clark, who's steering this one to backward square leg, where Balderson comes up from the boundary to field. Clark gets a single, so he's up to 13 now. And Nottinghamshire 282 for 2. Brings Slater back on strike. You know, I was actually reflecting on that one-day game with Alex Davis just yesterday. I was just chatting off mic about that match. We're talking about the ground here at Trent Bridge and the boundary sizes and such like that, and we're nattering about that one-day game. It's Hurt to Slater, eased away through the onside for 1 run. He moves to 117 not out. Nottinghamshire now to 283 for 2.
Can't remember his contribution off the top of my head. I know Croft and Willis got the Lancashire centuries. Did Alex get a few?
I can't remember myself.
Yeah.
We were talking more about that Willis knock in particular. Now, well,
depends who brought it up, Scott. If if Alex brought it up, there's a likelihood that he had a fine day.
That was a belting game of cricket,
It was.
goodness me.
It was.
I do enjoy the Royal London One Day Cup. It's produced some really good games over the years. Oh, this is played down towards at third man. He'll get 4, Will Clark, but you're not entirely secure with that shot, really, playing away from his body. And it looped over the kind of gully down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs, but I'm not certain he was in entire control of that. Clark moves on to 17, 287 for 2.
Well, if that went exactly where Joe Clark wanted it to go, he's the best player that's ever played this game. Getting it high over the gully with his bat shaping towards extra cover. I'm pretty sure he didn't mean it to pan out like that. Not sure what the hold-up is here. Looks as if Bailey is going to have another one. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, there'll be 12 overs until the new ball's due after this over.
Not that much of a break, is it? But I guess gambling all the... This one goes through to the keeper. Gambling all the pennies at the moment on you know, trying to get rid of one of these at the start of the day, and at least having one new batsman at the crease when that second new ball comes along. That would be the ideal scenario for Lancashire, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The ideal would be to get 2 men in on naught as the second new ball is taken, but small steps. Got to get rid of one of them first. Slater's on 117. He's added 6 this morning. Tom Bailey, right arm, medium fast bowls, and this is just a push into a gap, really, isn't it? It's not so much as a flowing drive or anything other than just almost tap and run. Just pushed it into the space between Rob Jones at extra cover and Tom Hartley at mid-off, and helped himself down to the other end. 288 for 2. Nottinghamshire can score batting bonus points up until the 110th over. Obviously Lancashire can try and accrue bowling points as well in that period. There's Bailey in again. Clark this time hits it to Hartley, so there is no gap there for him to take the single. But the innings must end at the end of the 120th over. That's one regulation that was brought in for the Bob Willis Trophy. Just can't bat on and on indefinitely. I mean, that's still a long way away. 42.5 overs. But that's currently only 2 wickets down, so may come into play. There's Bailey. In. Short. Pulled away for 4 by Clark. That was almost help yourself. Bailey banged it in short, but it did just sit up. Whether Joe Clark was expecting it or not, he was in a good position early on just to pull it away through the leg side. Nice little swivel. Totally in control. 292 for 2, and Clark on to 21. Encouragement for Bales, I think somebody was calling him. 292 for 2. This one goes through to the keeper. Never the most creative of nickname users, county cricketers up and down the country.
Well, Biscuit was a new one for me.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
That's Luke Wood, isn't it?
Yeah. Bully boy Michael Smith's been on, says Alex Davis didn't play in the 50 over game last year. 292 for 2. There's Bailey in, Clark defends. End of the over, 78 gone, 292 for 2. Time for an update from me next door for Radio Nottingham.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, we'll be recapping things in the next few minutes for FM listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire. So we've had about half an hour of play, and a pretty solid start. In fact, we've had 6 overs. I shall have a solitary sanitation break because the players are disappearing to different parts of Trent Bridge to squirt a bit of gel on their hands every 6 overs, as we know now. It's part and parcel of cricket returning. And a minute, all behind closed doors. 292 for 2. Slater 118 and Clark on 21. Here at Trent Bridge, third day of this Bob Willis Trophy fixture. Lancashire against Nottinghamshire, third group game for both sides. 2 early defeats for Notts, having lost to Derbyshire into Yorkshire, make qualification unlikely. Yeah, I think we could probably rule that one out. Lancashire just hanging on to the coattails of Yorkshire and Derbyshire, but they play Yorkshire and Derbyshire in their final 2 games, so they need to keep abreast of them both if they can. They'll be hoping, I think, Lancashire, that the game between Yorkshire and Derbyshire ends in a draw, which would keep it going for that Roses match, which gets underway next week. Half an hour of play. We started on time and we have actual sunshine. I can see sunshine, which is great. The floodlights are on. We've had half an hour of play on the third day. Nottinghamshire 292 for 2, so a pretty steady start for Notts, and Ben Slater has taken his total from 111 not out to 118 not out, and Joe Clark is 21 not out. So Lancashire still searching for the first wicket of the day. But we are underway. 292 for 2, Nottinghamshire, but not so good news, I'm afraid, for England at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton. It is raining there on the south coast, with England in their first innings on the 5th day of that Test match on 7 for 1. And the first delivery of Hert's latest over is played away into the offside, and there is no run. So 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. A deep square leg and a long leg. Hurt balls. Another short ball. We served a couple of these up for Lancashire, in particular to Slater. He's bowled short a few times to Slater. In fact, Luke Wood did as well on the first day. He bowled a couple of short stuff and some well-directed short stuff to Slater, who played them all really well. He's had a terrific day or so, hasn't he, Ben Slater? I mean, every time I see him, it looks $1 million. I'm pretty sure he's had a pair in between his 2 centuries against Lancashire. Balls to him, that's slashed away, but Barnes at point. I don't think that reached Barnes on the full. Turned into, I think, a good stop by Barnes. That bounced a fraction just in front. But yeah, that 174, I think it was 172 against, 172 he got for Leicestershire against Lancashire at New Road on the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy, and another century against the Red Rose in this game. 292 for 2, Hurt around the wicket to Slater, who's forward and defending. Into the offside, and there is no run. Still Rob Jones on the field, so clearly some issue with Luke Wood. Jones had it a deep square leg with his hands behind his back. No sign of Lancashire left arm seamer at the minute. Former Notts man back at Trent Bridge. It's Hurt, and I've got to say, absolutely glorious sunshine now. Comes around the wicket, bowls another short ball, and this time Slater just drops his hands and leans back and gets out the way of that. And there is no run. 18 not out, Ben Slater. didn't really bowl at Slater in this way in the first game because they didn't really have the bowlers to do it, to try and bowl short and try and be sort of a bit of chin music to Slater. They just didn't quite have the attack to do it, but Hurt and Wood can do it, as we've seen so far. This one's a little full of this delivery and left by Slater. Completes his 13th over. 292 for 2. Slater on 118, and Joe Clark is 21 not out.
Just before I left you, I was making the point that in every one of Liam Hurt's overs there'd been at least 1 or 2 get-out balls. There wasn't in that one, so as a consequence he's bowled his first maiden. 13 overs, 1 maiden, and none for 65 for the fast bowler. 79 overs have gone. Bailey to continue. Bowling to Clark. Difficult to make comparisons, but I don't know if there are any that do stand out in Slater's innings at New Road and this one in this game. 292 for 2. Both equally effective as this one comes back in off the seam. But it was so wide of the off stump to begin with, it didn't really trouble Joe Clark.
Quite similar, I think, in many ways. The way he batted for Leicestershire, it was quite a really patient kind of partnership that Slater and Azad put together for the Foxes. I think the qualities he's shown in this innings, you know, is certainly his ability to leave and to defend. That was quite evident as well for Leicestershire. It's been a proper knock, hasn't it? This?
Very much so. Joe Clark is on 21. He's on strike. Right-handed former Worcestershire player. Nudges it into the offside, fielded by George Balderson at extra cover, and as is the modern way, instead of returning it round the ring to the bowler, he spears it down to the other end to Alex Davis. Very few people inside Trent Bridge. That's not rubbing it in, I'm just pointing out we can only see 1 or 2 members of each side's coaching staff. We've got 2 or 3 cameramen around the ground. This is pushed back towards the bowler. He lets it run up to Dane Vilas at mid-off, and there's no run. I believe the photographers, as we should correctly title them, are down below us. We can't quite see them because of the overhang of the gantry, and then the cameramen for the live streams. We've got one away to our left on the Fox Road side of the ground, square on, and another one in the Smith Cooper stand away to our right. Tiring old job that is, isn't it, standing there hour upon hour, never missing a ball, as we try not to do, as Bailey bowls. This is dropped on the leg side, fielded by Rob Jones, the substitute fielder.
I quite like the addition of the kind of makeshift outdoor gym that Nottinghamshire have put together.
Yeah, at the top of the Smith Cooper stand. I think that's the area that on big match days the wheelchair users can go and watch the cricket in a little bit of safety. 292 for 2 as this one's pushed into the offside, but they've brought out 1 or 2 pieces of gymnasium equipment, so the players not actually on the field can go and lift a few weights or do whatever else it is they need to do. When play isn't on, they turn on the music, don't they? The loud music to encourage them through their exercises.
They do. Some funky tunes yesterday.
It's Bailey, and once more Clark gets into a good position to whip this one away wristily onto the leg side, but straight to Hartley, and another maiden sent down. So the runs have dried up the last couple of overs. We've had 80 in the innings, Notts 292 for 2, so they've been going along at about 3.8 and over, and this partnership now worth 36.
Lots of bench pressing and weight lifting and such like going on. You hear that question in the gym, don't you?
I do.
What can you press? What can you press, Dave? Well, can about press me shirt if I'm with an iron, maybe. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Lots of biceps on show there on that far side of Trent Bridge. Lots of vests being worn by the players. Well, Dave, it's glorious now. I mean, look at it. It's beautiful. This is much more like it. Hurt to Slater. Works it off his hip into the onside, but for no run.
I don't know about you last evening, but I would say between, 8 and 8:30. Almost continuous thunder. There was lightning as well, but I've not heard thunder go on as continuously for such a long time. It was very, very noisy over Newark, and then the heavy rain that accompanied it.
Well, we made a decision to stay in the bar and have an extra pint because it was that bad.
You've got to rehydrate.
Hurt to Slater. He left it through to the keeper. There's no run. I mean, it was biblical. The rain. Yeah. And I was walking back to the hotel, obviously.
Did you not have the thunder, the continuous thunder?
Didn't hear the thunder, no. But we're inside, but that wouldn't normally stop you, would it, from hearing it? That may have been more Newark than Nottingham.
It was very, very noisy.
But Farrow chucked it down. So I made that decision, Dave. I said I'm not walking home in this. Let's just get one more.
I need to rehydrate after a hard day at the sport.
Yeah, definitely. Nice little real ale place, actually.
You were going to have a fancy meal, weren't you?
That didn't quite happen. We went to the fancy beers instead. Hurt to Slater right up onto his toes to defend this one. That got a little extra bounce, didn't it, from Hurt? He's maybe just started to find a bit of rhythm from the pavilion end to get right on top of that Ben Slater to play it safely into the offside.
Now, good now. Skipper will be thinking of taking him off that now. He's been going for 45 minutes.
Yes. Don't take me off now, Skip. Just getting warmed up. I bet Liam Hurt can bench press quite a bit. Come shuffling back in again. Balls to Slater, left alone through to the keeper, who hands it to Liam Livingston at first slip. Well, Keaton Jennings is doing a bit of a jig at first slip, isn't he?
Yes, indeed, yeah. He's either going to audition for the next Michael Flatley performance. What was that? It's an old river dance,
It was. Yeah.
He's either going to audition for that, or he might be getting himself ready for a little bit of a bowl. Golden Arm Jennings.
I don't think we've seen him bowl yet in the Bob Willis Trophy this season. Hurt into Slater, has driven, but to mid-on. It's actually quite tight there, is Dane Villas at mid-on. Short, straight mid-on. Oh yeah, he's going to have a twirl here, isn't he? There's Keaton Jennings. Well, if they are a bowler light, if Luke Wood, obviously at the minute, ain't able to take to the field, then they're going to have to find someone or a couple to bowl his overs. Josh Bahannon would perhaps be an option as well.
Not seen anything of Stephen Croft, have we? He's not turned his arm over in the match.
Slater just pulling away at the last moment. I'm not quite sure what's distracted him, but something did.
Bowlers hate that, especially when they look around and there's nobody there, nothing there. If there is, under normal circumstances, if there's a spectator or a steward walking across the arm, then the bowler will have a bit of a vent at them. But on this particular occasion, he turned round and there's absolutely nobody there, of course. So now he's blaming Slater for just backing away for no reason.
We had a bit of this at Durham last week. It looked like there's movement behind the bowler's arm. Well, the game's behind closed doors. I want to know who's moving. Hurt back in, and Slater goes right back into his crease, gets a run there, just helped away down to backward square leg for a single, and he keeps the strike, and he might be facing Keaton Jennings next. We shall see. But that's the end of the over. 293 for 2. Slater 119 not out.
This might not necessarily be good news. They've just gone off for rain at Leicester, the Fisher County ground there. Durham 250 for 7. Notts are at that venue from Saturday. That's one of the other North Group games. The other one at Headingley, Yorkshire 317 for 5 against Derbyshire. Remember, Yorkshire and Derbyshire have each won their first 2 matches. It is going to be Keaton Jennings, and I'll just go through a few more scores whilst he's sorting himself out with his field. No play yet at the test match, an inspection at midday. Central Group, Glamorgan 112 for 8 at Cardiff against Gloucestershire. Northants 128 for 7, replying to Worcestershire's 219 all out at Wantage Road. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 121, Somerset 240 for 8. In the South Group, no start yet at Arundel between Hampshire and Surrey. Middlesex 153 for 6 at Canterbury against Kent, and Sussex 181 for 7 at Hove against Essex. So you're up to speed with events from elsewhere. Jennings is going to bowl from Radcliffe Road end. Big tall man, South African born of course, left-handed batsman and right-arm medium pace bowler, and Hughes and R's that would accompany his first delivery were fully justified because it was right on the mark, and Slater had to be very careful.
He bowled 26 overs last season. Keaton Jennings picked up 1 wicket. 1 for 68 from 26 overs across the county championship season last year.
Jennings in again to Slater, and he's chased after that one. I think 1 or 2 close to the wicket fielders might have heard Slater just clip the ground with his bat, and went up in appeal. Nobody directly involved was all that excited.
You may have spotted some news yesterday from Middlesex about Nick Gubbins. I'll come back to this.
Next ball, Jennings in, left alone.
But he was withdrawn from their team to play Kent this week because he'd been in contact with someone who had tested positive for COVID-19. Well, Middlesex have just updated this. He says after being informed he'd potentially been in indirect contact with someone who had tested positive for COVID-19 last week, Nick Gubbins was isolated from the team and tested.
Next ball, oh, even wider. Tim Robinson had a bit of a double take at that one, but says it's okay.
And Middlesex confirming that his results yesterday confirmed he was negative and he is available for their next match.
It was a sort of a strange and in some ways sad one for the Kent player, wasn't there, as Jennings bowls. Oh, an absolute jaffer from Keaton Jennings, went through to the keepers. Jordan Cox got a double 100 in the last Kent match, and then was asked to pose for a selfie, and contravened the COVID regulations that Kent have got in place for their players, and so they've suspended him for this one game. He's not playing this round of matches.
Right. Crikey, that's tough on the young man, isn't it?
Double 100, but there might be more to it than that, but that basically was the gist of the story. So just be careful if you're going to ask a county cricketer for a photograph over the next week or two. Clipped away on the leg side by Slater, and he will go to 120. 294 for 2. Not exactly getting a gallop on here. It's unhindered progress, I think we can say. They've had a 26 this morning in 48 minutes, something like that. But Slater and Clark still together. Is that going to have another one? Looks like it, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Which is 8 overs until a new ball becomes available. Not that necessarily Lancashire would take it. They didn't at Leicestershire when Leicestershire were batting well, and they used the old ball because they felt that would slow down Leicestershire's scoring, knowing that they only had that 120 overs to bat. So it comes in and balls to Slater, and there's no run. They're kind of in containing mode rather than wicket taking mode. So whether the Lancashire will take it or not,
I don't see a reason not to.
Or just
but now they've bowled Bailey as many overs as they have, and they're keeping Hurt going here, and they've not got Luke Wood on the field. Doesn't make you wonder, or makes me wonder. Yeah.
There is obviously a tendency that runs can come a little quicker when the new ball arrives, so it might be more containing and not conceding runs rather than taking wickets.
I don't know. Just letting Notts just make their way to 400 without stopping them at the moment.
It comes over the wicket and bowls to Slater, who's going back into his crease and defending. Gathered by Hurt, no run.
There's not any concerted pressure, is there?
No, which is how they bowled at Leicestershire. It was just more trying to keep runs down rather than take wickets and apply pressure. It was just kind of containing, really, because Leicestershire were running out of time, but there's still bags of time left for Notts to get runs here. 83rd over. Hurt into Slater. It's pushed into the offside, no run.
There's a deep long leg and a deep backward square for Ben Slater here. Have we seen him take the hook on?
No. And they've bowled a bit of short stuff at him, haven't they? And he's not taken it on. But
is he comfortable enough at the crease just to be able to work them off of the hips anywhere onto the leg side just to take a single? Yes, definitely. So I think I'd certainly bring Rob Jones up, and maybe even both of them.
Yeah, both out on that leg side boundary. Hurt over the wicket and balls to Slater. Short and fraction wide. He tries to slice it off the back foot, but a play and a miss through to the keeper, no run.
Might even have been looking for the uppercut there. He's rehearsed it a time or two afterwards.
294 for 2. 120 not out. Now Ben Slater.
The weather actually is encouraging in all aspects, including the area I was worried about when we started away towards East Midlands Airport, away to our right. Even that's looking quite pleasant at the moment.
Hurt to Slater. Now that's disappeared down towards fine leg off. It's just clipped to the thigh pad and down towards the fine leg boundary, which has been given as 4 leg byes. So Slater remains on 120 at the score. Moves up to 298 for 2. 1 ball left of Hurt's 15th over. Wicketless so far, but I think he'll be relatively pleased by the way he's bowled in the first 50 minutes this morning. Certainly the last 20 minutes or so. But no breakthrough yet for Lancashire. And 2 more runs away for Notts for an extra batting point. Hurt into Slater, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. His captain likes that. He applauded Liam Hurt, impressed with that over, and he's gone up to give him a tap on the back to say well bowled. End of it. 298 for 2. So 83 overs into the Nottinghamshire first innings, and Clarkson beaten on 21.
And a productive hour. Well, we're not quite at the hour mark, but it's just ticked along, added 30. Going to be Keaton Jennings again. I think the only moment of sort of concern was the Clark nick that flew over gully.
Yeah, that's been about it.
I guess it's not really even concerned for him because it flew so quickly. The moment he'll have realised what he'd done, he will also have been aware that it had gone away, flown away safely over the top of the gully and away for 4. Here's Keaton Jennings. In and bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Jennings has got rather more hair than I think I've ever seen him before, and just get the binoculars on. That's quite a mane,
It's magnificent.
We're not quite at the Ryan Sidebottom in his pomp level yet, but it's getting there, isn't it? I mean, he's had such a closely cropped, shorn haircut over the last 3 or 4 years. Next one's forced into the offside, stopped by Hurt.
It's rapidly turning into a work of art, isn't it? I mean, it's quite a magnificent growth.
You know, why haven't we talked about this before? I mean, this is extraordinary. Now he's taking his cap off and we can see it in its full glory. It's a magnificent.
It is, yeah.
Hairdo. He's in and bowls worked away, and there'll be at least one, and in fact there'll only be one here, so they go to 299.
Yeah, it's spectacular. I mean, it's obviously, it was developed in lockdown, that's pretty clear, and it's just said, you know what, I think I'm liking it. I absolutely love it, and I don't blame him. I'm quite envious. It is a masterpiece.
Did you do anything radical? Did you grow a ponytail or anything?
I couldn't grow. It took me years to grow a ponytail. I did nothing. I kind of grew a little bit of a beard, but again, that was a bit pathetic.
Oh, yeah. 299 for 2. Jennings to the left-handed Slater, who just drops a bat on it. No run, fielded by Dane Willis, who I'm sure will enjoy batting on here if and when his time comes. Josh Bohannon signalling to the Lancashire 12th and 13th men, whoever it may be, that he's ready for a comfort break. He made that sort of sign that managers make, football managers make, when they're about to make a substitution, rolling his hands over each other. 299 for 2. 2 balls left in the 84th over of this Nottinghamshire innings. Lancashire stuck them in on Saturday morning, and I've been struggling to get them out ever since. Next one left alone goes through to Alex Davis.
I can't see Luke Wood at all on the Lancashire balcony.
Let's hope he's okay. I'm sure it'll all come out in the wash a little later on as to why he's not able to take the field. But certainly hampers the Lancashire bowling options, but Keaton Jennings, a willing substitute, bowls a very decent over. Sent down 2 overs just for 2 runs. 299 for 2 after 84 overs of the innings, and I think there's going to be a bit of a hand gel break. There is indeed, here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester.
Help yourself, Dave.
Will indeed.
Help yourself.
Will indeed. We've got halfway down, haven't we?
Yep. Yeah, it's been thorough. It's been a pretty decent 56 minutes, hasn't it, for Notts? They've not got an absolutely rapid electric pace, but they've just ticked along pretty neatly enough.
Nice just to enjoy a bit of cricket. I mean, yesterday was totally frustrating, demoralising. We're only going to get at the most 25 days of cricket, 20 days of cricket, 5 there we go with the maths, 5 4-day matches, 20 days of red ball cricket, so to lose any to the weather is a real disappointment. What's happening now? Not entirely sure. Don't know who's going to bowl. Is Liam going to continue?
He's going to continue, isn't he? Yeah, he's going to keep going, which I'm not so certain. I mean, Bailey's come out of the attack, so if they did take a new ball, obviously Tom Bailey would take it, but I'm not sure who else would be given it, whether it be Keaton Jennings or whether it would be Josh Bohannon. It just makes me start to think that the approach from Lancashire might be more, let's use the older, softer ball, and let's see if we can just get a hold of the run rate and slow it down a little bit and try and contain, force Notts to try and...
The equivalent of time-wasting tactics, is that what you're saying?
Comes Hurt, starts his 16th over, ball is shortish ball, which is muscled away through mid-wicket by Joe Clark onto that in a flash, and he gets 4 runs. It's a nice way for him to start the over, actually, with that 4 off the first delivery. Takes away any extra pressure to try and keep scoring for the next 5 deliveries, but banged in too short. sat up for Clark, onto it in a flash.
Yeah, he wasn't parking the bus there, was he? It was a real invitation for Joe Clark to go after the bowling, and he tucked in with relish.
He did, yep. Leg side field is right back on the rope as balls again. Played a little uppishly into the onside. There was yelps of catch at it, but landed well short of mid-on by Tom Bailey fields. And there's lots of green grass through the leg side. Umpire Robinson at square leg with his arms folded. Doesn't really have much company. No one to natter to there, because the two fielders on the leg side are at deep square and deep backward square, but it is a shorter of the two boundaries to that leg side. There's a couple of slips and a gully and a point and a cover, which is the captain, and a mid off, which looks like Saqib Mahmood, and Rob Jones is still on there, so there's somebody else off for Lancashire. Is Liam Hurt balls, and that's pushed away by Clark off a back foot to Mahmood at mid off. Josh Bohannon, I think. I can't sing Josh Bohannon, so I think he...
Well, yeah, he was signalling to have a little break, yeah.
300 on the board. With that lovely shot through the onsides. That does put another point on the scoreboard for Notts, up to 3 now. 303 for 2. More runs here through the onside to the right of mid-on. Actually, the ball just managed to squeeze underneath the body of Tom Bailey, rather. So managed to come back for a second. 305 for 2. So 3 bonus points so far for Nottinghamshire. Lancashire looking to pick up their first point of the game. They need a wicket to do that, to get their first bowling point. Clark on 28 stands really upright in the crease and leans forward and pushes his latest delivery from Hurt back down the pitch. And Bailey sweeps around from mid-on to complete the fielding. 305 for 2, so an hour of play. In fact, just a fraction over an hour of play. 268 for 2 was Notts resumed on 60 minutes ago, and they've moved on to 305 for 2. Hurt over the wicket and bowls to Clark. That's a lovely shot, flicked off his pads through mid-wicket for 4 more runs. Glorious looking shot. Lovely use of the bottom hand there to drill it through the onside, and it rattled its way to the rope. And that's over from Liam Hurt, which might be his last. He's bowled an hour. Started with a 4 and ends with a 4. There's a 4 off pull through mid-wicket off a short ball to start it, and then a lovely flick off the pads through the leg side to finish the over, and a couple of singles in between. So might be a chance for Liam Hurt to have a bit of a breather, but clearly Lancashire here hampered by the fact that Luke Wood has been unable to take to the field, so they're going to have to try and find some overs from somewhere else. They've turned to Keaton Jennings. He's going to start his 3rd over. Got off quite nicely as Jennings from the Radcliffe Road end. And here he comes back in and bowls. It's a ball pushed wide of off stump and taken by Alex Davis, who's rolling in front of Liam Livingston at first slip, and then stands up. He stood right in front of Stephen Croft at second slip. Rob Jones has gone into gully now, having to reshuffle the slips because Keaton Jennings would normally be at first slip. Back in again, another wide ball which Slater chooses to ignore. Remains on 120. We're in the 86th over of the Nottinghamshire first innings. It's started on Saturday. They had a rest on Sunday, and it continues today. Jennings again. 3 of them have been pushed full but wide. That might well be the tactic from Lancashire. They've got their field relatively well guarded on the offside. They've got a man at deep point. And they've got 2 slips, gully, shortish cover there, which is Dame Willis. There's a mid-off as well. 2 leg side fielders. It's a long leg and deep square. A little straight to this delivery from Jennings, and Slater eases the ball into the onside. Tom Bailey is at mid-on to field. And there is no run. An uninterrupted first hour of play. It was Monday morning, now into Monday lunchtime, and the roads are a little busier. Cars bobbing up and down to our right hand side. Buses going back and forth, heading towards the city centre. It's a lovely shot punched away by Slater, and that might bring him 4. It beats short cover, it beats the dive of mid-off. It doesn't quite reach the rope, but it was a handsome looking drive by Slater. And he's taken his total up to 123, so he's run 312 for 2.
1 or 2 messages coming in, thanks to Mrs M, who tells us that 15 to 20 minutes away from here it's chucking it down with rain. So let's hope it circles round the ground. It's very, very pleasant at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Touching wood as we say that. Paul Sheriff says, can I just put a reminder out there for any newcomers to cricket, this is just a pretty standard normal Nottinghamshire batting performance. So true, Paul, thank you very much. Great deal of irony in that, but they're doing well.
They are. Had a good day and a bit of this match so far. This is the final ball of the over for Keaton Jennings, and that's dropped into the offside. There is no run, so 312 for 2 at the end of the 86th over. I think Liam Hurt must have had his spell. I mean, he's bowled through the first hour and a bit, and his last over was a wee bit expensive, so it looks like they're going to make a bowling change.
They'd like to put Saqib Mahmood on, wouldn't they?
Yes, that would be ideal. He's out there, but he can't bowl.
No.
Of course, they've got George Balderson as an option. I've not seen him yet this morning. It looks like they're going to have a little look at Tom Hartley's left arm spin.
And I'm all for it as well. Get a spinner on. There we go. Yeah,
Right.
just quickens up the game a little bit. Ben Slater leaning on his bat, having a bit of a natter to Stephen Croft. Don't know the extent of their relationship. Of course, Croft, good friends with the Nottinghamshire captain Stephen Mullaney. They went through the Lancashire Academy together way back when. Mark says weather update, glorious in the Duchy of Maplebeck.
Ooh,
good old Maplebeck.
that sounds nice.
Maplebeck?
Yeah.
It's near Cornton. I was near there on
very nice.
Saturday night. Cornton, 5 wins out of 5 at the start of the season.
Good start. Excellent.
Just popped to the Plough Beer Garden just to be brought up to speed with how things had gone on.
Of course,
just
yeah.
purely just to have a glass of lemonade afterwards.
Well deserved as well, Dave.
So here's Hartley.
Yes, into the attack, bowling to Slater, who goes back into his crease and plays the ball into the onside for no run. Pleased to have got the ball in the hand, I'm sure, Tom Hartley. He bowled the 6 overs, and Villas went to Livingston on the first day before him. Eases the ball out into square leg, where Hurt fields, and there's no run. Just his second first-class game for Tom Hartley. His debut came against Leicestershire at New Road. He picked up 3 wickets. And again, Slater forward. And pushing out to the onside for no run. First innings, he bowled 35 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 117. Wicketless in the second innings, but he was one of 3 debutants for Lancashire in that pretty young-looking bowling attack. A little quicker this next delivery from Hartley. Oh, and has that jumped up at Hurt. It's hit a little bobble, or it's hit something, little divot, and managed to get through for a single.
Coaches always say to fielders, don't they, get right behind the ball to stop it. It's perhaps as well he didn't there, because he might have got one in the teeth. He just reached down to get a ball that was rolling towards him. Whether it hit one of those water covers, sprinkler covers, I'm not sure, but it just popped up and just went past his face, and they took the single.
Brings Clark on strike. There's one slip in place at Stephen Croft. There's two men on the drive on the on and off side. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. There's a backward point. There's a deep extra cover. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. It's Hartley. Comes around the wicket to Clark, who's right back into his crease and plays a nice tidy shot through the leg side for a single. Clark moves to 33, 314 for 2. Slater back on strike. The field having to change with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Hartley to complete his first over. Just pressing forward is Slater. The ball runs past Croft at slip and down towards the boundary, and Keaton Jennings to make the most of those long legs of his to come stomping after the ball. Throw comes in, and they've shuffled back for a couple there by the end of
Three, yeah.
Well run indeed. Slater 127, Clark 33, Nottinghamshire 317 for 2.
Umpires are just getting together. Did you bring that new ball out? No, I didn't bring it, didn't you? Don't know. Having a
natter here, aren't you?
Don't know as I've seen anything official about lunch. Sometimes when they try and squeeze in extra overs, when you lose overs to rain or whatever on one day, they make it up. We know they're doing that today. We can get 98.4 overs in if we get them all in. But sometimes they do adjust the sessions. I've not seen anything, Scott. I don't know if you have, but I wouldn't be surprised if lunch is maybe 1:15, something like that. Add quarter of an hour on to the morning session, and then another quarter of an hour to the afternoon session. Maybe, I don't know, but we'll as we get closer, I'm sure we'll find out.
Not this.
Here's Jennings in bowls. This one allowed to go through to the keeper, starting the 88th over.
Not this morning, just tweeting that there was 98.4 overs scheduled in the day, but no kind of confirmation of when lunch would be.
Jennings again, bustling approach, tall man, squad number 1. Whoop! That went through at a fair old lick, didn't it? Tom Moore's, I beg your pardon, Alex Davis, the wicket keeper. Similar sort of stature, isn't it, to Tom Moore's? To move outside the off stump and go through to the keeper. That noise, I presume, will be confirmation of the time of the lunch break. Well, I don't know. It is indeed. 317 for 2 as Jennings bowls. Nice, pleasing flow of the bat from Slater up to mid-off. Play due to start at 11, yes. Lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, close at 6:30. Appreciate that from Matt and the Notts Media team.
Thank you, Matt.
Took the hint well, didn't he? 317 for 2. Next ball, this one's chopped away towards backward point, and there's a single. Is that out? Oh, that's Hartley out there fielding. He's not got his cap on because he's bowling. I didn't quite recognise him from the silhouette way down in the distance. Been watching him mainly with a cap on down there. 318 for 2. Clark has his shirt number on the board. Squad number 33. 33 not out. This one goes through to the keeper. Got a 35 in the last game. I did mention it on Saturday. Fabulous bit of work from Jordan Thompson to pick it up from point, sideways on, so effectively one stump to aim at and ran him out. It really was a good bit of work. Last thing that Notts needed at that particular time. But excellent work from the fielder. Looked a talent, Jordan Thompson of Yorkshire. Next one goes through to the keeper. Scored 98 in the Tyke's first innings as well, and got a wicket or two and executed that fine run out. He had a good match last week. 318 for 2 at the end of the over.
It's the old Roses fixture next Saturday across to Headingley. Always one to look forward to, even when there's nobody there. There'll be plenty of intense cricket, I'm sure.
I have heard people claim it's almost as big as Notts Derbyshire. I don't believe it myself.
No, well, it's been a rumour I've heard as well, that.
Players have just again sanitised their hands and making their way back to carry on with the match.
Yeah, both batsmen, I think, just having a little break there. They put the bats down and remove their helmets and gloves. Two Notts players with green high-vis vests on it, making their way back off the field. 318 for 2.
We did receive some correspondence yesterday. I think it was from Gary Morgan, saying he'd been through all the Notts scorecards, and the last time he could find a Notts number 1 and a number 3 both scoring centuries was at Worcester in 2001, a game I was at.
Here comes Hartley over the wicket, bowling to Slater. Gets onto the back foot and plays a very risky looking shot through the leg side along the ground out towards Mahmood at deep mid wicket for 1 run.
It was quite a famous game because Notts chased down 461 on the last day to beat Worcestershire, and Darren Bicknell got 100, opened with Johnny Morris, who got 94. Greg Blewett was at number 3, got 100. Usman Afzal got 88, and I think Paul Johnson 54, not out. And Kevin Peterson was due in next, didn't even get in. Chased 461 for 3.
Hartley to Clark. It's pushed into the onside for no run.
Not bad. KP wandering in at 6. Not needed. You're not needed today, Kevin.
Yeah, keep your feet up, don't worry about it. A run for Clark, just in front of square on the leg side. Moves up to 34. The score moves on to 320 for 2.
It was a real talent here. You know, obviously it was before a lot of people, especially that first season, 2000. Or sort of anybody who'd heard of him, knew anything about him. Just to see him go out with no airs or graces and play like he did, terrific.
Slater just easing this next delivery into the onside, no run.
It was a pre-season friendly, his very, very first game in Nottinghamshire colours in this country, a pre-season friendly against Northants, and him and Paul Johnson were both in together and almost had a, let's see who can hit it the furthest sort of competition.
Hartley to Slater. Sees his ball deflect off, presumably some part of his thigh pad. It looped up to first slip, but there was no bat on that. A bit Hartley and Croft just politely asking the question to the umpire. Final ball of the over. Back in comes Hartley, and Slater wants a run and will get one as well. Managing to weave it in between a very narrow gap on the leg side between mid wicket and square leg. He gets a single, keeps the strike. End of the over, 130 not out. Ben Slater, and Nottinghamshire 321 for 2.
It was a pre-season game, a 50 over game or something like that, and Paul Johnson 150 odd, Kevin Peterson I think about 120. Nobody knew who this young kid was, and Jono had gone in ahead of him anyway, but he was catching up hand over fist, and they were just taking it in turns to smash the Northants bowlers, who included Graham Swan, by the way, out of the ground. It was phenomenal hitting, and I've never been entirely sure if I've seen Peterson as good since that day. Went through to the keeper. I mean, we knew we'd got something special here. This young off spinner that Clive Rice had brought back from South Africa that winter to play, and Clive had told me how good he was and all the rest of it. But he's going to be an off spinner for Notts, probably about 7, something like that. Maybe even come in behind Chris Reed. But I don't think he sort of knew how good he was going to be. It's all turned sour, of course, as it ultimately did in a number of places. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. 3:21 for 2. Infamous kit throwing episode with Jason Gallion, the former Lancashire player, of course. He was certainly a talent. 3:21 for 2. Ben Slater, 130. Clip this down the leg side, or he's gone for a clip. We'll have to have a look at Tim Robinson now. He's already getting into position to signal that that's going to go against Alex Davis. It's a bye down the leg side. Davis scrambled across, got a glove to it. I think this would have been Slater's joint highest score until his performance against Lancashire at New Road a couple of weeks ago. I think his career best was 130, but now 172. So if he gets another run or more, his top 2 career scores will be against the Red Rose. Next one well wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. So this is the 90th over. Scott, 2 balls left. Do you see any quick bowlers loosening up, getting ready?
No.
No.
They're down to, well, the ball obviously hurt for a decent amount of time this morning. They're down to basically 1 off. They've had a bit of a rest in Tom Bailey.
Jennings again. Bowls. Oh, that was a much tighter line to the stumps. He'd been bowling with plenty of width during the early part of the over, but that one was attacking the off stump, and Clark can thank his lucky stars that it didn't just clip it, because he played and missed down that line. 3:22 for 2. Final ball of the 90th over.
He's bowled well, hasn't he, Jennings?
Yes, he has. He's been a bit of a golden arm against Notts in the past in Durham colours. And then again, Clark clips it on the leg side. End of that over. So Keaton Jennings 5 overs, none for 6. You'd take that, wouldn't you, any day of the week? I seem to think, sort of telling stories out of school, that when he left Durham, Notts were very much one of the counties that were interested in obtaining Keaton Jennings' signatures. And the story I've sort of been told is that he felt he would get more opportunity to bowl at Old Trafford than he would at Trent Bridge, where there's the likes maybe of Stephen Mullaney, somebody like that, who could often be used as the 4th or 5th seamer when required, and maybe he could fulfil that role more regularly at Old Trafford. Well, as you say, it's not necessarily turned out like that. Yeah, not bowled that often. We've got another hand sanitising break, or the players are certainly using that opportunity, whilst Paul Baldwin, the umpire, has gone to fetch the new ball in case it's needed.
Yeah, it hasn't really turned out that way. I mean, I don't know how many overs he's bowled for Lancashire, but I mentioned he bowled 26 in the whole of last season, but he wasn't really required to bowl last year, because Lancs had, well, they had Jimmy and they had Onions for the first few games. Quite a lengthy chat there between the captain and the head coach. Dane Villas just going across to sanitise his hands, and he timed that with the arrival of Glenn Chaplin, who's doing a little lap around the outfield. So they had a bit of a natter about what to do here, and then Villas has waved in towards the direction of the Lancashire dressing room. So obviously just conferring between captain and coach as to what to do. Now Villas has a chat with Tom Bailey. Hartley stood there waiting to continue and start his 9th over, but it would be intriguing to hear what the head coach and the captain have decided with regards to whether to take a new ball. At the minute, they're not. They're going to continue with the left arm spin of Tom Hartley, albeit Tom Bailey is just starting to twirl his arms around at mid-off. Here comes Hartley into Slater, who presses defensively into the onside. There's no run. Still no Luke Wood. Still no Josh Bannon neither. Hartley to Slater. Rocks back and pulls it into the onside. It's a good stop by
the Incredible Hulk.
Yes.
Liam Hurt. No, he's not stopped it.
I thought he did.
He's
stop
not
it.
stopped it.
He's gone for 4. I thought he got right in behind it and stopped that. cracking. I thought that was a pretty impressive piece of work, but the...
Well, I was as much listening to your commentary as watching what was going on. He made a magnificent effort to get there, and I didn't see the ball come out the other side, which obviously it did. I went underneath him and went for 4. But Slater, for the sheer ferocity that he put into the shot, probably deserved the boundary, but I thought Hurt had stopped it.
Me too. He did hit it hard, didn't he?
I mean, it would have taken a Marvel superhero to stop it, and I thought Liam Hurt was that man. There's a lot of nothing happening.
Yes, it's a bit of a shine of the ball, isn't it? It's a very thorough polish from Stephen Croft using his little white towel. Hands the ball back to Hartley. He probably disappeared under the covers. I think that may have just got the ball a little bit damp, so he's dried it using the towel.
Slater's got the look of a man who knows he can get 172 in first-class cricket, and so he's going to see if he can better that.
134 to his name at the minute. Hartley over the wicket and bowls to Slater. Just nudged a little more gently into the onside, so that does allow Hurt to field.
It's very free-flowing, if I can say that, all those Fs together. The first 50 of his innings, wasn't he, when he was in with Asiba Mead? He was cutting and driving crisply, but he's very much played second fiddle since.
He's pushed off the back foot by Slater up towards mid-off, but it was a very gentle push, so Bailey had to come and meet the ball rather than the ball running to him. By the time he did that, he's got through for a single. 135 now and 327 for 2.
Stu Scott's with us. I'm going to say good morning. We're past the yard arm. Hello, Stu. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Hartley to Clark. Oh, that's 4. That's absolutely cracked away through mid-wicket. Just dropping short there, Hartley, and Clark said, "I'll have a bit of that, please, if you don't mind." He muscled that one away underneath Liam Hurt, and I think that would have gone right through him had he got his body behind it. Such was the strength of the hit. 4 to end the over. 331 for 2. Slater on 135. Clark on 38.
Yeah, Clark's highest score of this Bob Willis trophy. Dangerous player when he gets a bit of momentum. This ball's taking some finding, some retrieving. A couple of Lancashire players out there wandering about at the base of the Larwood and Vose. It's hit the advertising boards and then flicked up and gone over the top of them, maybe clipping the rope first, which sometimes makes the ball go airborne, but they can't find it. They've now gone down around the back between the Larwood and Vose and the Hound Road stand. There's a locked gate there, so oh well, it doesn't matter. The umpire's got a new one in his pocket. He can use that one.
He's got a brand
new one. They can't find it. Look, where's it going?
See, I think it went between the gap of the two stands.
Well, it did, and there's a gate there. They can't do it.
Liam Livingston's kind of climbed up. Trying to find it. No, it's gone. It's gone. Can't find it.
Well, you better use this new one then. This is going to be crackers, isn't it? Have we got a ball in the box that is 91 overs old? Do they keep such things? I wouldn't have thought.
No idea. They're not going to find it here, are they?
No.
Jennings and Livingston and Bolson.
Unless they can get somebody with the key to the yard there of the Larwood and Vose public house. So I think it's gone somehow around the back. They're all saying the gate's locked. Can't get there. Well, it's maybe on the concourse by the Woodhead Hall, that sort of area. But we've got umpires on walkie-talkies, we've got batsmen taking on liquid, we've got one or two little posses of Lancashire players having a bit of a natter at this end. Sakib Mahmood and Tim Robinson chatting with Joe Clark. Not good for the over 8, as they say.
It is not, no. So, have we found it? I think they have. I think Liam Livingston has has a ball in his hand, so they must have retrieved it. After a slightly lengthy delay. There's a very kind of Sunday afternoon feel to proceedings at the minute. There's a very gentle pace around Trent Bridge. 331 for 2. With 40 minutes until lunch, because it's 1:10 lunch today. Making up for time lost yesterday, but we're not making up for time lost quickly. We have 79 overs remaining in the day's play. Keaton Jennings has bowled quite nicely. He's going to start his 6th over from the Radcliffe Road end. It's left by Slater. Into the gloves of Alex Davis. He's got three friends for company to his left-hand side. Liam Livingston at first slip. Stephen Croft at second. Rob Jones, he'll be chirping away, he's at gully. Can't keep still. He's a cover, it's the captain, Dane Villas. It's a deep point as well. Slater forward in defence and playing it back down the ground. To mid-on, where Tom Bailey, who just for a second or two after Dane Villas and Glenn Chappell had a little chat with each other, just started to twirl his arms around and move his hips as if to indicate that a decision had been made to take a new ball, but I suppose it's who takes it from the other end. That's chopped away down towards backward point, just for 1 run for Slater. So 331 for 2. Brings Clark on strike. And we have 40 minutes to go until lunch on this 3rd day, and so far Nottinghamshire have taken their total from 268 for 2 to 332 for 2, and Ben Slater's moved on to 136 not out. Joe Clark unbeaten on 38. We've got Keaton Jennings and Tom Hartley bowling currently for Lancashire, who are hampered by the fact that Luke Wood, one of their senior frontline bowlers, hasn't taken to the field today. For whatever reason, clearly not able to take to the field. So they're a bowler light, and also Josh Bohannon, who will be able to bowl a few overs, also not on the field as well. So they're a bit hampered by their options. Even though a new ball is due at the minute, they're deciding not to take it, perhaps for those reasons. So 332 for 2 knots in their first innings. 40 minutes to go until we get to lunch. No play meanwhile down in Southampton, the test match, the second test match between England and Pakistan. They've yet to get underway because of rain. And there's runs for Clark. Oh, just pushing the ball out to deep backward point, and Balderson having to scamper across the ground to field. Clark comes back to take his total up to 40. So yeah, I think, I mean, we're obviously speculating, but I think there's different reasons behind Lancashire's decision at the minute not to take a new ball, which they didn't do at New Road against Leicestershire, because I think they preferred the idea. They had a young attack for a start, but they preferred the idea of the older ball, and perhaps that's more difficult to get away, and with a limited number of overs. This next delivery is left by Clark and through to the keeper, no run. That was the kind of the approach that Lancashire had, so kind of more of a containing role than attacking and trying to bowl Nottinghamshire out, because of the way that the Bob Willis Trophy is this year. You don't have to take 20 wickets to win a game anymore. It's not required. Again, captain in conversation with two men of differing ages, the youngster George Balderson and the senior bowler in Tom Bailey. 3-3-4 for 2. Just a little heads up, by the way, to the lunch interval. For those with us on the live stream via Lancashire's website, that is, there will be a Legends episode for you coming up at lunch. It's Hartley bowls and Slater's forward in defence. Stuart Law will be the latest Lancashire legend, who's been speaking to his old mate Warren Hegg, and that will be with you to watch on the live stream on the Lancashire website at lunch. Likely to to Slater, turned, and ball just eased down towards short fine leg for one run. Slater moves to 137 not out. Score moves on to 335 for 2. Brings Clark back on strike. He's 40 not out, so 10 away from a very tidy half century. One slip in place. Hartley, who's a tall left arm spinner, he's into to Clark, and that's worked off the pads behind square on the leg side. Clark gets a single, 41 not out. Score moves on to 336 for 2. Halfway into his 10th over. Tom Hartley's on for 45 so far. Clutches the ball and then comes in, building a bit of momentum as he delivers. Forward goes Slater. It's dropped out to the onside where Willis picks up and sends the ball back towards the keeper, and Slater has to get out of the way of the ball as it comes into the gloves of Alex Davis. He's crouching down back behind the stumps. And it's worked into the onside. It's well guarded, that leg side, with a short square leg and a short mid wicket. And the ball is cut off by Tom Hartley, who comes up from square leg to field. By Liam Hurt, rather, from square leg. Hartley in and worked again into the onside, but again stopped well by Willis. Good work by those two at on the onside there, denying a couple of runs when perhaps Slater thought he may have done enough, certainly with the second one, to have got himself another single. But end of the over, 336 for 2. Slater 137 not out, and Clark unbeaten on 41.
Have you gone round the other scores?
I haven't, no.
No. In the North Group, they've taken an early lunch. That rain at Leicester forced them off. Leicestershire playing Durham. Durham 250 for 7 at that early lunch. Yorkshire have declared at home to Derbyshire 400 for 6, so they've got maximum batting points. Around the country quickly. Glamorgan 118 all out, Gloucestershire 6 for 1, Northants 177 for 8, replying to Worcestershire's 219, Warwickshire 121, Somerset 306 for 8. Still not started at Arundel between Hampshire and Surrey, where it rained overnight. Middlesex 194 for 6 at Canterbury against Kent, and at Hove Sussex 194 all out, Essex a 7 for 1. Is it Dane Vilas who's getting a little bit of attention?
It is, yeah.
From the physio. The only 2 wickets to go down in this match, remember. Asib Ahmed, LBW George Balderson for 22, that was 78 for 1, and Ben Duckett, LBW bowled Bailey for 116, 256 for 2, so that second wicket put on 178, the third wicket so far added 80. Birthdays today, famous people. Thierry Henry is 43, the footballer. Robert De Niro 77. 98 years ago today, Roy Tattersall was born. Lancashire off spinner, played 16 times for England. And on this day in 1966, Notts were playing Lancashire at Trent Bridge, and Mike Smedley was awarded his county cap before the start of play, and then scored 134 not out during the day. Dane Vilas still receiving attention from the Lancashire physio.
Yeah, I think he must, when he stopped the ball, I presume he must have kind of grazed or cut his either forearm or around his wrist, because yeah, a bit of plaster has been applied, so he must have cut the skin when he was stopping the ball.
Mentioned earlier the likes of Stephen Mullaney, who played for both sides, of course, in relatively recent times, I guess in the last 40 years or so. Jack Bond, of course, famous Lancashire skipper, won so much, didn't he, with the Red Rose. He came to Trent Bridge, had a year as Nottinghamshire skipper. We're going to get going again with Keaton Jennings bowling to Clark, who defends. Jason Gallion I mentioned. Oliver Newby, Kyle Hogg, Ashwell Prince, the South African, played for both counties. Gary Keady, of course, ended his career here after a long spell with Lancashire. Asiba Mead, Tom Morse went on loan to Old Trafford and made his first-class debut for Lancashire in 2016. Peter Siddle played for both counties. Jennings bowls and past the outside edge with Clark nibbling at it. As it goes through to the keeper, I'm sure there's plenty more that I've forgotten. Andrew Parker, why is Villas not receiving treatment off the field? Blatant time wasting. Yeah, I didn't see it as such, Andrew. I clearly nicked his finger, and you wave the physio on, and the physio sometimes they'll say, "Well, just hang on a minute. We'll pop a plaster on." This is clipped away on the leg side. 3-3-7 for 2. Clark on to 41, and Lancashire are bowling their overs. They're ahead of the over rate, so they did have a minute or two in hand. Slater on 137. What did he get? 172 and 22 against Lancashire in the match at New Road. Here's Jennings in to bowl to him, and he's mistimed that. I'm not sure where he was trying to hit it, whether he was trying to square cut it or pull it, but in the end he sort of flat battered it along the ground to mid-on, and there's no run. So if it was 194 runs at New Road, 331 now against Lancashire this season. This one's just dropped down into the gully where Rob Jones does the fielding.
Yes, Dean Villas said Ben Slater is our nemesis so far in the Bob Willis Trophy.
3-3-7 for 2. On 137 still. Keaton Jennings bowls to him. This time it's cut over the top of the catching cord, and it might even have gone between second slip and gully, but got away with it. Gets a boundary. Keaton Jennings has been fairly miserly up to that point, but has now concluded his 7th over, none for 14, and Slater into the 140s for the second time in a couple of weeks. 341 for 2. So Nottinghamshire bearing down on a 4th batting bonus point.
Our colleague Martin Emerson has just tweeted a little video of the rain, which is absolutely chucking it down at Grace Road. So they're off there. Yeah.
It follows him around. It follows him around.
Right.
See Tom Bailey, I don't know if he's just feeling stiff or he's got the nod, but he just whirled his arms around once, so maybe that the second new ball might become an option.
Yes, it looks like he's just kind of increased his warm-up, doesn't it, Mr. Bailey? It's Hartley to Clark, who defends.
Andy Easom says good afternoon to you both. Clouding over in Long Eaton, not looking good on the radar for an hour or so.
Clark waits as Hartley a little bit more flight, and he gets forward and able to push it into the offside, where the busy Dane Villas at extra cover fields is no run. Oh yeah, this is a proper warm-up, isn't it, by Bailey now?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Proper twist of the hips and a roll of the shoulders. Hartley to Clark again. He's forward in defence and there's no run.
While you were out, I know you've just been to the back of the box to take a call. Somebody did wonder if that was a little bit of time wasting from Lancashire with Dane Villas getting the physio on, but I sort of shot it down. I certainly don't think it was.
It's a fuller, quicker ball by Hartley, which is punched up to mid-on, no run.
I don't think it was at all, and somebody can't find it now. Just a moment.
No, I think he cut his his wrist or his arm. He stopped the ball. Hartley back in. Clark whips it through mid-wicket, but there's a bit of protection on that leg side boundary. So just a single for Clark. He's to 43 now. 342 for 2.
Yeah, David Taylor, time wasting. Of course, the game is so finely balanced that time wasting, it obviously was. No, I don't think so. I think Lancashire have certainly tried just to slow the momentum of these two down, but not necessarily resorting to underhand tactics.
Slater wants a run here and gets one actually onto the front foot, just pushing it out into the offside, and Hartley has to complete the fielding off his own bowling. That is the end of the over. I think Bailey has removed his cap and the decision has been made to bring him into the attack, and the new ball has rolled out of the plastic bag held by umpire Baldwin and is in the hand of the Lancashire captain Willis.
Yeah, it's, you know, for a while it seemed it would only be an error from the batsman that would produce a wicket, and this may be an opportunity just to do something a little different. You're quite right. Sometimes the new ball does bring a glut of runs, but Lancashire are in a position now where if they let it drift any further, they're not going to get any bowling points at all, are they?
Yeah, still searching for their first point of the game. Nottinghamshire have 3.
343 for 2 after 95 overs. So Notts have got 15 overs in which to get 57. That's sort of the rate they've been going along at. Here's Bailey to bowl to Slater, edged and caught. First ball with the second new ball, and Ben Slater has to go. That's a good catch. Stephen Croft in the gully has pouched it, and Slater is out for 142. So Lancashire do get that bowling bonus point. Very decent catch. It went quickly, squared Slater up and shot off the outside edge. Just that extra bit of hardness has done for him. Second wicket for Bailey, and on his return he's dismissed Ben Slater, caught by Croft for 142. He faced 298 balls in all, and it's 17 fours. And it says he batted for 409 minutes. I make it he's been batting for about 50 hours. Top stuff from Ben Slater, and he deserves to be walking off to a standing ovation. But of course, you can hear now a dozen or so of his teammates and squad members just applauding at the far end. Slater out for 142, Notts a 343 for 3.
That's an excellent century, wasn't it? Really good century by Ben Slater, who looks in magnificent form, or at least every time I see him. He looks in great form. That was a proper serious knot, isn't it? You know, batting for, what was it, 50 hours, you say? Yeah. That's a really, really good century from Slater, as indeed it was for Leicestershire in the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy. There's hardly jubilant celebrations from Lancashire, obviously, because Notts have got plenty of runs on the board and are eyeing up, getting up to 400 and getting that maximum batting point. Certainly get 4 batting points. They're only 7 runs away from getting to 350, but well within the chance of getting maximum batting points. The first one on the board for Lancashire of the game brings out the Nottinghamshire captain Stephen Mullaney to join Joe Clark, who's 43 not out.
Yeah, Mullaney always likes to bat positively in any case, doesn't he? Not necessarily come out all guns blazing. It's just his way, just to always be on the front foot, always try and take the pressure to the bowler. There is Bailey into Mullaney, who pushes up to mid-on. It was a Mullaney push and run in that last match against Yorkshire. Mullaney pushing it in the general vicinity of Jordan Thompson that cost Joe Clark his wicket. So we'll have to look out for some sharp singles. Joe Clark will not want to go for one that's going to leave him in trouble anymore. Or again, here's Bailey in. bowls. Mulaney works it away to Hartley, and I take that back. They will go for a risky single to get Stephen Mulaney off the mark. Hartley, left-handed, wasn't he? And it was to his right. You'd like to say that the batsman had weighed that up, but I don't think they had. I think that was another push and run.
Gets him off the mark, doesn't it?
It gets him off the mark and
keeps Clark on his toes.
yeah.
Willis diving about, backing up as well. He landed with a bit of a thud on the pretty hard ground.
Yeah, there's nothing better as a batsman to get off the mark with a 5, is there? A one that goes for 4 overthrows, and had Willis not managed to get across there so quickly, it would have done. Oh, that's squared Clark up. Just suddenly, it's a different contest.
Aye, yeah. Well, with Bailey with a new ball, that will be a pretty stern examination. It'll be intriguing to see who they turn to from the far end. I presume hurt, but what's he had off here? Kind of about 45 minutes, something like that.
It's not showing signs that he's going to be bowling in 2 deliveries time. Here's Bailey into Clark, walks towards the batsman, lets the ball thud into his pads, would have drifted down the leg side, and there's nothing doing. Lunch at 1:10, remember, and maybe that any foul weather that we get might just arrive or materialise during the luncheon interval, because it's gone a bit dark and there's a few dark ones blowing this way. A little bit of rain around the county, around the local area, I understand. Next one, pushed back to the bowler by Clark. Fine over from Bailey. 23 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 62 for Tom Bailey. He dismissed Ben Duckett on Saturday afternoon, and now he's got rid of Slater.
George Balderson, I think, will take the new ball for Lancashire from that far end. It's in bowl today, so he's been held back. Looks like it's going to be Balderson. He's bowled 13 overs in the game so far, 1 for 50. Just a reminder that Lancashire are without Luke Wood, who's not been seen today, and still no Josh Bohannon, who also is an option, not necessarily with a new ball, but he's a bowling option for Lancashire.
I mean, he was on the field this morning, Bohannon, and then it just looked like, I spotted it, he just wanted a quick comfort break at the end of an over. I remember on commentary saying, he's making that signal with his hands that you see football managers do, I'm about to make a substitution. Can somebody come and just give me a quick spell? But he's not been back. Whether the two of them are not feeling well, I'm sure will be revealed a little later on.
Well, it's a good chance for George Balderson to see what he can do with a new ball to impress his captain.
Mentioned a time or two, it's not time wasting, but they're not rushing, are they? They're meandering about. There's an awful lot of meandering being done. Rob Jones is now coming for a meander down this end.
Aye, yeah. There's certainly a sense of, understandably so, of kind of slowing things down a little, which obviously works in Lancashire's favour, in theory. Here's Balderson then running in towards it from the pavilion end. And that's down the leg side to Mulaney and stopped by Alex Davis.
I don't know. Is it in Lancashire's interest to play the game at a slow pace? Is bonus points up for grabs? Might be some time lost to the game.
3 slips and a gully. Jennings, Livingston, Croft, the 3 slips. Balderson bowling to Mulaney. Has he edged that? Or at least Lancashire think he has, but nothing particularly convincing from the bowler. Slips and the keeper got a bit excited, and the young bowler kind of joined him because he thought he better had to. So the umpire says not out. 3:44 for 3. Bit of excitement from behind. Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis, Liam Livingston were hopping about for a few seconds.
There might have been an exchange as well between batsmen and fielders. Get away with you.
Balderson in and Mulaney defending into the offside. And he's up towards the non-strikers end. He moves to 2. 345 for 3. I was just thinking it was 2009, wasn't it? You mentioned this on Saturday when Stephen Mulaney left Lancashire to join
winter,
Notts. I reckon that would mean, I mean, apart from Chappie and Chilton, I think just Stephen Croft.
Yeah.
There's nobody else knocking around for Lancashire at the minute that he would have played with.
And Carl Brown was his big chum, wasn't he?
Yeah.
A couple of years since he finished.
Balderson to Joe Clark, who comes a step down the pitch and pushes the ball up towards mid-on. Perhaps Liam Livingston would have been coming through the academy when Stephen was still at Lancashire. We spoke to him actually on Friday. We did a piece with Stephen Mulaney on BBC Radio Lancashire previewing the game, and
oh yes,
and he was saying hi as Balderson comes in. And Clark again coming down the pitch towards the ball and flicks the ball down towards Bailey at long leg and comes back for a couple. And Clark moves to 45. Score moves on to 347 for 3. Saying how much that as much as he enjoyed his time at Lancashire, and obviously he's from the northwest.
Yep.
Absolutely Notts man. Much he's settled into life in the East Midlands, and proud he is to captain this club. Balls to Clark, who's playing it right back down the pitch, and a very flamboyant stop off his own bowling from Balderson after a very kind of flamboyant push back towards him by the batsman. It's the end of the over. 347 for 3.
79 runs have been added this morning for Nottinghamshire. Just the 1 wicket taken out of Ben Slater. Interesting to see if Notts changed things around, but no real reason why they should. From the first 2 Bob Willis Trophy games, we know Peter Trigo can give it a bit of a whack, and of course Tom Moores can. He was in fabulous form last week, scoring a century against Yorkshire. And then Samit Patel. They still keep coming. 347 for 3. There's Bailey. In. Mulaney gets it away on the leg side. Probably a couple of runs. Hartley's after it. He should pull it back inside the ropes in case he slips. No, yep, just a couple of runs. And Mulaney on his way with 4 now. 349 for 3. And Notts need 1 more for that 4th batting bonus point. It's our job to sort of describe what's going on, but I'm almost thinking I'd tempt fate if I said it, but those clouds almost seem to have got to Trent Bridge and thought, oh hang on, there's a game of cricket going on there. Someone's clipped away straight to Hartley. There's no run. Oh, there's floodlights there. We don't want to go anywhere near that, and they've skirted down to the south of the ground.
They have. They've been very friendly, those clouds, haven't they? Very polite.
Like I say, their big brother might be following on during the lunch interval, but let's just hope. Session played totally under the floodlights. The 6 floodlights here at Trent Bridge. This one's into the pad of Mulaney. Deflects away on the leg side. No run. It's the 98th over. So Notts just got to make sure they don't ease up and sort of play for lunch or anything, or it might make the task of getting to 400 a little harder. Did we say 1:10 lunch?
Yeah, I think so.
349 for 3. Clark leans on his bat at the non-striker's end on 45. Watches as his captain blunts Tom Bailey's latest delivery.
James Taylor's here, just walking around the edge of the ground. So
in a sense, it's a little easier for the the selectors, I guess, with all the matches being live streamed, but in another sense there's nothing to beat being there and seeing somebody performing live, is there? Nice to get to game still. 3:49 for 3. The next one is through Mullany and into the keeper's gloves. So I've got to pop and do a 1 o'clock next door. I'll just leave you with your own thought then, as you saw James Taylor before I did, and just say, who's he come to watch?
Maybe just come for a pleasant chat and a little afternoon out. Bit of fresh air. Watch a bit of live cricket. Not much happening down in Southampton, that's for certain. The weather looks pretty bleak at the Ageas Bowl. Barely bowling to Mullany, and that's driven up to Dane Willis at mid-off. No run, 349 for 3. Clark has 45. Mullany, the new batsman, the skipper, joining Joe Clark, is unbeaten on 4. Lancashire with 2 players unable to take to the field, albeit Bohannon did, but has since gone off and hasn't been seen since, and Luke Wood hasn't been seen all morning. So they're a little light with their bowling options. They've still got Mahmood on the field. He's at mid-on. Just a fraction darker because you can see the stickers on the back of Joe Clark's bat just starting to catch the floodlights there, just shining a little. There is Balderson to Clark. Drives handsomely enough, but not beyond Liam Hurt at cover. And there is no run, but as Dave mentioned, we've been playing with the floodlights on all morning, but it was a little grey and gloomy before the sun came out for half an hour or so. Well, at least we had an uninterrupted session so far. And Clark coming towards the bowler, just drops the ball out into the offside. And there is no run. Played very nicely for his 45 so far as Joe Clark. But I'm sure they've enjoyed watching Slater and Duckett bat on Saturday, and Slater continuing this morning. Be thinking with his runs on this pitch. He's got 45 of them so far. Balderson back into Clark, who has a little nibble at the ball that just moves away. That new ball into the gloves of Alex Davis. Who has a little chat with Keaton Jennings, who we did see bowl a little earlier on today. Hasn't bowled an enormous amount for Lancashire. In fact, Chris Rimmer telling me that he's bowled 67 overs for Lancashire since he arrived from Durham and picked up 7 wickets. Clark would try to drive it into the offside. The ball comes off the inner half of the bat and disappears out through the leg side for a single. 46 not out, and that does bring up the 350. So Nottinghamshire got themselves a 4th batting bonus point. And there's 2 balls left of this over, which is the 99th. 21 overs left to get 50 more runs. Mullany plays the ball out into the offside, and there is no run. So 21 overs left after this one to see if they can get up to 400. I presume if they can do that inside 120, then they'll just declare. There isn't really much point in trying to bat on and try and pick up some bowling points. Balderson back into Mullany, who's forward and defending. He's pushing it back towards the bowler. No run, so there we go. That's the end of that one. 350 runs on the ball, 3 wickets have been used to get to that 350. We're heading into the final 7 or 8 minutes of the morning session. Bailey already stood at the top of his mark at the Radcliffe Road end. He's picked up 2 for 64 from 24 overs. He bowled really well again first thing this morning. I thought he bowled well on the first day as well. The game belongs to Slater and Duckett so far, and now Clark trying to etch his name into the reports of this match. Well, a loose shot though. We're approaching lunch. In fact, we've got about 7 minutes to go until we get to lunch. And Nottinghamshire are 350 for 3. So Lancashire have picked up 1 wicket so far today. Ben Slater out for an excellent 142. He batted superbly, but eventually caught by Stephen Croft at Gully off the bowling of Tom Bailey as soon as Lancashire took that new ball. Joe Clark unbeaten on 46 and Stephen Mullaney on 4 knots. So 350 for 3. Bailey over the wicket to Clark, who's working the ball up to mid-on, but for no run. .46 not out. Clark has used his feet not so much to Bailey, which is a little more understandable, but he has to bowl some, being keen to try and take at least a half a step towards the bowler, but Bailey, the premier bowler for Lancashire, not quite as attacking. Punch back towards Tom Bailey. Mid-on comes round to pick up the ball. And again, there is no run. Plenty of little conversations taking place. First slip and second slip. Point and cover. Mid-off and the bowler. All having a little natter. Bailey with squad number 8 on his back. A red streak down his right trousers. He's back in and bowling over the wicket to Clark, who's flicking it out into the onside, gathered by Tom Hartley. And there's no run. 2 balls left of this over, and that's well, at least 1. Obviously, might even squeeze 2 in because Botherson's pretty quick. 1:05. Could be Bailey's final over of the morning. I don't think Lancashire should be too eager to have another one before lunch. And bounding back in, the big seamer from Preston, and bowls to Clark, who's right in behind it and easing the ball out to Liam Hurt at cover. No run. You know, there's a little wander out to square leg. He felt like he's just wringing his right hand there as he pushed that one away. The vibrations at the bat handle. Walks out to square leg, takes his glove off, gives it a bit of a shake. Settles back into his crease. His skipper, he's just leaning on his bat with his right hand on his hip. And watching Tom Hartley being pushed back from square leg to deep square leg. So the 2 leg side fielders are out on the boundary rope. Bailey wants his long leg to come a little squarer. Clark has a little wander down the pitch and does a bit of gardening. There we go, final ball of this over from Bailey. With a wicket to Joe Clark, who allows it to travel safely into the gloves of Alex Davis. End of the over, perhaps just a 1 more to come, but probably will be just a 1 more to come at 7 minutes past 1. 350 for 3. Stephen Mullaney has 4 and Joe Clark has 46.
Seemed like both sides were determined to hang out that last delivery long enough to make sure there'd only be time for 1 more over. As you say, the bowler was making Clark wait, and then when he was ready, Joe Clark, well, I'll go down and do a bit of gardening now.
Thanks to Chris, who's said, don't be silly, it's 110 overs for a bonus point. You're quite right, Chris.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
There's 10 to go. What did you say?
I said there's 20 to go. 20 left of the innings.
20 in the innings, yeah.
10 to go for bonus points.
Could be fun after lunch, assuming that conditions are fine and we go back out there. They might look to push on a little bit. Here's Balderson then, starting his 16th over, bowling to Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain. He's just fed that one away on the leg side, despite the oohs and ahs from the bowler. Thought he was through Mulaney's defences. Joe Clark, 46 not out. Ground staffer poised by the hover cover. Just in a precautionary role, I think, just to get it out there in time for the luncheon interval in a moment or two. Dane Vilas doesn't want to bowl any more overs.
Nope.
The Lancashire captain's polishing and triple polishing this brand new ball, and moving fielders a yard this way and a yard that, and having a chat with Balderson, and just generally making sure that you can serve lunch now, because we'll be there in a minute, as Clark clips this one away behind square on the leg side. Mahmood doing the fielding. Good throw into the gloves of Davis. Two England Lions players. Mahmood, of course, a full England international. Davis not yet at that level, but I'm sure he'll get there. I'm sure he'll get his opportunity. 3:52 for 3. Stephen Mulaney has 5. The Notts captain pushed. Or did he push at that one, or did he withdraw the bat? But doesn't make contact with it. That's the most important thing. 3:52 for 3.
We have got lucky, you know, Dave, because look at our colleagues at Grace Road putting pictures of the conditions there in Leicester. It looks pretty grim. Been a little fortunate, haven't we, I think?
Just touch this wooden desk in front of you. Yeah. Looks to be filling in again. Way to the southwest, East Midlands Airport sort of area. There's Balderson. In. Mulaney leaves it alone. It's a good job he didn't nick it, because wicketkeeper Davis didn't take it cleanly. 2 balls left before lunch, and there'll certainly be no more than that. So the morning session began with Nottinghamshire carrying on from Saturday's score. No play yesterday, remember. There were 268 for 2. Ben Slater was 111 not out. Joe Clark was 4 not out. Healthy progress this morning until 343 was on the board as Mulaney pushes us back to the bowler. Start of the 96th over. Lancashire decided to take the second new ball, and wouldn't you know it, first ball with it. Slater nicked to gully where Stephen Croft took a sharp low catch. Slater out after batting for 6 hours and 49 minutes. Faced 298 balls, 17 fours in his fabulous knock. His 7th first-class century, his 2nd this season, his 2nd against Lancashire, and his 3rd for Notts. Next one goes through to the keeper. Stephen Mulaney is 5 not out. Joe Clark is 47 not out, and time, gentlemen, please, I think has been called by Paul Baldwin and Tim Robinson, and the players are going to troop off with Nottinghamshire. 3:52 for 3. So they need 48 from 9 overs to get maximum batting points. Lancashire have got a bit of work to do to get another bowling point. At lunch, Nottinghamshire 3:52 for 3.
Thanks, Dave. Various people going in different directions here. For those listening online on the BBC Sport website and app, back with you hopefully in around about 40 minutes. Medium wave listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire, you'll be rejoining the main FM output for the lunch interval. And for those who are watching on the live stream as the hover cover comes across Trent Bridge as the players make their way back towards the pavilion, perhaps the ground staff just precautionary in case that rain cloud does circle above and does rain during lunch, getting the hover cover in position just in case. But for those on the live stream watching on Lancashire's website, a chance to enjoy the latest edition of the Lancashire Legends. Today it is Stuart Law in conversation with Warren Heck.
So next up, we're chatting to a Lancashire legend. We've got probably one of the best batsmen that I ever played with, and I played with some great players over my time, but a guy that made batting look so easy and was a pleasure to watch. You know, there's money if I had to pay some money, I'd pay some money to watch this guy. Great mate of ours, a great servant at Lancashire cricket. Welcome, Stuart Law. How are you doing, Stewie?
Chucky, thanks for that, mate. No, I'm very good. Climbing the walls, but getting through. It's tough times at the moment, but we've got to do what we can to keep sane. And that couple of hours each day you're allowed outside is a godsend.
You make the most of them, don't you? You make the most of them couple of hours, let me tell you.
So you take a couple of extra minutes here and there. I'm at Leeds. I'm in Leeds at the moment. My son's at a cricket college up here. And I managed to escape London just before the lockdown started. Otherwise, it would have been even worse being in London by yourself with your wife and son up here. But I managed to get up to Leeds, and we're in a 2-bedroom apartment. We're not clawing each other's eyes out just yet, but it has come close a couple of times. But spending our time wisely, getting into Game of Thrones, which I'm on to series 3. We watch that as a family each night and getting through that. But starting to enjoy it. It's
good fun, isn't it? And during this lockdown, you find yourself watching stuff you wouldn't normally watch, would you? I mean, I watched. I don't know if you've seen it on that box set. I watched the test of the Australian test team. Magnificent viewing.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. And to be honest, I thought that your dressing room is it's sacred. To allow cameras in is one thing. And look, Australian cricket are trying ways to open it up to everybody and let everybody see what actually goes on, which is it's a great concept. As long as they don't show the team song, I think that's probably the one rule you'd have. But I haven't seen it. I've heard a lot about it. One day I might get round to Game of Thrones, mate. It's killing it at the moment.
Really? Right, I might have to give that a go. So let's turn to cricket, Stewie. It's been your life. You've been a brilliant servant to the game. You've been a player. You've been a captain. You're now a coach. But where did it all start for you back in Queensland all those years ago?
I was born into a cricket family. I was basically born with a cricket bat in my hand. My grandfather played to a high level, a decent level in country cricket. He also played very good tennis. My father was an excellent player. He's probably a better rugby union player than he was a cricketer, but loved cricket as well. My uncles played. So Christmas Day was probably the toughest cricket I've ever played. Particularly as I got older and into Queensland teams, I was the prize scalp every day. And on a 13-yard strip, even when you're 6 years old, you're copping bruises. You'd come away with welts from the day. Such competitive days of cricket, they were great. When I was 5, mate, my grandfather at my parents' house, he took me outside and he put a cricket bat and a tennis racket against the back wall of the yard and said, "Right, come here, son. You pick one. I'll teach you how to play." And Buffhead here picked the cricket bat. If I had chosen the tennis racket, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. But,
you could have been the next Pat Cash.
Well, geez, yeah. I don't know about that. Probably the same temperament. I'd be on a beach in Monaco or something like that. It'd be a different lifestyle. But no, cricket's given me so much, mate. I owe a lot to the game. I owe a lot to the people that I've met along the journey. And believe me, to say you've got friends, not only in your native country, but also, all around the world, now West Indies as well, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, it's South Africa. It's amazing, and every time you travel, if you're lucky enough to get to, one of the nice places, you can always call on someone to go and have a beer with.
Absolutely. Let's take you back to them early days. You made your Queensland debut in the late 80s, I think it was 88, but that same year as well, you can remember it, it was the McDonald's Bicentennial Youth World Cup.
Yeah.
And you
100%,
in Denmark. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, in the country areas of Victoria. Yeah, mate, in the country areas of Victoria and South Australia, we'd embarked on before that happened, we embarked on a 7-week tour of New Zealand as the under-19 Australian team. Which is unheard of nowadays. If you go away for a tour, it's a quick dine and dash, basically in for 2 weeks and out again. But 7 weeks we had touring around New Zealand, so we really bonded as a unit before that World Cup started. And my word, we had such a great time over there. Played some really good cricket, and then the concept was probably a little bit lost on us at the time. The Youth World Cup, we thought this is a great opportunity to play against, other nations. But then to actually, we locked horns in the semi-final, I think, with you guys, and
Yeah.
we actually went through and beat Pakistan in the final. So it was amazing, period of time. And to go back and you look at all the players that have gone through. Remember, Inzamam Ul-Haq was a left-arm spinner in that final, batted at number 7.
Yeah.
So, things had just turned. Played against Mushtaq Ahmed, Narendra Hirwani.
Yeah.
There was a guy from the West Indies called Samuel Skeet. Gee, man, he was fast. He lived across the road from Malcolm. He lived across the road from Malcolm Marshall, and he looked and bowled exactly like him.
He certainly did. I remember.
Brian Lara was in that side as well. So there's some unbelievable. And don't forget the England side. You were stacked with future superstars, weren't you? Yourself, you had Chris Lewis, Nasser Hussain, Mike Atherton, Mark Ramprakash, just to name a few.
Chris
so there
Lewis,
was,
like you say, we had a great nine of those teams that represented England in that under-19s World Cup went on to play for the full England team. Which I've been looking down. I've been looking down at your team as well. I remember you came in. You were one of the leading batsmen in the tournament. I remember thinking, how are we going to get this kid out? He came in. You look like Dean Jones. You batted like Dean Jones. Your style, the way you conducted yourself.
Don't say that too loud. Dino won't like that.
Oh, you were better than Dino.
Well, mate, he was one hell of a player. I was lucky enough to play against Dino a lot in Shield cricket. You learn a lot just watching the great players. I didn't model myself on Dino. I probably modelled myself more on, Greg Chappell, Martin Crowe, those types of players. I wish I had the power of Viv Richards, and out of those 3 players, I became who I was.
Yeah, and batting long periods of time, Stu, that was one of your fortes. You were attacking batsman, but you could also bat for a long period of time, and built innings around the situation you were in. I remember no one played Mushtaq in county cricket. Everyone was prodding and messing around and nicking it through the slips, and you came in. You scored 100 against Mushy virtually every time you played with him. So was it something that was born out of the hard knocks that you learnt in Australia?
Yeah, possibly, Chuck. When I played the game, I always wanted to take the game forward. I didn't want to let the game just peter into a no contest, a draw. Always tried to get our position into a dominant position. And sometimes you live and die by the sword. If you're driving on the up through cover at the Gabba, if you nick one, well, you nick 25 of them. Eventually you're going to get one right. So I always try to take the game forward. But as you say, the older I got and the more, don't forget, I grew up and I played cricket, and when I was scoring runs, I was always told, and not words, but actions and things that happened to me, that I wasn't good enough. So I had a career of trying to prove people wrong. People saying I should have been picked for Australia, should have been picked here, should have been doing this, doing that, and I wasn't. So basically I was being told I wasn't good enough. So out of that, it took me a while to realise, much to the despair of a few family members, teammates and supporters. Yeah. But in the end, I got to a stage where I could play one-day cricket and go at better than a run of ball. I could play 20-20 cricket and go at 130 plus. And I could play 4-day cricket, test cricket, and I could bat for 7 to 10 hours. But in that period of time, I knew that I couldn't score at a rate in these 4-day games. I couldn't score at a rate that I wanted to all the time. I had to temper it, and I had to make sure that I got into a situation of the game, as you said, to be able to capitalise. And some days in 4-day cricket, you can play your best 20-20 or 50 over games easy. So. That's the way I did it, mate. I love batting. My time in England was, once again, every time I went out to play, that was my test match. Because I was playing against foreigners, and I made every opportunity to let everyone know that I could play the game.
Oh, that's right. You came over to Essex as their overseas player. I think you had 5 or 6 years with Essex, where, if I'm not mistaken, Stewie, you averaged 50 in every one of those years, which was unbelievable stats, really, for an overseas player.
Yeah, I had a couple of good teachers. Back in Queensland, I had Alan Border to stand there, and he was named Captain Grumpy of the Australian team. When he came back, I played club cricket with him as well. So when he came back to club cricket, he was just a normal, everyday bloke. Playing for Queensland, he ramped it up quite a lot. But he always kept telling you, you've never got enough. Even if you think you've got this game sorted, you know where you got to keep fighting. And then going from there to Essex, AB actually recommended me to Essex. I had Graham Gooch, who I learned how to play spin, standing at second slip, asking Gooch questions. Probably at some stage he wished I could move out to deep mid wicket or just to give him a break. But I just asked him questions on how to do it, and he taught me how to play spin without a cricket bat, without throwing me any balls, but by just talking me through it, and then me going out applying it into practice in the middle. He didn't practice too much in those days, and working it out for myself. So. Yeah, I mean, those 6 years at Essex were some of the best cricket I've played, some of the best times I've had on and off the field down there. I've got some great mates still down there in Essex. And, it was a part of my learning curve. I came there I had to follow Alan Board and Mark Waugh, so I had to be pretty good to sort of, be considered one of the good players. And I tried to emulate, if not do better than them. I think I came out on top.
Most definitely. You had a really successful time. And let's move on to your time with us at the Red Rose. And I'll never forget that time, Stewie. You came up. You were in the peak of your skills at that time. You were scoring runs in every competition possible. White ball, red ball. And I remember a conversation that me and you had in the middle of the pitch. I think I said to you, "Have you not got enough these lower days? Can you not give someone else a bit of a go?" Can you remember that?
Well, I remember we had quite a few conversations that week, Chuck, and I reckon I started off by saying, "I hear you're looking for a number 4 batsman." Creepy Crawley had just announced he was going to Hampshire, and I asked you were keeping, standing up to Murali, and I'm standing there asking you, I reckon I'm your man. It was a perfect fit for me. Essex, the time had come to an end. Unfortunately, it ended in unfortunate circumstances. But, I'm now married. My wife's from, just outside Liverpool, coming home closer to her family, who, one of my, I love them to pieces, love them like my own. We just thought, what a great opportunity this would be if I could actually play for Lancashire. And having played for Littleborough, used to go and watch Lancashire in the 90s, early 90s, knowing the history that you guys created, and to be part of it and hopefully try and take it on and better it or contribute to it, was an appealing factor. I never forget asking you if you're looking for a number 4 batsman, and I got peeled off for 100 in the first innings, not out, and then came out in the second innings and said, "You sure? I'm your man, mate. I'm your man." And you go, "Oh, we'll have a beer at the end of this game," and I'm still not 100% sure. Then I got 100 in the one-day game, and I said, "Mate, let's buddy sit down and have a chat." And you go, "Yep, no problem."
I think the conversation was, "We need to sign this kid straight away. We need to sign him now before anyone else signs him." And you came to Lancashire. You were super successful again. Great team, man. Great. When I was captain, it was great to have someone like you that I could feed on your experiences from your Queensland days as captain and the success that you had, and you fitted straight into that team and was super successful.
Yeah, well, one thing I've always tried to do is, no matter where I go, I become that that player. I moved from Essex, and at Essex I was Essex through and through. If someone came in and tried to talk us down, I'd try and beat them off. The same thing with Lancashire. When I turned up to Lancashire, I was a Lancashire player. It didn't matter about Essex anymore. I was Lancashire. So everywhere I've gone, I've put my heart and soul into that time. And that was whether it's just worrying about scoring the runs, whether it's doing what the team needs at a certain time that no one else wants to do. I'm happy to do the tough yards, and also making sure that we're having some fun, because I knew along the way that if we're not having fun, we're not doing this right, because it can become an absolute grind. And, boys talk about this day and age, the amount of cricket they play. Geez, I remember travelling up and down motorways, getting home at 3 o'clock and then the next day you're lining up for another one-day game or
Sure.
a T20 or whatever it was. It's just water off a duck's back. We just loved it. I absolutely loved the time at Old Trafford. Playing at Old Trafford for me was, it's steeped in history. At the time the ground was a bit old. I'd love to have played at the new Old Trafford. It looks an amazing stadium now. But having said that, there was so much history at that ground. The likes of Don Bradman walked out there and played, and in test matches. So every time I played, it was a test match. I just loved it. The crowd was supportive. Even on a bad day, they were some would get into you, but that's their right, and that sort of spurred us on a bit more.
Sure.
But the crowd we played for, massive membership. Every day there was something riding on it. So I just really resonated and love it. I still love Manchester today. One of the best cities, one of my favourite cities in the world. So I love going there. I still call it home when I'm away from Australia. And every time I drive into where I used to live in Wilmslow, I get a really good feeling, and I do feel very comfortable in that area. So I've got a real affinity with Lancashire, mate. Love it.
Definitely, yeah. And you had such a good time there. But like you say, career's come to an end, Stewie, and now you're in the coaching world. You've been a successful coach. You've been all over the world. Tell us a bit about your coaching experiences.
Well, it started with playing at Lancashire with Murley. I remember in 2009, I heard that they were looking for an assistant coach to Trevor Bayliss. At the time, I just negotiated with, funny enough, Middlesex to do some batting coaching for the club. I organised 70 odd days a year, which coming from a player to a coach, it pays significantly less. But then as I was driving back up the M1 or the M6, on the M6 for 4.5 hours just to go 6 miles, I had a call from Trevor Bayliss, just saying, look, we're looking for an assistant coach. Murley tells me that you're interested. Do you fancy coming out and hanging with us? This is 2009. It was the run into the 2011 World Cup. Sri Lanka were going to be, co-hosting it with India and Bangladesh. And I thought, what a great opportunity. I rang Gus Fraser. Gus said, look, mate, you got to go. So I got into coaching that way, really. What an introduction it was. My first job was to keep Murali away from the batters in Sri Lanka. Because, Murali had a great way with batsmen. Walking in, I was a good ball, no. Tough wicket, no. Bad shot, yeah. So that's the way I used to talk to the batter. So Mahela used to say to me, coach, just take him away, go and sit down there, drink tea all day with him. Don't let him anywhere near the batters. That was my job. One of them anyway. But it started from there, mates. And, we had a really good run. We lost the final in the World Cup 2011 to India. I don't think too many teams would have beaten MS Dhoni on that day. He was absolutely unbelievable. He was. And then from there, it just sort of, I changed teams, went to England with the Sri Lankan team. By then, Bangladesh had approached me to be their head coach. So I went off to Bangladesh to head coach. I lived in Dhaka for 12 months. Wow. That was interesting. Interesting experience. One that, I cherish because it was my first real go at head coaching, and, got the Bangladesh team up and running into an Asia Cup final for the first time in their history.
Yeah.
And then an opportunity came after that to go home and work in the academy in Australia. So moving back to my hometown of Brisbane, working at the High Performance Centre in Brisbane was once again too good to say no to. But from there, mates, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, a bit up and down. I coached Queensland, got relieved of my duties there in somewhat, well, diabolical terms, really. But anyway, life goes on. And then from there, mate, I got told that if I wanted to stay in cricket, I had to go overseas. So I went and coached in the Bangladesh Premier League. Had a meeting with Dave Cameron from the West Indies, and lo and behold, I ended up being the West Indies coach for 2 years. And I can say right now, 2 of the best years of coaching cricket my whole life.
Really?
Yeah, in cricket. Some of those players don't get enough credit for the way they go about their things. They love cricket. contrary to what people believe.
Yeah.
They absolutely love cricket. They talk cricket all day long. It's not about money. It's not about T20. It's not about this. They love Test cricket, and that really gave me a buzz, and I really enjoyed it. It came to an end early, but I saw the writing on the wall, and then lucky enough, Middlesex jumped in, and mate, now Lancashire's gone, and I'm now a Middlesex boy.
Listen, I'm sure if we cut you enough, we'd find a little red rose in there somewhere. Don't you worry about that.
I got the red shirt on, mate.
Yeah. You know what, Stuart? It's been brilliant to catch up with you, mate. It's you'll go down as one of Lancashire's best ever overseas players. Class batsman, great guy with the lads, and we're delighted to be able to spent half an hour having a chat and going over old times. Just before we finish, like we've done with all, would you like to give a message to people out there who are stuck inside and along the lines of staying safe?
Yeah, look, it is tough times, people. It's no one's enjoying it, that's for sure. There are some who have it a little bit easier, but mainly the guys on the front line. They're doing an amazing job keeping us safe, healthy. Even if we are struggling at times. I mean, if you utilise that hour you're allowed outside, get outside. If you're able to, take in some fresh air. Start a new hobby, do something that you've not done before, learn a language. I've contemplated doing that myself, but I struggle with English at the best of times, so I better stick to this one. But look, to everybody out there, look, stay safe, stay healthy, ride this out. The end is coming, I'm sure. It won't be too long before we're out there doing what we want to be doing, so stay safe.
looking first. That's at home. Well, he didn't. Forest, Tommy Forest. Next round up. No, I don't know. Where? Well, what? You know what I mean. Don't say what's happened to us. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Being politically incorrect and winding everybody up, but I'll still call them not. Them bubbles across there. That's childish, yeah. Full well, it's not their name. I'm amazed he's playing Olympics, if I'm honest with you. I'm really surprised. I thought we'd just scrap it for this week. Have you got a replay? Called off for the day at last. Nope. I thought that was a good scene, that.
Well, we're into, well, we should be into the afternoon session, but just a little bit of rain around, so just a slight delay to the start of the afternoon session. But Nottinghamshire will resume shortly on 352 for 3 in their first innings. Just a 1 wicket to fall today so far. Ben Slater out for 142, not set to resume on 352 for 3. Yeah, we should be back underway, I think, relatively soon. Just the ground staff going through their final procedures to get the ground ready. And the rope being dragged around the outfield and the cover is just slowly peeling off. So I don't think we're going to be too far away from a resumption. And looking at what's happened just a few miles south from here at Leicester, where it has been pretty bleak today. The fact that we've had as much as we have done has been is a real bonus, because the game between Leicestershire and Durham, they've called it quits already for the day. Such has been the amount of rain that's fallen there in Leicester. So it has been circling around us, but nothing too sinister in terms of the kind of volume of rain. The delays, because we had a bit of kind of light wispy rain in the air. I think had we been playing, I think we would just carried on playing, but couldn't start with it falling. So I don't think we're going to be too long away before we get the afternoon session underway with Nottinghamshire 352 for 3 in their first innings. Should be back with you for ball by ball commentary soon.
Including Slater was 94. Oh, good stuff, thank you, mate. indeed, yeah. Must have heard it in quite a while, yeah. Okay. No problem. Cheers, sir. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, pal. Thank you. Frank Willis, Herbert Suckett, and N.S. Mitchell Innes are the three other players who have scored 2 centuries for 2 different counties in the same season against Lancashire. Now, well, I've heard of Suckett and Wood, yeah, but I've certainly not heard of N.S. Mitchell Innes. Woolley for Kent, again, and the rest, and Clifford for Yorkshire and the rest. 1928, 1926, and 1935 on the service. That was for Oxford University, and you're not quite sure who they went in. Can't remember.
Well, welcome back. I promised you we wouldn't be too long. I said just a few minutes ago we wouldn't be too long, and we're not. The players are coming out, the umpires leading the way, Lancashire players, and then just behind them the 2 Nottinghamshire batsmen, because we had a little bit of a delay and we've lost a bit of time. Dave Prescott, have we not?
We've lost 6 overs.
Thank you. But I think we've been lucky compared to what's happened just a few miles south in Leicester.
Yeah, they've been called off for the day already, in case you hadn't heard. 63 overs remain in the day here, and we don't know if we'll get them all in, but whatever we do get, we'll be grateful for. And I'm really looking forward to this little passage of play, just to see how, I guess, both sides go about it. Nottinghamshire need 48 runs in 9 overs for maximum batting points, and are Lancashire going to just go defensive to try and stop them doing that, or are they going to try and push for the wickets they need to possibly get a second bowling point. It's going to be an interesting one. And then will Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, declare if and when they get to 400, or will he use the full 120 overs?
Indeed, yeah, quite intriguing to see how that will pan out. Whether I'm sure they will do their best to get these 48 runs to get up to 400 inside 110 overs if they can. Is there therefore much point in going on if you've got your allotted maximum batting bonus points? Do you declare and put Lancashire in and try and get some bowling bonus points?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we keep looking at the weather forecast and whatever. I'm sure they'll have a more accurate, more reliable weather device in the Nottinghamshire dressing room. You'd imagine so. They like to be on top of things like that, don't they? And they will, I'm sure, have found a plan A, the best way to go about this. Going to be Tom Bailey to get things up and running. There's one or two things about what we've seen so far. I know you've got a Ben Slater stat. Well, I've got a Ben Slater stat as well, which we'll give you in a second when Lancashire eventually decide whether they're going to have a third slip and a gully. It is the third slip. Here's Bailey then into bowl to Joe Clark, who's on 47, nudges this up to mid-on. Ben Slater is now at the moment the leading run scorer in the Bob Willis Trophy on 339 runs at an average of 67.8 with 2 centuries, followed by Jake Libby 333 for Worcestershire and David Milan 332 for Yorkshire.
I think he got 200 of those today, didn't he? In this game, yeah, Milan, double century.
352 for 3. Here's Bailey in. Clark walks towards him and then plays this to mid-wicket into the gap. They'll take a single. So Clark moves on to 48. 353 for 3. Well, what have you got about Slater?
Well, yes, and most of those runs, in fact, all of those runs have come against Lancashire, haven't they, for Ben Slater? Yeah, Chris Rimmer provided me with a little gem at lunch, so thank you, Chris. He's gone through the records and he can only find 3 other players who have scored 2 centuries for 2 different counties against Lancashire in the same season.
Here's Bailey. Stephen Mullaney's on strike. He's off strike by clipping this down to long leg for a single. He's on to 6. 354 for 3 for 2 different counties in the same season.
Well, yes, 2 different teams, shall we say, in the same season. Maybe probably a better way to put it. 2 different teams. Frank Woolley for Kent and the rest in 1926. Herbert Sutcliffe for Yorkshire and the rest in 1928.
354 for 3. Next ball is nicely played. This will be Clark's 50 through mid-wicket. Very, very elegant way to get there by Joe Clark. His first of the shortened summer, and Clark has played a very nice shot there off Bailey. First over after the delayed restart. He's gone to his 50 from 89 balls with 9 fours. Been at the crease for 2.5 hours. Well played, Joe Clark.
Hasn't he played some lovely shots?
Yeah.
Played some beautiful shots today. In particular today, obviously he resumed, I think it was 4 overnight, wasn't it? So he's played some lovely shots. And as you say, it was a gorgeous way to get to 50.
He's on strike again. 2 balls left in this over as Tom Bailey comes in, blocks this one. So Notts have added 6 already in this over, and that's all they need to do to get to 400 and maximum points in the allotted time.
And the final other player to score 2 centuries for 2 different teams in the same season against Lancashire was a man called Norman Mitchell Innes in 1935 for Somerset and Oxford University. Thank you, Chris, for that.
Nice one, Chris. Bailey in bright sunshine now, bowls, and this one's hit firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Balderson. There's no run. 358 for 3. Mullaney on 6. Clark on 52. Tom Bailey has got the only wicket to go down today, and he has overall figures of 26 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 70. BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Nottingham with you, and hello again to everybody following us on the live streams of both county cricket clubs.
Yes, great to have you with us wherever you're watching or listening to us throughout the course of today, and hopefully with you through the duration of these remaining overs, which we have to be bowled. But you can see on the screen that at the minute conditions are good. Yes, the floodlights are still on, but we've got pretty bright conditions above us here at Trent Bridge, and little patches of blue sky as well, which is lovely to see. Let's see George Balderson continuing with the new ball from the pavilion end. I'm just looking to see if either Josh Bohannon or Luke Wood have emerged since lunch, and the answer to that question, I think, is in the negative. Oh, actually, that might be Bohannon. It is. Bohannon's back with us, but still no Luke Wood at all today for Lancashire. Here's Balderson to Mullaney. Flick back down the pitch and gathered by Balderson off his own bowling, and there's no run.
It's your hotline to the Lancashire dressing room. Not made it all the way from Manchester.
I will have not asked the question, but
let's hope it's okay, Luke Wood.
Indeed, yeah.
Centurion today, Jamie Overton for Somerset. First Somerset number 10 to reach a first-class 100.
Balderson to Mullaney, that's chopped away through the offside, but doesn't really time that. Stopped by Liam Hurt at cover, no run.
Somerset 406 for 9 at Edgbaston, replying to Warwickshire's 121. They've played 2-1-2, and it looks from afar as if they're giving Warwickshire a right old spanking in this one.
Both Overtons have had a good season, haven't they? They both had.
Well, Jamie's going to Surrey, isn't he? At some point, he's signed for them for next season, but there was talk that he might go and help them out this year.
Balderson to Mullaney, who rocks back and clubs the ball over the onside, over the top of Tom Bailey at mid-on. It'll bounce out towards the boundary, and he'll get 4 runs for it as well. Well, Stephen Mullaney, he's up to 10 now, and Notts 362 for 3.
Yeah, I did have Johnny wondering why Notts weren't going for it a little bit more this morning, and should they play T20 like upon the resumption, but we've always sort of been on a steady course towards 400 inside the 110, and then if he wants to go on a little longer, they can have fun in the last 10 overs. You can get a lot in 10 overs.
Balderson to Mullaney. It's a nice little punch down the ground, and straight away he called Clark through for a single. Bailey did well at mid-on to put the dive in and to stop the ball, but Mullaney does get 1 run, so he moves up to 11, score to 363 for 3.
I've just sorted Jamie Overton out for the Warwickshire bowlers. He's just been dismissed. Oh. He's out for 120, a 9th wicket partnership of 180.
Good effort. Off to a fly, aren't they, Somerset, in the Bob Willis Trophy?
A few people have pointed out they've never won the county championship trophy, and one year they don't have a county championship, they might win the Bob Willis Trophy. A nice bit of silverware for somebody to win. Confirmed as a Lord's final. Said before it started, Essex to beat Somerset was my tip, but I'm usually wrong.
Balderson to Clark, and that steered very cutely down through third man. They just moved the gully there. And he's got 4 runs. What a clever little shot that was by Clark, because Rob Jones was at gully, and he's gone from gully to mid-wicket, and Clark just opened up the face of the bat and ran that down through gully for 4. Lovely looking shot. And the score moves on to 367 for 3.
Yeah, nothing streaky about that. Deliberately opened the face and just dabbed it down there. Stephen Croft. Oh, he is making his way back. I just wondered if they'd said you might as well stay down there and protect that rope now, Crofty. But no, he's slowly jogging his way back.
Balderson for Lancashire, running in towards us from the pavilion end. But he's wide of off stump and left by Clark, who goes hopping across the crease there, thinking, oh, I might have a little run at that, but decides against it. And that does complete the over. 367 for 3. Mullaney 11 and Clark on 56.
Well, something bizarre happened there.
I didn't quite know.
As Davis went to take it, as he went to take it, before he tailed it, he threw off one glove. And I guess this is because Clark is batting outside his crease, and he also does have that little stride or half stride towards the bowler, just as he's releasing it. And I fancy they were sort of just trying to pick their moment there, because if you do it too often, it becomes too obvious for the batsman. You've got to try and take him by surprise, haven't you? And if you're going to throw the stumps down, first ball is punched away on the offside. Johnny Bairstow kept wicket for Yorkshire last week, and he tried it once or twice with Clark at the crease.
Yeah, he got rid of that glove early on, didn't he, to see if he could try and hit the stumps with the ball.
But he didn't take it cleanly, so it sort of spoilt it a little bit, and I'm sure they've just come to Clark's notice that they were thinking about trying to run him out. 367 for 3, and the most glorious conditions now at Trent Bridge, but the floodlights remain on. Next ball, well, that's an almighty mo by Mulaney. He's gone for driver on the fourth there. He went to hit that straight down the fairway, 320 yards, didn't he?
He did.
Threw everything at that.
Managed to connect with a bit of fresh air in the end.
Yes. Really authentic golf drive, wasn't it? Not too much foot movement, and then he was hitting it as straight as a die, but ball and bat didn't make connection. Wouldn't be the first to hit it up here. Can't remember Mulaney hitting one up here onto the middle tier of the Radcliffe Road stand. This is clipped away down to long leg. He's more a square of the wicket hitter, and he's hit one or two out of the ground over deep mid wicket or deep square leg on both sides, definitely over the years. I can remember him hooking to Stephen Finn over the top of the Smith Cooper stand and into that it used to be a car showroom. I understand they're knocking it all down and making some retirement flats over there.
That's a big hit.
Yeah, they were playing
right across
on the other side of the square, but it still carried a long way, carried the road. 368 for 3 is the score. Here's Tom Bailey to bowl to Joe Clark, who's on 56. This one's nudged up to Balderson at mid-on, and there's no run. Have to be just careful about Stephen Mulaney and his plans, Joe Clark. The skipper declared on him last year in one game when he was 97 not out. He just it was overnight at the start of the next morning sort of thing. It was obviously the dressing room plan. We need the full day as it was against Yorkshire. We need the full day to try and bowl Yorkshire out, and as it happened, Root and Balance both got 100, so it didn't happen anyway. But this next one clipped away square of the wicket by Clark, who's pushing hard for 2. He called him for 2, and Mulaney says no. There was one sprinting down to this end like Usain Bolt, and Mulaney was going down the other end like Inzamam. 369 for 3. He wanted 2 then, didn't he, Clark? I think he's got the bit between his teeth here. I want the strike and I want to get on with it. Outlaw Chris says retirement flats next to the ground. Put my name down. You're second on the list, Chris, after me. I fancy a bit of that. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Just cross the road to come in. There's Bailey bowling to slower ball, and Stephen Mulaney's dug it out for at least a couple. Squirted down to third man. It was maybe out the back of the hand, I don't know, but it was a Franklin Stevenson-like slow loopy ball that he hoped the batsman would hit all round. Well, he didn't. Mulaney watched it and nurdled it down to third man for 2. 371 for 3. Mulaney 14, Clark 57. This partnership getting momentum. Notts need 29 from 6 overs to get maximum points.
It was a bit of a loopy delivery, wasn't it? I think it was out the back of the hand, looking at that.
Yes, Franklin da Costa Stevenson invented that in the Lancashire Leagues.
A loopy, slower ball. Like it.
Rawtenstall, Greenmount, Oldham, Fleetwood he played for up there. Got his chance with Notts in 1988 after all the years in the Lancashire League to play county cricket, and did the double in his first year. Over 100 wickets, over 1,000 runs, and obviously don't play anywhere near as many first-class matches now, so it'll be never done again. Unless Ben Slater takes up bowling.
You should write a book about it, Dave.
I shall ponder on that as I go next door.
There is a delay. Not sure what for. Maybe some extra equipment is being required. Perhaps Alex Davis fancies standing up behind the stumps, possibly. But they're waiting for something. Yeah, here it comes. It's the helmet. So yeah, I think there's Alex Davis. Yes, he's wandering out towards the 12th man. He's running onto the field with a helmet. So we noticed. Well, Clark has been keen to get down the pitch when he can and use his feet and get forward throughout the course of this innings, and as Dave mentioned also last week against Yorkshire as well. So Alex Davis has had enough of that and saying, well, I'm going to stand up behind the stumps. Balderson's not rapid, but still a real test of the keeper, standing up to the seamer to try and keep Joe Clark at home, keep him in his crease. And also quite a lengthy conversation between the captain and the bowler as well. But he's a young man, George Balderson. It's just his third first-class game. He's got the responsibility of the new ball as well. And he's bowling into the leg stump of Clark, and that's just flicked off the bottom of his pad down toward Bohannon. It's a long leg for a leg by. So Clark remains on 57. And Nottinghamshire 372 for 3. Brings Mullaney on strike. Now we've seen Mullaney clearly wanting to try and get on with it with a couple of the shots he's played, a couple he's connected with. Well, let's see who he's missed. Balderson to Mullaney. He's off the back foot, punching the ball into the offside, but Liam Hurt is at cover. And there is no run. We're going to be rounding things up for BBC Radio Lancashire's FM frequencies in the next few minutes. Here at Trent Bridge on the live stream on Lancashire's website and Nottinghamshire's website as well, across the BBC Sport app and on medium wave in the northwest of England, where Nottinghamshire are 372 for 3 in their first innings. They're edging towards 400, which would get them a fifth and final batting bonus point, and then wouldn't be surprised if they declared and put Lancashire into bat to try and pick up some bowling points. We're into day 3 of this fixture, but we lost the entire second day due to rain. So it's difficult to see how a result could be made across the next day and a half. We shall see. It could well be a battle for bonus points throughout the course of today and tomorrow. So just the 1 wicket to fall so far. That was Ben Slater, eventually out for 142. As I say that, Joe Clark's just been bowled by George Balderson in the end for 57. So Lancashire picked up their second wicket of the day. Nottinghamshire now 373 for 4. Yeah, speared one in, full of length, and Clark tried to whip it through the onside. So his middle stump uprooted and out the ground. So Balderson with the wicket. A pretty comprehensive one, that, isn't it, for a bowler when the middle stump goes cartwheeling backwards. But Clark trying to get on with it, and a very nice 57. He's played some lovely shots there today. I've enjoyed watching him bat, actually. He's made 57 off 97 balls with 10 fours. Joe Clark, and a very steady partnership this morning with Ben Slater, but with wickets in hand and trying to get to 400 quickly and perhaps see how far they can keep going. Clark will disappear back towards the pavilion, and Peter Trigo comes out for Nottinghamshire to join his captain Stephen Mullaney. But a wicket for George Balderson. That's his second of the game, having dismissed Hasib Hamid LBW for 22 way back on Saturday morning. That happened. Has had a long time to sit up in the Nottinghamshire dressing room watching Slater and Duckett bat, and then latterly Clark as well. So Trigo, the new batsman, to join Mullaney 4th wicket to fall now, 373 for 4.
Just looking to get on with it, wasn't it, really? Bit of a shame to see the stumps go tumbling like that when he'd played so beautifully up to that point, but clearly in the need to push on and get knots up to 400 as quickly as they can. He's paid the price, but well done to Balderson. Continually put the ball in good areas, you get results, and he did there.
2 balls left in this over for him. To Trigo. He's off the front foot and pushing the ball into the offside and getting through for a very sneaky single. There's actually Liam Hurt, who's at cover, that kind of pushed the ball to his right to stop it. It then ran up to Villas, the captain, and with Trigo hurtling forward towards the bowler's end, Villas tried to run Mulaney out, running towards the striker's end. But a lot of activity there for 1 run, ultimately. Bodies diving on the ball and throws coming in and the batsman crossing, but just extra run on the board. 3-7, 4 for 4. Balderson to Mulaney. Oh, that's 4 again. That's played really nicely. It's not a great delivery in truth by Balderson, short and wide, but Mulaney again has spotted that Rob Jones had come out of the gully region, so it had opened it up, and when that was sat up there for him just to steer it down through that 3rd man region for 4 runs. Mulaney moves to 19. It's the end of the over, and Nottinghamshire 378 for 4.
Yeah, it wasn't a great ball, that one, in truth, but Balderson getting his reward. The 2 bowlers in tandem at the moment have shared the wickets between them. Bailey 2 for 74, Balderson 2 for 71. Bailey's bowled a lot more overs, 27 overs, 10 maidens to him. Balderson 18 overs, just the 1 maiden. That's been a little bit of a problem for Lancashire. Bailey apart, nobody's been able to apply any concerted pressure for any period of time. Liam Hurt another one, and he's only bowled just the 1 maiden. It's going to be Bailey to continue. Did I say Paul Allett wandering around the ground?
Yeah, he's definitely here today.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's Bailey. Trigo is on strike, and he's off strike. He's nicked that one, and that's a fine catch by Alex Davis. And Bailey has a second one, and Nottinghamshire wicket starting to tumble now as they really do look to push on. Trigo in and out quick as a flash. He's been caught by Davis from the bowling of Bailey for just a single.
That looked so easy, didn't he, Alex Davis? I mean, I think that is a terrific piece of bowling by Bailey. But then the grab from Alex Davis was outstanding. One-handed take up to his right-hand side. And, it's a fantastic piece of work by Alex Davis. And a really, really smart delivery from Tom Bailey. Peter Trigo, not quite sure how you play that in truth, but then to see the reactions of the keeper in particular was a brilliant piece of work by Davis from a very good delivery from Tom Bailey. And Trigo's time in the middle was short-lived. Yeah,
Lancashire now sweating on that second bowling bonus point in the space of the last 4 deliveries. They've picked up a couple of wickets and need just 1 more to get that point. Yeah, there is Paul Allett in front of the U Energy stand away to our left, having a bit of a wander round. New man is Tom Moores, fresh from his 2nd career century, made last week here against Yorkshire. Splendid effort, really was indeed. Might not have time to build much of an innings here, so this dangerous little left-hander might be given a licence to go after the bowling. Stephen Mulaney will just want to make sure that Notts get the 400 though. They've lost their way a little bit. Wickets going down at 343 for 3, 373 for 4, 378 for 5. That was the first ball of Bailey's over. Man out on the deep square leg fence. 2 slips in a gully. Bailey in, and Moores leaves it alone through to the keeper. Yeah,
it's a race for bonus points, isn't it? Lancashire need another wicket to get a second bonus point. Nottinghamshire closing in on 400 for their 5th batting bonus point. So time ticking for both teams. to try and get what they can get in terms of bonus points in this first innings.
Notts need 22 runs from 4 overs and 4 balls. Should be able to do it. Moore's has enough time to be able to leave this one alone to have a little look. Played across all 3 formats for Lancashire. That brief loan spell in the middle of 2016. I fancy, without looking it up, was his debut, his first-class debut at Southport, that game against Durham?
Yes, it was. Yeah. Peter came up for that.
Mm.
His dad came up to watch him.
378 for 5, and Jimmy Anderson was playing, wasn't he? Here is well, this one's hit away, and Moores is away for a boundary. Bailey just offering a little bit of width, and the left-hander chasing after it, gave it a meaty wallop. The ball flew away off the outside portion and away down to third man for 4. I think that was a game that got a lot of national headlines because Ben Stokes and the Durham team hung around playing a game of football or something and signed all the autographs and whatever. Stokes, as he is now, was very much the in vogue flavour of the month. But a big moment for Tom Moores, who leaves this alone. 382 for 5. Did Durham win then?
They did. Durham won. It was one of the best games of cricket I've seen for a few years. It was such an enjoyable week. Durham went out in the end, won a close game, but it was a fantastic game of cricket. And as you say, Ben Stokes, Paul Collingwood were kind of playing a bit of football and a bit of cricket with some of the local kids after the game when they were having a beer in the pavilion afterwards. Weather was gorgeous for 4 days. Yes, brilliant 4 days. Loved it.
382 for 5. It's Bailey. Comes in again and bowls. Oh, well wide of the off stump. Hit the seam and just jagged away. End of the over, 106. I've only been there once. That must have been about 2012, was it, when we were there? In the is it a tennis club, a tennis pavilion that we did the commentary from?
That's it.
In fact, I think I was on commentary on my own, and you just kept wandering over to see me every now and again from your palatial tent behind the arm.
I find that hard to believe.
I think Graham White got runs for Notts, and Darren Pattinson got a bundle of wickets. So him and Andre Adams, anyway, shared them around. 382 for 5. Trafalgar
Road.
Trafalgar Road.
Was it 2012? Was it 2011?
It wasn't 2011. It was Notts were the first. They were the last team to play on the square, going whatever it was, north, south, or east, west, or whatever, at the end of 2010, and the first to play going the other way.
There's been some good games at Southport. I do hope they can iron out the issues at Southport, and Lancashire can get back playing there, because it's a really good venue. It's a lovely place to go and watch cricket. The crowds are always great. It's Balderson into Mullaney. It's a wide ball which is taken by Alex Davis. They're going to start in Southampton at 3:20. Oh. So we're going to have some cricket today, England and Pakistan.
So if you want to get a wager on, now's the time to do it. I know your fancy might come out on top on day 5 of the Test match.
Oh dear, they've had some rotten luck there, haven't they? Think about everything that's gone into putting these games on. Balderson to Mullaney. Let's just run down again, back with a square on the offside. Croft, who's at deepish point, having to sweep around to his left to field the ball. And there is 1 run taken. 383 for 5. But I think some of our colleagues are getting a little frustrated because it's not rained apparently since about kind of 1:30ish. Bright blue sunshine, but there's an issue with the bowler's run-ups, which are a bit. That's the reason why there's a delay.
It's apparently lovely in Leicester now. After they've called it off at lunchtime.
It's typical, isn't it? Yeah. Balderson to Tom Moores, who just tried to slash this one through the offside, trying to cut the ball out towards where Allett and Chilton are on the point boundary, but he just bottom edged it back down the pitch. He's timed it. Tom Moore's only faced a few deliveries so far. A little wander towards square leg. He twirls his bat around a few times. Balderson receives the ball from his captain and comes gliding back in. Balls to Moores, who's pushing away back towards the young Lancashire seamer. And there is no run.
No, I beg your pardon. I was, not for the first time, I was wrong. It's 2011 when Notts went to Lancashire, so you weren't doing it. It was start of 2012 that they played at Old Trafford.
Yeah, I didn't. I remember doing games there with Derbyshire and Hampshire and Durham. I was struggling to recall the Notts one.
Yeah, 2011.
Balderson in, and that's clubbed away, and Rob Jones at short cover. It's a very smart piece of fielding down to his left-hand side to stop that one. That was hit hard, and Rob's fingers might be stinging a little bit as a result of that, but he saved his team some runs. One ball left of this over, then 3 remaining to get these runs for Nottinghamshire and to get the extra wicket for Lancashire for bonus points. His runs here for Tom Moores, worked off his hip, just down to Bohannon, who's back on the field. Whatever was the issue this morning, he seems to have gotten over it. Maybe feeling a little bit unwell or something. That's the end of the over. Moores keeps the strike. He's on 5. Mullaney on 20. Nottinghamshire 384 for 5.
After 107 overs, so they need 16 from 18 balls to get maximum batting points. They could obviously declare at any time Stephen Mullaney wanted to, but he can't go on longer than the 120th over, or the end of the 120th over. Regulations that have been implemented for this season, as far as we know, for this season only. Again, what's happening? Nothing. I think Stephen Mullaney wants to change of gloves, and there's none coming out. Let me just have a quick read of this. Steve Lamotta, the Notts Heritage officer, has just sent me something. Just bear with me a second, and I'll read it out. Cricket and COVID. Cricket has never known a year like this one, of course. The sport never stopped for the First World War, the Second World War, or for foot and mouth, or for any other reason until this year. So when future generations look back at the history of cricket, 2020 will be a milestone moment. That's why the Trent Bridge Heritage team are recording the impact of the pandemic on the sport of cricket and its people, players, officials, staff, supporters and anybody else who is involved with international, domestic or recreational cricket. That's why they're keen to hear your story. How did you feel without cricket? What did you miss? What did you do instead of cricket? Whether you're a spectator or a supporter, how much has cricket on TV and online been a substitute for the real thing since it started? If you're a cricket player, how does it feel to be back playing your club games? What do you think about the new arrangements? And if your club hasn't restarted, how does that make you feel? Anything to do then essentially with the effect on your cricket season, how it's made you feel. They'd love to hear about it. 384 for 5 as Bailey comes in to Tom Moores. He's tickled this down to long leg for a single. 384 for 5. So those sorts of things. How did you feel without cricket? What did you miss? What did you do instead? As the live streaming, as the international matches on television, etc., been any sort of substitute, and how did it feel to not play your club games in the early part of the season and then to be able to play just a shortened season? They'd love to hear from you. Heritage at nottsccc.co.uk. They just obviously want to preserve them all for future generations. This one's past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Heritage at nottsccc.co.uk. Just send your contact details and they'll get back to you. No doubt Steve or one of the team will I'll just give you a ring. On the email, no need to write your story. It says the volunteers will do that. All you need to do is talk. So if you're not a particularly good writer but you have got a story, heritage at nottsccc.co.uk. Steve Lamotta and his teams, the Notts Heritage side of things, they'd I think it's a good thing, isn't it, as this goes through to the keeper. Clearly COVID's not, but gone down the leg side this time. 4 runs to Notts, and Mullaney got a tickle on it. 389 for 5, and he's up to 24. But you know, I think if there'd been a season without cricket back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, you know, whatever, it would be nice to read some anecdotes, some memories from people who were around then as to how it affected them or whatever. And of course, people in the future won't be able to do it unless there's somebody now around who's willing and able to sort of tell their story, how they've got through the year without their cricket. This one's edged, all very nearly taken by Keaton Jennings. It was a good stop in truth, because it would have gone for 4 from Mullaney. The scrutineering eyes of Scott Reed already looking at the screen to see if it carried. I'm not sure. It's very low down. It's a good stop from Keaton Jennings, but they take a single, 390 for 5.
Just going back to the heritage report there, the request for some stories. I agree. I think it's a fantastic idea. I think during the course of lockdown, I was called into work to do different things, and one of quite a few archive organisations in Lancashire.
Bailey bowls to the left-handed Moores, leaves it alone.
We're asking for similar things. It wasn't necessarily cricket related, but it could have been sport related, just wanting people to record what they did during lockdown, their feelings during lockdown, pictures they may have taken, things they may have written for future generations. I thought it was a great idea.
Yeah. Did you tune in every day for the daily briefing?
Well, I had no choice, because I was presenting the afternoon programme a few times, and we took it live.
Right. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, this graph shows Bailey coming in, and Tom Moores moves on to 7, just dropping it on the leg side. Is that the end of that over? It is. 108 overs have gone, 391 for 5. So Notts need 9 from 12 balls. They're getting there. It was really strange how homes, families, individuals adapted, you know, to the unusual circumstances, unable to do what you know, almost what you take for granted. You know, you couldn't just pop to the pub for one. You couldn't just go down and watch a local football club playing because there wasn't one. You couldn't go and play cricket because you weren't allowed. Liam Hurt's coming back into the attack. Even TV, you know, a lot of favourite programmes were sort of replaced by endless repeats. It was really strange, wasn't it? You know, everybody's social life sort of kicked into touch. You know, I made sure I had a Wednesday and a Saturday walk to Newark Market, you know, to have a walk, to get fresh air. You know, it's, I don't know, a mile and a half or so it's a 3-mile walk there and back, and get fresh groceries. And that, I did that every single day in lockdown. I'd never really done it before, because, you know, you got the car and you just drive to the supermarket, don't you? But, you know, made sure got out every Wednesday morning, Saturday morning for some exercise. But it was obviously, as everybody's well aware, it was a very difficult time for everybody, and you know, and it's not gone away. We're getting used to the different scenarios and protocol that entail us coming into the ground every day. We have a temperature taken. We've all got to be met at the gate and have a temperature checked before we're allowed in. We're socially distanced. We're using the hand cleanser. There's hardly anybody here. Obviously, that goes without saying. It's all very, very strange. Here's Liam Hurt, and here's Scott Reed.
With Tom Moores waiting for Hurt, who's back into the attack after his morning burst. And Moores gets a single out towards deep backward square leg. Moves to 8, 392 for 5. Speaking of temperatures, I was down 2 degrees today. 34.5 today.
34.5.
34.5.
Oh, you've got hypothermia.
Well, I just checked to say, should I be concerned by that drop in temperature? But he said, no, it's okay. It's still within the normal limit.
So long as you're not over, what is it, over 37, I think that's when they get a little bit concerned. But you should be concerned if you're 34 degrees, I think.
Well, I said that to him, but he seemed quite relaxed. Hurt to Mullaney. He squares him up and just pushes the ball back beyond the reach of Liam Hurt, and there's no run.
I've always said you've got ice in your veins. Scott Reed, the ice cold man. That'd be your wrestling nickname. Ice cold Scott Reed.
Never above 34.5. It did seem a bit low, but anyway.
Mr. Freeze.
392 for 5, so 8 more runs needed for Nottinghamshire. As Hurt comes over the wicket to Mullaney. Oh, he's taken out of this one, trying to get at least 4 of them as Bohannon is able to get to the ball. And Mullaney comes back for his second. That was a proper club, that wasn't it? By
Kitchen
Mullaney.
sinker, wasn't it?
It was.
Kitchen sinker.
He's got 2 for it. Moves to 27. Nottinghamshire to 394 for 5.
If he hits this for 6, 400, it's going to walk off.
You would do, wouldn't you? Tempted to.
Would
just
you? Would you?
To stop Lancs getting a bonus point, yeah.
Would you? Yes.
Absolutely, yeah, of course you would, yeah. I think you'd be quite happy to say thank you very much. Off we go. Hurt in 2, Mullaney. We'll soon find out because he's clubbing that one over mid-wicket and out towards the boundary. That's 4 more. So just a couple extra runs required. 398 for 5.
Yeah, he's not getting them in singles, as
No, he's not.
somebody once famously said.
No, he's not. He's having a bit of fun, is Stephen Mullaney.
Yeah. The 2 previous matches we've seen here at different stages, we have actually seen all 9 fielders on the boundary in both games from different scenarios. Lancashire, to their credit, aren't protecting the boundaries. They've still got people on the one, they've still got people catching.
There's a single from Mullaney as Hurt bowls to him, just guiding the ball out through the offside along the ground. Croft comes up from point to field, so 399 for 5. With 1 ball left of this over.
1 or 2 just asking for that email address again. heritage@notccc.co.uk. Just, that's all they want. Your name and a contact email or number, and they'll get back in touch with you and just have a chat about how you manage this year without cricket.
Hurt around the wicket, bowls a short ball to Tom Moores, who has to bend his knees, duck underneath it, and that is the end of the over. So 6 balls left for Nottinghamshire to get a run and then perhaps declare and deny Lancashire a chance of a secondary bowling bonus point.
Some people say, well, that's unfair, but
Well, they can declare when they want, can't they?
yeah, I'm going to say if you can't get 6 wickets in 110 or in 109 overs, etc., etc. Lady Forest, is that? Oh, I can't read the hieroglyphics on some Twitter names. I'm a neonatal nurse, Dave. If we had a baby with a temperature of 34.5 degrees, we'd put it in an incubator to warm it up. I'm not sure it's any good for an adult either. No, it's not me. It's Scott, who's very firmly on his way out. The Iceman.
I was assured it wasn't a problem. Now you've got me concerned.
Yeah. There's Bailey in, and that's the 400th run, clipped away on the leg side for a single. Let's have a look at the Notts captain. No, he's not going to come off, is he? That's the 400 up anyway. In the 110th over.
Indeed, well battered to get to 400 in the allotted time. Well, actually, with 5 balls to spare. So, a little conversation between Mullaney and Moores. He just, obviously, in theory, can go on to 120 overs.
Yeah.
See what they...
And in a way, that would be nice, because it means we're going to have 10 overs of throwing the bat. Don't necessarily believe that all Lancashire supporters would agree with me. It's always a tough time for a fielding side, isn't it, when they can't get any more points, and all it is about damage limitation as the batting side has fun. There's Tom Moores on strike. He's got 8. Bailey, perhaps he's looking for an individual 5 for. Not going to get anything from this one. He's 2 former Lancashire batsmen, of course, both fairly for a fairly short time. I think Tom Moores played a couple of first-class games. I think Mullaney only played about 5 or 6 in Lancashire colours. 109.2 overs have gone.
So just on Stephen Mullaney, we mentioned who within the Lancashire team we have played with, Stephen Croft being the only one, but Ken sent me a little note.
400 for 5, Moores the left-hander. Oh, was chased after that and can't reach it. It's not called a wide, he was played just over the top of it, I fancy.
And Ken says Stephen Mullaney and Stephen Croft were in Lancashire's first academy intake of 11 players in 2002. 8 of them played first-class county cricket, but apart from Croft and Mullaney, the only other one still playing is John Simpson.
Very good.
Thank you, Ken.
I didn't realise till this winter that John Simpson had a season in not seconds. You know, the Middlesex wicket-keeper who began at Lancashire, didn't he? 400 for 5. Next ball, nice and full, clipped away by Tom Moores onto the leg side. So Notts won't be declaring on 400 because they've got 401 for 5, and time for me to go and feed into the 3 o'clock news.
Thank you, Dave. I've got a couple balls left of this Tom Bailey over. 3 for 87 are Bailey's figures at the minute. Stephen Mullaney on 33 from 40 balls faced, 401 for 5. Under the brightest conditions we've seen, actually probably since the game started. Certainly the brightest conditions we've seen for a couple of days, and after yesterday's miserable weather. Glorious now. Looks terrific. Ground bathed in sunshine. Here is Bailey over the wicket to Mullaney. And a very easy glide, just rolling the ball off the face of the bat through the onside. As he carries his bat, jogging up towards the non-striker's end to complete a run. Mullaney moves to 34, and Nottinghamshire 402 for 5. It does seem a bit ridiculous to have the floodlights on, but it might well be kind of a regulation. If you start with them, you've got to keep them on. And of course, the sun's not out all the time, so it might make sense for just to keep them on, so keep switching them on and off. But you don't need them at the minute. Bailey to Moores. Oh, it's a no ball. Umpire Robinson with his left arm stretched out and wafting it up and down to signal the no ball. So he's going to bowl it again. Score ticks on to 404 for 5. And the addition of those 2 runs. Well, this is the last delivery of the over, and the last chance that Lancashire have got to try and pick up a 6th wicket and a second bowling bonus point. Bailey's in as a slower ball to Tom Moores. He just pops it up to mid-off and gets through for 1. So that's 110 overs complete. 405 for 5. Mullaney 34, Moores on 10, and Nottinghamshire have a further 10 overs to bat if they desire. And the perfect man to decide what to do, albeit maybe the decision's already been decided upon, perhaps at lunch. The conversation and the plan, I'm sure it was, put together between captain and coach as to how to go about things this afternoon. But the skipper's out there to call the shots with regards to how he wants this this next hour or so to unfold. It will be Liam Hurt from the pavilion end. Just the one slip now. Plenty of fielders in front of square. There's Hurt bowls, and that's Moores going back, and that's a terrific shot. Rocking onto the back foot and pulling the ball with great enthusiasm and energy out through the onside for 4 runs. It sat up there for him to hit, mind you, but boy did he get on top of that in a flash. Good looking shot by Moores. He moves to 14, 409 for 5. You would be quite tempted, I think, if you were Notts, just to keep going, especially if you're doing that. You know, it's slightly demoralising, isn't it, for a fielding side, just to have the 2 batsmen kind of smash the ball to all parts of the ground and then have to come out and bat. You'd be a little tempted, I guess, to keep going as long as that type of thing is happening. Hurt into Moores. Oh, he's kind of uppercut it out towards Livingston on the point boundary. It's just a single. Moores moves to 15. Nottinghamshire 410 for 5. Doesn't seem much point in just trying to block and push and prod their way for the next 9 overs. Might try and make it uncomfortable, make it a little energy sapping for Lancashire. The skipper's out there to make that judgment call. He's on strike as well. Rob Jones at mid-wicket's been pushed out, so they've got an extra man on the leg side boundary. It is the shorter boundary there, so there's a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg, mid-ons drop back as well. As Mullaney tries to hook the ball through the onside, and Liam Hurt and Tom Moores kind of getting in each other's way a little bit there. As Hurt tried to catch the ball off his own bowling, completely mistimed by Mullaney, trying to launch the ball out the ground. But got more height than distance on it. It did land safe. I think batsman and bowler just got in each other's way, nothing too underhand from that. Hurt around the wicket, short ball to Moores. And he ducks underneath it. Taken by Davis, and there's no run. 4-11 for 5. 2 balls left of Liam Hurt's 18th over.
He deserves a wicket, doesn't he, the lad?
He does, yeah, he does. I think he's come back well today, especially this morning. Kind of the last 20, 25 minutes of that spell that he bowled through the first hour. I thought he did well. He came back well, actually, to be fair, on Saturday. Into Moores. It's skewered out along the ground, reaching for it, and working the ball to a deep backward point for a single. Moves to 16, 412 for 5.
They didn't declare then.
No, they did not. They carried on. I was just nattering there, saying, I suppose if Mullaney, if you can smack the ball around, a bit demoralising it to keep Lancashire out there and get them chasing the ball around, and then come out to bat.
Because clearly Lancashire would have been hoping, I'm sure, that they'd have trooped off.
Hurt in to Mullaney. It's up towards mid-off. Throw comes in towards the end that Mullaney was trying to get into, and I'm not so certain, had that hit from Dane Villas, that Mullaney would have been in the shot. I think he may have been a little short there, the skipper. But it was skipper to skipper, that battle. The throw come in from Villas, trying to run out his counterpart, Stephen Mullaney, but he missed. Mullaney was home. Extra run on the board. Keeps the strike as well. 413 for 5.
Just had a little email in whilst I was reading the news from an old club mate of mine. So let's be tolerant to an old mate. Dave, just listening to the commentary, watching the live stream from Trent Bridge, and hearing you mentioned about what people did during lockdown. I'd like to tell you that I spent a great deal of my time during lockdown writing a book on the history of your old club and mine, the Wellow Exiles. 200 plus page production. You get a few mentions. I've got a copy reserved for you in my order list at a much subsidised price for a former player. And Andy, let me know how people can get it, and we'll give it a plug for you. But Andy Bunting, he's sort of your Verinder Sehwag sort of opening batsman from a bygone era. I went on a cricket tour with them, with Wellow Exiles, 1989, to Cromer. And we were staying on a caravan site, static caravans and whatever, and the games were intended to all play in that area. And I don't know, did they have one game? And I woke up the second morning absolutely covered in spots, and went to a doctor, got a doctor to see me, and he said, "Do you feel poorly?" I said, "No, I'm just covered in spots." He says, "Well, I should get yourself home now, because you're going to feel poorly. You've got chicken pox, and at your age you're going to go through it." And I went home, and that day I came straight back here to Newark area, and I went home, told my mum I'm going to bed, and this was all the first thing in the morning. And that was the day that Jeff Marsh, and who was his opening partner, Mark Taylor for Australia, here at Trent Bridge, a test match, battered throughout the day, putting 320 odd all on. Watched that in bed, and my first day recuperating from chicken pox. But that was, I think that was my only. Yeah, I think that was my only tour with the Wellow Exiles years and years ago. You're not missing any cricket whilst I'm just disappearing down memory lane and back again. Players have been off and sanitised their hands. I think we're going to have a bowling change and all sorts of things going on just to get us through the afternoon. Not sure what tea time will be now, Scott, are you?
No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Last time we said that, the Notts media team kindly sent me a message
They're
straight
on it,
away.
On it straight away, yeah. Bowling change will be Liam Livingston coming into the attack. He bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens on the first day.
I could have plugged another book as well, by the way. Luke Fletcher. He's done a book in lockdown, out any day now, I understand. If you see my Twitter feed, I've tweeted a bit about it. Tales from the Front Line. It's not the best cricket book you'll ever read, but it's the funniest.
It's Livingston bowling to Mullaney. Well, that's disappeared down past Alex Davis, and Mullaney's come back for a couple of something or others. There's a bit of glove on that. Yeah, he's got something on it. He's got runs for it. 38 not out now, Stephen Mullaney. Go on, what's the answer?
I don't know
No,
yet. No, I was laughing at something or others.
I thought that was the message about
Tea is scheduled for 4 p.m.
Oh, very good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well done, everybody.
Good eye.
Oh, spot on.
We have a listener.
Spot on, they are. Jennings now in place at slip. Mullaney on 38, 415 for 5. And Livingston bowls, and Mullaney just jabs the ball back down the pitch. And there is no run.
I can't believe it. When it started drizzling during the lunch interval, and I said to you, that could be it. It's filling in. They're off at Leicester, off for the day. We might not get any more cricket. It's glorious again.
Mullaney comes down the pitch. It's a lovely shot, chipped up and over mid-wicket and down towards the boundary, and he's got 4 for it. A delightful shot. Little skip down the pitch and up and over Rob Jones at mid-wicket and down towards the boundary for 4. And Mullaney's up to 42 already. 42 off 46. 419 for 5. I like that shot. I think he enjoyed that too.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, he came in just before lunch and understandably had just a little bit of a look at it before the break. Joe Clark's now gone, so he's getting on with things. Peter Trigo didn't last long, in and out for just a single.
Livingston into Mullaney, sweeps us, but there's now 4 fielders on that leg side boundary. Lancashire have slowly retreated deeper and deeper towards the boundary rope. Mullaney restricted to a single there, 43 to him now, 420 for 5. It sees the field just dropping back. That's shorter boundary now. Tom Moore's the left-hander, the bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end, and that shorter boundary guarded by 4 at deep backward square leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Livingston in 2 Moores, who swipes it through the onside, but just for 1. Moores moves up to 17, 421 for 5.
He's not yet really savaged the bowling, Tom Moores, but you sense it just bubbling under the surface.
Yeah, it's not for a want of trying,
No,
is it? He's tried to hit the ball hard and, as you say, put a bit of damage on some of the bowlers' figures. Well, nobody would be inside a kind of a 30-metre circle, would they, if we're playing one-day cricket here, I don't think. Livingston to Mullaney. Takes the single through the onside, keeps the strike as well. 44 not out, 422 for 5.
You see, you're very much a millennium child. 30-metre circle. So I had this the other day. It's still in the regulations as a 30-yard circle.
30 yard.
Well, was I talking to last week, Jonathan Doidge? It's strange, isn't it, that everything is millimetres, centimetres, metres, and whatever. But still, if you go out there on the road signs, it's in miles. Well, it is, isn't it? It's odd that they've, either go lock, stock, and barrel decimal or keep it imperial. But Not think?
It's a bit of both at the minute, isn't it?
It's a bit of both.
Well, I like a bit of both.
It's a bit of both. Dave Palmer's been in touch. Nice to hear from you, Dave. I'd be interested in the Wellow Exiles book. There you are, Andrew. There's a sale. I used to play against both Wellow Exiles and Wellow back in the day for Tudor Cricket Club. I've got some scorebooks in the garage. I'll go and dig them out. Yeah, find one of my centuries against you, Dave. That'll cheer you up. That goes through to the keeper. 4.22 for 5. No, almost certain it'll be brace girdle bowl Palmer naught. Brace girdle 4 overs, no maidens, none for 50. Down on that little green at Wellow by the dam, or on the school field for Wellow Exiles. Played for them both. 4.22 for 5. Mullaney has 44, Moores has 17. This pair have added 44, by the way. Men out of Mead. Crikey, how long ago was it that a Mead got out for 22? Just after midday, wasn't it, on Saturday morning, or Saturday afternoon, early. Hurt bowls, and Mullaney's tried to whack that towards the city centre and not got underneath it. He's just dragged it down to deep backward square for a single. I think he was trying to take the aerial route there and give it a real hefty swipe towards the Fox Road. Chris says, is it 2 more overs? Well, it might be. You can declare at any time, but we're only in the 113th. After 120, that will be that. They have to walk off then. Innings closed. Might be tough for the Nottinghamshire attack then, as the Lancashire batsman took in. 4.23 for 5. Here's Liam Hurt bowling to Tom Moores, and he's had a bit of a swat at that one, not got too much on it. They were interested in 2, but Bohannon was quickly onto it. We've not seen Josh Bynum bowl a ball, have we?
Nope, we have not. No, I don't think he's bowled a ball in the 2 previous games.
All right.
No, he didn't.
So just 4 seamers, and Livingston and Hartley. Luke Wood not on the field today. 4.24 for 5. Hurt again. Bowls hit past him by Mullaney. Down to long off for a single. Somebody kindly told us that was the title of the song on Saturday, didn't they? Hurt again. Can't remember who it was by, can you?
No, well, I was too bamboozled by the Thompson twins on Saturday. Trying to get my head around that.
Don't underestimate the Thompson twins. Hazel O'Connor was one of my favourites round about then. 4.25 for 5. Oh, Tom Moore's ducks underneath it. D-Days and Will You. Massive hits back in the day.
You have to dig them out again for me at tea, and I can I can listen to them and also say I've never heard of them as well.
4.25 for 5. Shame this wasn't in Manchester as it should have been. Could have been in the Hacienda tonight. His bowling, and Moores has slapped this one down the ground, maybe caught at long on, right on the fence, and is. And Tom Moores goes. First one he's really got hold of. He did it a long way, but just inside the ropes, in the distance, he's picked out the Lancashire skipper, Dane Viras, and Liam Hurt has got a wicket at last. It's the wicket of Tom Moores. Just having a look at Stephen Mullaney. No, he's staying there. He was doing some waving, but I think he wants a drink bringing out. So they're going to bat on. 4.25 for 6.
We had a peculiar declaration in the first, Bob Willis. No, I'm not saying that if there's anything peculiar at all, but there was a peculiar declaration in the Bob Willis Trophy match between Lancashire and Leicestershire. We couldn't quite work out why they declared when they did, Leicestershire, but it was just to have a go at Lancashire either side of the tea interval. Had they gone on a little bit longer, they'd gone past the allotted chance to get bonus points. They'd already got
Yeah.
what they needed, and they declared. Well, we just assumed they would go on to 120. They didn't, and it was because if they carried on going, I think another over, and then declared, it would have been tea. Or
Right.
instead, they declared so they could have a little go either side of tea.
Tactical declaration.
It was a tactical declaration. It was very exciting.
Speaking of exciting, Samit Patel is the new batsman for Nottinghamshire at his new position of number 8 in the order.
Well, give it a bit of a wallop one if he can. Would you, if Samit gets out here, would you bother with your bowlers? Chappell, Carter, Barber? Would you say, well, we've done this bit with those that can clear the ropes?
I think, like you, I think I'd have pulled the plug at 400. So whatever happens now is just extra runs for Notts and more irritation for Lancashire.
Yeah.
Yeah, no need to make your batsmen pad up, is there? Just get them stretching off now and get them ready for a burst, I guess.
Liam Livingston to start his 12th over. New batsman is Samit Patel, who's slogging it out towards Stephen Croft in the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he's gone straight away. Out for the first ball duck. Patel, caught by Croft, out in the deep. And Stephen Mullaney leans on his bat with his right hand on his hip and says, well, crikey, hit it straight down the throat of Stephen Croft.
I wonder what the conversation was that they had before that ball.
Livingston's picked up a wicket. Tom Bailey's going across to Stephen Mullaney saying, are you really going to make your bowlers come out? Really? You can see Tom Bailey almost saying that to him. You can't make your bowlers come out, pad up and come out for a bat. What he is doing is ignoring what Bailey's saying. 7 down now, 425 for 7. Mullaney wants a 50 maybe. He's 46 not out.
Samit wanted one from that ball, I think.
I think he did, yeah. Trying to hit it out towards the main road. Well, it will they'll keep going for a little while longer. 425 for 7. I mean, it just went straight down the throat of Stephen Croft. He didn't have to move, not even an inch. Stood his ground, and it came straight to him, at kind of throat height, and took the catch. And Stephen Mullaney, you could almost see the look on his face from here, like in utter disbelief. I can't believe he's just done that.
Here's Matt Carter. There was an amusing little aside in the last game against Yorkshire. Tom Moores was flaying it to all parts. I think it was Tom Moores, probably would have been. Second new ball taken, Stephen Patterson put everybody on the rope, wanting to get, I think it was Tom Moores, get him off strike and bowl at the new man, Matt Carter. Brought him in for Matt Carter. First ball he smashed it for 6 away to our right here.
Livingston into to Carter then. Carter drives. Oh, that's a good looking shot. That's 4 runs. It's beautiful. He should have come up a little higher up.
That's better than the 6. He's a decent player, is Matt Carter.
A glorious shot. Punched away through the offside. It beats the dive of the man at short cover. Rattled its way towards the rope. Off the mark straight away. 429 for 7. Livingston into Carter, who defends back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
Curious over. First ball, Samit's on strike. First ball he faced, slugs it to deep mid wicket.
Livingston into Carter, who's defending, good stride forward.
I guess the other thing worth asking is about the running there, because surely the ball was in the air long enough for Mullaney to get down the other end. Whether Samit just turned and started walking back, I'm not sure. It'd be nice to check on that.
Quicker ball from Livingston, and Carter plays it through the covers for a single, moves to 5, 430 for 7.
Skies it to deep mid wicket, and they don't
cross. Yeah,
they don't cross.
I think Samit couldn't believe what he'd done, and Mullaney was in shock at the other end, so they just both stood there.
But certainly the skipper should have been down the other end, shouldn't he? It just depends if Samit had just turned on his heels and headed off back to the pavilion. Can't really cross then, can he?
Which, you know what, replaying it in my mind, I think that's what he did. I think he just turned on his heels and went.
Oh dear.
Final ball of Livingston's 12th over. And Mulaney's on 46, 430 for 7. It's Livingston into Mulaney. Plenty of bottom hand on this as he drills the ball along the ground. And Liam Hurt comes up from long on to field, so he's got a run. He's kept the strike, so happy days for Stephen Mulaney. 47 not out, 431 for 7.
Yeah, he's had a number of opportunities to say that's enough, folks, let's go back, but the fall of those last 3 or 4 wickets, he's still decided to carry on. Can only do it for 6 more overs. If they go the distance, they might just, you know, that might take us up to about 3:45 anyway. They might call it tea then. Remains to be seen. Liam Hurt.
I'd love to have known the conversation between Tom Bailey and Stephen Mulaney. I bet it was, but could have been a bowler's union. You can't make them come out, surely. They're going to come and bowl for you in a little while.
.431 for 7. Dan's not sure why not, so still batting. That's the skipper. He's going to get 2 here, I fancy. Or is he? No, that's good work by Stephen Croft. Again, quickly to it. Ball in the air. Only 1. 2 nice comments coming in about the live streams, both the Lancashire one and the Nottinghamshire one. What are you chuckling at?
Chuckling at a tweet from Andy Zaltzman, the TMS scorer.
Yeah.
He's put, I think the umpire waiting 90 seconds until it was exactly the scheduled 3:20 start time to allow play to begin might be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
432 for 7. Carter has taken guard. He's just waiting for Liam Hurt to break up his little chat with the Lancashire skipper. Here comes Hurt. Bowls, and Carter pushes it past him, but Vilas does the fielding. 432 for 7. Lots of cricket left today if we can get it all in. Best part of 50 overs remain. Game could move on. Clearly Lancashire, when it becomes their turn to bat, will be looking for a solid start. Bit of a platform at the top. Nottinghamshire, conversely, will be looking to make inroads as Carter pushes into the offside and Balderson makes the stop, and it's a good job Mulaney hadn't come halfway down as well. Carter had, but Mulaney, sensing the danger immediately, made him go back. It's good from Balderson, wasn't it?
It was. He was across the ground quickly.
432 for 7, Nottinghamshire. Began the day on 268 for 2, 352 for 3 at lunch. Hurt bowls, and Carter can't get this away. Ken Balderson fields. We were about 25 minutes late in coming back from lunch because of some drizzle during the interval. Took a bit of time just to mop up and tidy up because the ground staff had to put the covers on and protect the square and the run-ups. So we lost 6 overs in all, and the Notts have tried to get on with it, but they have lost wickets. Slater for 142, Clark 57, Trigo 1, Moores 18, Patel 0, as Carter just has a bit of a fiddle at that one and fiddles it down to Bohannon at third man for another single. 433 for 7. Mulaney on 48. He's got 1 ball left in this over. Liam Hurt, the Oliver Hannon-Dolby impersonator, will bowl it at him. Say that because of his rather unusual approach to the crease, holding the ball out. Those of you that haven't seen Liam Hurt but are familiar with Hannon-Dolby, very, very reminiscent of the big, tall Warwickshire man who started his career at Headingley with Yorkshire. Here comes Hurt. from the pavilion end. Umpire is Paul Baldwin at that end. Hurt bowls to Mullaney on 48, and that's through him. Mullaney just trying to run it away, I think, down to third man. The ball underneath his bat and into the gloves of Alex Davis. 4-3-3 for 7. Mullaney 48, Carter 6.
Thanks, Dave. Let's have a little look, shall we, what's happening elsewhere. In theory, there are 5 overs remaining for Nottinghamshire here, with Mullaney a couple away from a half century. 4:33 for 7. They are belatedly underway in Southampton, with England 12 for 1 in their first innings, replying to Pakistan's 236 all out. But looking at some of the reports from the media covering that game, I think there's an enormous amount of irony or frustration, a touch of sarcasm too, with the way that it's been handled. But it's I don't think any fault laid at the door of the umpires. They're just sticking to kind of regulations, aren't they? Livingston to Carter, who sweeps, gets that big stride. He's a big tall man, and he sweeps across that big front leg, and it's well stopped by Balderson at deep backward square leg. Carter moves to 7, and Nottinghamshire to 434 for 7. So can Mullaney, I'll come back to the scores in a second, but can Mullaney get himself a half century? He's looking leg side, which is well guarded. And Nottinghamshire 434 for 7, and Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain, unbeaten on 49. They've got themselves a 5th batting bonus point of Notts. They got to 400 inside 110 overs, so they've got 5 batting bonus points, just a 1 bowling bonus point for Lancashire in the game, just that 1 point for them. A couple of wickets since you were last with us, including Joe Clark for an excellent 57. He was bowled by George Balderson. Peter Trigo out for 1, caught by Davis off the bowling of Bailey. Tom Moores and Samit Patel also back in the pavilion for Nottinghamshire. So they've got Matt Carter on 7, Stephen Mullaney on 49, Notts a 435 for 7, and the Test match is underway in Southampton. Eventually, final day, final session of the Test match. England have resumed their first innings on 16 for 1. And Carter has just gone for a big hit back over the bowler's head for 6 during the course of that update. Well, that was absolutely clubbed away by Carter for 6. He hit a beautiful cover drive for 4 to get off the marble. That was a proper hit back over the bowler's head. Have a bit of that. And he tries to be a little bit more delicate here to paddle the ball down towards fine leg for 1 run, but he's having a bit of fun. He moves to 14 from 12, but there's not much point in him doing anything other than that, I don't think. That's a big hit for 6. Anyway, captain's back on strike for Nottinghamshire, 49 not out. I hope he gets a single, gets to 50 and declares. I quite like that. Livingston to Mullaney. It's sent down the leg side, and it's been signalled as a wide by umpire Robinson. Mullaney settles back into his crease again. Livingston polishing the ball, and then into Mullaney, who does get 1 and does get to 50. Little push into the onside, jogs through for a single, and skippers off to 50. What a really good little knock actually by Stephen Mullaney. 50 not out from 56 deliveries with 5 fours. Nicely done by the Notts captain. It's the end of the over, and looks like he's happy to keep going for now. So elsewhere in the Bob Willis Trophy, we mentioned this a couple of times, but just to recap if you missed it, the game between Leicestershire and Durham was abandoned at, well, I think before lunch in the end. But little play on day 3 of that game. Durham 250 for 7 against Leicestershire. And the other North Group game is taking place in Leeds at Headingley, where Yorkshire are playing Derbyshire. Yorkshire declared 400 for 6, declared a double century for David Malan in that game. Derbyshire in their reply are 79 for 2 after 28.3 overs. In the central group, as we wait for Liam Hurt to start his 21st over, there are 4 overs remaining of the Nottinghamshire innings. Hurt is in and bowls to Mullaney, And that's driven through the offside out towards deep point, but Lancashire feel they've got a little touch on that. Keaton Jennings to take the pace off it. And he did well there. Again, they're just feeling his fingers as that would have clattered into the digits. So a single for Mulaney. He moves to 51 now. 4-4-5 for 7. So the Central games. Warwickshire 24 for 2. They're following on after being bowled out for 121, with Somerset declaring their first innings on 413 for 9. Essex are 94 for 6 in reply to Sussex 194 all out. Clubbed away by Carter. Livingston will chase after it, down back up towards the pavilion. It'll won't reach the rope, and Carter comes back for 2, moves up to 16. Score moves on to 4-4-7 for 7. And Worcestershire 59 for 1 in their second innings against Northamptonshire. Northampton made 212 in their first innings. Worcestershire made 219, so they lead by 66 with 9 wickets remaining to Worcestershire. The games at Montagues Road, and the South Group games. Well, I think I've missed a Central Group game. I have. Glamorgan against Gloucestershire. I've missed that one. Gloucestershire 89 for 3, replying to Glamorgan's 116 all out. He's hurt balls to Carter, and that's swatted away through the onside. That might have cleared the stand. Crikey, that was a big hit.
Ooh. I did sort of mark your card a little bit when he came out and said he just decided to deposit Stephen Patterson for a huge 6. First ball he faced with the second new ball. Crikey.
Well, that might take some finding, that ball, so I'll complete these scores. Gloucestershire 89 for 3 in reply to Glamorgan's 118, and the South Group games are like this. Middlesex 289 all out, Kent 37 for 1 in reply, Surrey 172 all out, and Hampshire 58 for 1 in reply, and that Essex scored 94 for 6, replying to Sussex 194 all out. Everyone's playing, apart from the game at Leicester, which has been abandoned.
And we're not playing here because we haven't got a ball. And talk about being socially distanced. Umpire Tim Robinson at square leg has gone over to the Fox Road side of the ground to see if he can shed any light on where it went. And Paul Baldwin, the other umpire, has disappeared to the pavilion to see if he can get a spare ball, because that went many a mile. Remember Brett Lee hit him one over the top of the Larwood and Bose there, and didn't actually follow the trajectory of where it went. Sometimes they can just get in that gap, can't they, between the two stands, but that did seem to go quite a long way.
He hits it well, doesn't he? When he gets hold of it. Crikey. It's a couple of big shots. And there's Keaton Jennings just practicing his shadow shots. He knows he'll be out there batting soon enough.
Andrew Bunting's come back to me. Thanks for the plug on the book. Your story about getting chicken pox on the Norfolk tour is in the book. You left a tray of cans of beer under your bed when you went home. We'll finish them off for you. Not really planning to put the book on general sale, only printing 50 copies initially. That's a shame, because we've already had who was it? We had one guy saying he'd want one because he used to play against Wellow. You could be sat on a gold mine there, Andy. But let me know. Graham Rowley, surely it should be declaration time. Get some bowling points. Looks very much as if they're going to bat the 120 overs out. Ed, maybe Notts will do what Leicestershire did and get them in just before tea. Very much enjoying the commentary. And then an awful lot of people just having conversations amongst themselves, but me copied in. Sometimes we almost lose the will to live, don't you? And you retweet something, or somebody retweets you, and then they speak to them, and they speak to them, but you get copied in to about 20 different messages on your timeline. But thanks very much, keep them coming. And again, if you didn't hear that message whilst they're off the field waiting for another ball, the Notts Heritage people just love to know sort of how you've gone on in 2020, either with cricket in your life or not having cricket in your life. You know, what did you do as a substitute? Did you miss it? Did you miss it more than you thought? Have you turned to, I don't know, badminton now and you play badminton whereas you used to play cricket or anything else. Anything, no, just send an email and they'll ring you up and have a chat with you. heritage@notcc.co.uk as Hurt comes in. They've found a ball from somewhere, they've lost this one. As Carter hits it away on the leg side, it might not go all the way there, it might be caught, and he has been caught by Hartley. And Matt Carter got underneath that one. Another huge hit he was going for, and this one just didn't quite have the legs to clear the rope. Right on the rope again. But that's a very, very entertaining, bright and breezy little innings there by Matt Carter. Made 22, caught Hartley, bowled Hurt, who's now picked up a couple of wickets. So we're quite pleased for Liam Hurt, because he's given his all over the 117 or so overs of this innings. Matt Carter only batted for 18 minutes, 15 balls, 1 4 and 2 sixes.
Well, it's good fun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
While it lasted from Matt Carter.
There's going to be a bit more though, because Stephen Mullaney's still there.
All right, still content to keep going. 4-5-3 for 8. Conversation is Stephen Mullaney with Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings, who are all gathered together by the stumps as we wait for Zach Chappell to come out.
Zach Chappell with a highest scoring first-class cricket of 96. Former Leicestershire man. Bowled, he did bowl well in that last game. Picked up 6 wickets, bowled quickly. Had to lead the attack with Jake Ball picking up an injury. And I'm sure we'll be looking forward to sort of replicating that form in this game. Played against Lancashire in that one-dayer here last year where both sides scored 400, and he was also tapped about a bit by Glenn Maxwell in the T20 at Old Trafford. He's Hurt. Stephen Mullaney's back on strike. And he's flashed at that one. Nothing on it as it goes through to Alex Davis, who guess we'll be hoping that he doesn't have to bat until after tea. As an opening batsman, you want to bat, but that's part and parcel of the job. But you don't want to have the umpires to say, right, well, we'll just have 2 overs before tea, because then you sort of got to start twice, haven't you? If you survive the first little bit. Yeah,
which was what I mentioned before. That's what Leicestershire did in that game at New Road. That declaration, so they could have a little go either side of tea.
Final ball of the 117th over of this innings, 4-5-3. Mullaney digs it out, just takes a single. So the only batsman we've not seen is Tom Barber, who is 11 on the card. Mullaney 52, Chappell yet to face a ball, 454 for 8. Hamid 22, Duckett 116 round on Saturday. Today Slater for 142, Clark for 57, Trigo 1, Moores 18, Samit a first baller, and Matt Carter 22. Mullaney's 52 not out, and he's got 18 deliveries left potentially to give it a bit of a wallop. Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club have tweeted, if anybody sees a cricket ball making its merry way along Hound Road, please alert the nearest steward. Give it a biff, didn't he?
I did.
So I'm presuming from that they must have lost it, and they started again with the spare ball that Paul Baldwin went to fetch. So, just maybe it was a slightly different hardness, and that's why Carter, got out going for it again. It didn't come off the bat as cleanly.
There's a run for Mullaney, just pushed down the ground for a single. 53 not out, 455 for 8. There's some very nice looking properties and often some very nice looking cars on that side of Trent Bridge, so that ball is heading in that direction, wasn't it? Slip in place with Chappell on strike, facing his first delivery. The field creeps in a little bit now, 1 slip. Extra cover, short mid-wicket, backward point. Long off comes up as well. He goes back and jabs it back towards Livingston off his own bowling. No run.
Been a century from one number 10 today, Jamie Overton of Somerset. Maiden century. First Somerset number 10 to score a first-class 100.
Livingston to Chappell to try and reverse paddle it, and they sent it straight into the hands of Josh Bohannon. Just run off the face of the bat and a pretty simple catch. I think, pretty sure that's Bohannon. It is. And Chapel departs for a 2-ball duck.
Yeah, they're going to make Barber come out. little bizarre. They could have had a bit of a go at Lancashire, I think, but we'll see how it all pans out in the end.
Yeah, he seems pretty content, doesn't he? Not skipper. Hands behind his back, all very relaxed and happy, and why not? His team have batted really well. 455 for 9, and 2 guys making centuries, 2 guys making half centuries, of which he's one of them. Even though we've had a full day without play, either side of it, Notts have batted very nicely indeed, after being asked to bat first, don't forget. Lancashire won the toss and said, we want to have a bowl, and 455 for 9 later, Notts are still going.
Having lost their first 2 games, Notts would have been looking for some sort of response, and I guess with the time taken out of the match, the complete loss of yesterday, a positive result is very much an unlikely option right now. But Mulaney and co seem to have stopped the bleeding a little bit with a return to form with the bat. Bowled out for 97, remember, on the last day against Yorkshire.
So Barber then replacing Carter. Livingston picking up his 2nd wicket. And almost with a 3rd there. It's a play and a miss from Barber through to the keeper, no run. That's a reverse. A sweep, a paddle, straight to Josh Bohannon, who took a pretty simple catch.
He's looking for his first Nottinghamshire run, by the way.
Can you get it here? You can. He's
Yep.
chopped the ball out through the offside for 1. He's off the mark.
Could also add that, you know, you can make statistics read anything, can't you? You can also add for that, he's never been out for Notts. Never been dismissed. He was 0 not out and 0 not out against Derbyshire.
Decent.
But now he's got a county best.
1 ball left of the over, and then 12 deliveries left of the innings.
In fact, just looking at that, that's only his 4th first-class run. He only played 2 matches for Middlesex.
Having a little giggle with umpire Robinson as he waits at the Radcliffe Road end, with Livingston about to bowl to Mulaney in the sunshine. Mulaney trying to get the ball between the keeper, which he does. Davis could see the skipper in position early on and tried to shuffle across his stumps to try and stop the ball, but it managed to get it in between the legs of Alex Davis. That is the end of the over. Mulaney has got the strike for the start of the 119th. 457 for 9.
Yes, you'd like to think that he could, you know, from his angle, to make this decision seem more sensible, to go on and on and on, that you could have 2 good overs here now, you know, a 16 and a 17 off each over or something like that, to go completely wild right at the end of the innings, because the last couple of overs they've only picked up a couple of runs in each, haven't they? And since Matt Carter got out, it's been fairly slim pickings. 457 for 9. Liam Hurt, 21 overs. He's got his 100 now, by the way. 21 overs, 2 for 107. Here he comes to bowl to Mulaney, who's gotten a little dill scoop down to fine leg, connected with it. Tom Bailey's down there, but they don't take the run. And they're all out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I presume there's a 3rd man. There is 9. They're all out for Stephen Mulaney. So it's a little bit of a phony war going on here. Liam Hurt running in off a 25-30 yard run up, bowling as quick as he can. Alex Davies stood well back, and this one's hit away into the offside. Will that be caught? No, it won't, but they won't take the single. It's a decent effort out there. Is that Croft on the ground? Yeah, fabulous attempt by Stephen Croft. Didn't quite get to it on the full. They could have got one, and I guess had they been sprinting from the off looking to get two, they probably could have done, but Mullaney says no.
It was a great effort, wasn't it? He was diving on one of the pitches that they've been using during lunch for practice.
Will be tea now, whatever, I think, in a moment or two. Next one is chopped down into the ground and goes through to the keeper. So tea will be taken when this wicket goes down, or in 9 balls time when the innings ends. That's 3 dots, sort of like what I said at the start of the over, wasn't it? To sort of make it worthwhile to justify going on. Not that the skipper really does have to justify to anybody. Could have done with making it a heavy over. Hurt to bowl to win. Can't reach that one. Down on one knee. Perhaps had other thoughts in his mind. Now then, 4 balls. Will Dame Willis move 1 or 2 fielders into place? No. So will Mullaney take a single from the 5th ball? And now suddenly somebody say, hey Skip, you realise this is going to be the 5th ball of the over, so a couple have been brought in, saving one on the offside. Keaton Jennings, that shock of air sticking out from under his cap, and slashed away for 4. Well, that's why they were all out on the ropes, I guess. Man at backward point had just been moved in front of square when Jennings had come in on the 1. And Mullaney, whether he intended it to go there or not, very effectively finds the boundary boards. 461 for 9. Mullaney 57, Barber 1. At 461, that's what Nott's got the last time a number 1 and a number 3 on their card scored centuries. Mullaney's on 57, looking to add to that. Comes in and bowls. Oh, dug in short from Liam Hurt, and Stephen Mullaney maybe taken a little bit by surprise. It was through him, it was quick, it was head high, and certainly wasn't expecting it or was able to react to it. So end of the over, 461 for 9. Liam Hurt is done. 22 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 111. Won't be required to bowl again because we're just 6 deliveries away from having something that's not appeared on a scorecard for a long, long time in first-class cricket, and that is innings closed.
Well bowled, Liam Hurt. He's kept going, hasn't he? And he's very new to first-class cricket. It's only his 3rd or 4th game at the most, and he's kept going. He was tough on Saturday. He got his first couple of overs were expensive. He was taking out the attack, and he's come back and plugged away for his team and bowled hard today.
Fielded well, thrown himself about. I like the look of him. As we say, he's a big unit. Would seem to be no stranger to a gymnasium. Obviously keeps himself very fit, and yeah, there's plenty to work with there for the coaches indeed.
So here we go. This will be the last over. It's Livingston to Barber. It's thumped down the ground to Liam Hurt. Barber gets 1, moves to 2, 462 for 9.
Equals his career best.
Nicely done. Come on, Stephen, don't hog the strike. Get Barber on the strike. He wants to set a new career best here. Everyone's back out again, apart from Keaton Jennings, who's in a short, fine leg. But,
for that little scoop shot he likes to play, I guess.
Yeah, he's tried that a couple of times, hasn't he? Everybody else is back out on the rope. Liam Livingston bowls and swatted out through the onside by Stephen Mullaney. Oh, Barber wants a run. Come on, Skip, get me on strike. Don't hog it all.
Almost worth going for 2 there. I don't know. Would they have done it? They had to run quickly, but they put pressure on Rob Jones, wouldn't they?
4 balls left.
I think I might have called for 2 there.
In comes Livingston, down the pitch comes Mullaney, clubs it back over the bowler's head, couple of bounces and 4 runs. That's a good shot by Mullaney, and says to Tom Barber, that's the reason why we didn't take a single, because I can hit those type of shots. arrow straight from the bat of the not skipper.
Yeah, Barber don't want to fall out with the skipper anyway, does he? Just before he's going to be bowling.
No, that's true. Yeah,
stay on his good side.
You keep going.
Bad
Captain.
Skip. Nicely done, Skip. Well done, Skip. Here if you need me, Skip.
Livingston 2, Mulaney down on one knee, he's going through the offside this time and gets 6 for it. What a terrific shot that was from Stephen Mulaney. Down on one knee, kind of into out and over extra cover for 6. Wonderful shot. Moves to 67 not out, and Nottinghamshire 472 for 9. I'm glad he's having a few goals here.
Yeah. What a fine player he's been for Nottinghamshire over the years.
2 balls left for him. Again, he comes down the pitch. Again, he goes big, he goes high, he goes leg side, and there's Rob Jones underneath it, and he takes the catch. And that's the end of Mulaney's very, very good 67 off 70, just perfect for Nottinghamshire. But they have been bowled out before reaching that 120 mark for 472. So 472 all out. Mulaney, the last man out, going for another big hit off the bowling of Liam Livingston. It went high, and Rob Jones out towards the long on boundary, get himself in position nice and early, and gets his fingers underneath it and takes a good catch. All out for 472 Nottinghamshire. But to take you back to 10:30 on Saturday, when Dame Villas says we will bowl first, well battered Nottinghamshire. It's a fabulous effort, having been put into bat to get to 472.
Very much so. Well done, Stephen Mulaney. Well done, Ben Slater and Ben Duckett, with that second wicket partnership really laying the platform. Nicely done as well from Joe Clark today. I thought he was quite impressive in making 57, and some useful hands played as well. Tom Moore's 18, Matt Carter 22, a couple of big hits from him, and Stephen Mulaney's 67, an absolute joy to watch. Doesn't matter about the others, they came and went doing their bit for the cause, just trying to keep the total moving on, and Nottinghamshire have performed quite stoically there, having been put in 472 all out. The bonus point situation, not a good one for Lancashire supporters looking at that. Just the one bowling bonus point, Notts getting maximum batting points. And I guess the Red Rose supporters will now be looking towards Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis and the rest of the top order to reply in kind, put some runs on the board. It's still a good wicket, it's still a very fast outfield, and right now it's still fair overhead. So hopefully we will get in the remainder. The board says there's 44 overs to go in the day, and of course we won't lose any off that for the tea interval. So if we can get it all in, crikey, we'll be here till 8 o'clock. 472 all out, Nottinghamshire, as we head to tea.
Thank you, Dave. And we'll be allowing medium wave listeners across the northwest to rejoin FM programmes in the next few moments as well. And I'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes as the players make their way up towards the steps of the pavilion and have a break for 20 minutes or so. 472 all out. That final partnership was worth 17 runs in the end, as Stephen Mulaney had a little bit of fun and hit some terrific shots along the way. But the innings was put together by that wonderful partnership between Ben Slater and Ben Duckett. 178 runs for that second wicket between Slater and Duckett. Duckett 116, Slater 142, and then half centuries for Joe Clark, who made 57, and for Stephen Mulaney as well, who eventually was out for 67. We're at tea on the third day at Nottinghamshire, all out for 472. And we're at tea, and Nottinghamshire all out eventually for 472. Stephen Mullaney, the last man out, for 67. Centuries for Ben Slater and Ben Duckett, plus a 50 for Joe Clark. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 2 each for Liam Hurt, for Stockport's George Balderson, and 3 for Liam Livingston as well. Notts 472 all out. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The Nottinghamshire players, led out by their captain Stephen Mullaney, and the Lancashire opening batsmen of Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis are drifting out to the middle under bright sunshine still. We've been fortunate, we've been lucky. The weather's been good for us today, and we enjoyed some very good batting, some very entertaining batting from Nottinghamshire. Excellent from Slater and Duckett and Clark, and then Mullaney's 67, well supported by a 18 from Tom Moores, but in particular a 22 from Matt Carter and from Tom Barber, who hung around for a little bit as well. So 472 all out for Nottinghamshire, with one ball left of their allotted 120 overs. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 2 for Liam Hurt, 2 for George Balderson, and 3 for Liam Livingston. 472 on the board for Nottinghamshire in their first innings. Peter Tregold to open up the bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. And here's the voice of Dave Bracegirdle.
And this Trigo then from, false start. Keaton Jennings not quite ready. 3 slips. Noisy, enthusiastic in a circle as Jennings defends. For Lancashire supporters and listeners, again a little mystifying that Peter Trigo opened the bowling in the first match in the Bob Willis Trophy, both innings against Derbyshire, yet didn't bowl in the first innings last week against Yorkshire. Had to bowl a few overs in the second innings when Jake Ball went off injured. Here he comes again, bowls, and Jennings defends. Some genuine pace at the other end, be it through Zach Chappell or Tom Barber, both still fairly raw. Chappell's had 20 first-class games. Barber, this is only his 4th, but they're both quite pacey. Mullaney himself, with his self-styled dibbly-dobblers, is Trigo in bowling. Jennings nudges it out to Joe Clark, and a couple of spin options in Matt Carter and Samit Patel. So they will be the 6 bowlers that you'd imagine at some time in the Lancashire innings will be in operation.
Welcome back, medium wave listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire as well. Just 3 balls into the Lancashire first innings, 3 dot balls to start with.
Trigo, squad number 77, runs away from commentary position, bowls to Jennings, who gets the first run of the Lancashire innings on the board. Not entirely convincingly, manages just to squirt it away behind square on the leg side, but the total up and running. And Alex Davis down to the far end. Wicket-keeper batsman, it's a tough old role to undertake as wicket-keeper when you are an opening batsman as well, or an opening batsman when you are a wicket-keeper as well. There's not too many in the history of the game have done it throughout their careers completely successfully. Alex Stewart wasn't always a wicket-keeper, and he wasn't always a opening batsman, but he did manage to combine both through most of his Test career as Trigo bowls to Davis and he defends. 1 without loss. Go back to Lancashire, of course. Farouk Engineer was one who fulfilled the role throughout his career, both for Lancashire and for India in international cricket.
Yeah, he's quite adamant and keen that it's what he wants to do to keep wicket and to open the batting. As you say, it's a real test, isn't it, for him?
There's Trigo, nice and full, and Davis defends. So just a single from the opening over. Keaton Jennings up and running. Notts made 472. Lancashire 1 without reply here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, and on 855 medium wave in the north west. Glad to have you with us. Also, those of you following the action with the pictures, the live streams on the respective websites of Lancashire County Cricket Club and Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club.
Will be Zach Chappell from the pavilion end for Nottinghamshire to get things going from that far end. And Keaton Jennings just taking guard. He's had scores of 5, 8 and 18 in the 3 innings so far in the Bob Willis Trophy for Keaton Jennings. So 1 without loss. Lancashire 472 all out Nottinghamshire made. Started on Saturday morning and finished their innings late on Monday afternoon.
Chapel quite slippery.
Let's see what he can serve up. 3 slips awaiting. Chapel in and balls to Keaton Jennings, and that's 4 runs, which he drives down towards what backward point, and Peter Trigo will have to chase after it. And Jennings with his first boundary. Bit of extra pace with the new ball, but he caught it sweetly to Keaton Jennings and gets full value for it.
He's a class player, and has scored runs at an international level, of course. So there's a game that's been able to cope with the very best around the world.
Yes, 2 centuries for England in Test cricket, 1 in Sri Lanka, 1 in India. He was part of the England Test squad in Sri Lanka back in March. That had to come on early as Chapel balls to him. Just at the last minute drops the bat. There's the ball with a little extra lift. It nestles into the gloves of Tom Moores.
It's made both batsmen go down and meet in the middle of the strip. Have a chat.
He did well to get his hands and his bat out of the way of that one, Keaton Jennings. Chapel is quick. Just found a little extra bounce off this surface as well. It slips like that delivery. And Chapel over the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who leaves. And Tom Moores with a take, stretching low to his left to get to it in front of second slip.
We've enjoyed watching Seba Mead in the field for Nottinghamshire, and he's taken some quite sharp catches so far. He took an absolute snorter in the gully region in the game against Derbyshire, and a stunner at short leg, one-handed reflex effort to get rid of Johnny Bairstow in the Yorkshire match last week, but throws himself about, greatly encourages everybody else.
He's at third slip is Hamid as Chapel comes in and balls to Jennings, who just turned him round a little, but he defends neatly enough into the offside, no run. Ben Duckett at first slip, Matt Carter at second, and Hasib Hamid at third slip.
Mr. Tickle, they call Matt Carter at second slip.
Tickle.
He's got long arms and
can
catch pigeons. He took some stunning catches in the last game, as did Stephen Mullaney, who's at mid-off, the captain. He took 7 catches in the last game.
Kept him busy, didn't it? Yeah, he's a kind of wide mid-off there, isn't he? He's Mullaney. Chapel is in balls to Jennings, who just presses forward, but just brought the bat inside the line, perhaps through to the keeper. No run, but Tom Moores liked it. Takes the catch, applauds the bowler. Joe Clark, who's at gully, polishing the ball. Good start by Chapel. You say he's quick, isn't he?
He is. He's pushing it through there. Tom Moore's a decent distance back, and he's really having to be very careful on his toes. 1 or 2 he's had to dive for in front of Ben Duckett at first slip. 1 or 2 he's sort of taken up shoulder height or higher.
Final ball of his first over into Jennings. That's driven straight down the ground. He'll get runs here. Mentioned that Mullaney's kind of wide at mid-off, and that was punched pretty straight by Keaton Jennings. He's got 3 for it as well. End of the over. So Chapel's first over was on for 7. Jennings has 8 to his name, as indeed do Lancashire, 8 without loss.
Strong left arm throw in from Tom Barber, former Middlesex man who was undefeated on 2 at the end of the Nottinghamshire innings. Finished around about half an hour ago now, 472. Mullaney deciding to go on and on and on. Lancashire 8 without loss.
Ken Grime has a question for you, Dave.
For me?
Oh, he said he might.
Hello, Ken.
He said he might know the answer to this. He says, no Nottinghamshire team has ever scored 500 runs versus Lancashire at Trent Bridge in first-class cricket.
Oh.
Records only show totals of 500 plus, but 472 might be close.
Ooh. Here's Trigo in and bowls, and that's hit crisply up to Zach Chappell at mid-off, and there's no run. So I'm going to have a bit of a look, aren't I? In between deliveries, see what we can discover.
Hit that well, did Jennings, but as Dave described on commentary, hit it well, but straight to Chappell at mid-off.
He's got all 8 runs so far. Trigo bowls. This one's left alone by the lefty. Sorry, Scott.
It's interesting. It is an interesting combination, isn't it? With Chappell at one end, obviously quick ball, a tall man, and then perhaps the more slippery, skiddy approach of Trigo from the other end, rather than perhaps Barber and Chappell in tandem with a new ball. Very good bowlers, but perhaps it's a slightly different option with Trigo from this end.
Here comes the former Somerset man, bowls, and it's defended. Well, we'll agree with Ken that they've never scored 500 here against Lancashire. 560 at Old Trafford in 1993. Looks to be the highest. Trigo once more in bowls, and again Jennings happy to defend, and 504 for 5 declared at Old Trafford in 1949. So we'll continue to have a look.
He's digging deep into his files of stats.
Not really.
Nottinghamshire innings. Good stuff this by Trigo, though. Really good over this, making Jennings play at every delivery so far.
Trigo again in and bowls, and that one just squared him up a bit and struck him on the pad, ran out on the offside.
It's a good combination to watch with Trigo at one end and Chappell at the other. Different tests for the two batsmen, different types of batsmen too. I mean, physically, one taller Keaton Jennings, the height difference, there's a left hand right hand combination difference.
Next ball clipped away nicely off his pads by Keaton Jennings. Samit Patel's after it, going to keep them down to 2. Patel running towards the Fox Road side of the ground. End of the over. Just those 2 runs from that Trigo over. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 3 now. Lancashire 10 without loss here at Trent Bridge, with some wispy grey cloud overhead, but there's enough blue around to at least comfort us that we're going to be watching cricket for quite some time.
There is, yeah. Whether we'll get all 41 overs left remains to be seen. Of course, we did go off a bad light on Saturday, and that is the meter reading that the umpires will now use for the rest of the game. So light might become an issue. We've still got the floodlights on, no problems at the minute with light, but might be an issue a little later on if those clouds do rumble across. So Chappell to continue from the pavilion end, and Alex Davis on strike. 3 slips, Gully, point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Chappell over the wicket to Davis, who just clips the ball up towards Mullaney at mid on. There is no run. Alex Davis spots something on the surface and leans forward to pick it up. Jennings comes down to do a bit of prodding and poking as well. Hasib, Hamid and Matt Carter. A little chat. 2 in the slips there. 3 slips in total. Duckett the first. Tom Walls with his collar tucked up underneath his ears. The keeper sweeping down as the ball was in, and Davis will just glance that one down towards fine leg, straight onto his pads, and Davis helped that on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. He's off the mark with that, Alex Davis, and Lancashire move on to 14 without loss.
Yes, it's all right being right up there, mid to high 80s, but if you get your line wrong, absolutely no chance whatsoever for the wicket keeper.
Ben Duckett having to go down from first slip towards the fine leg boundary to go fetch the ball. Chappell for Nottinghamshire comes bouncing back in and bowls again to Davis, who plays forward and steers the ball safely to Samit Patel, who's at point, and there is no run. Plenty of encouragement from behind the stumps for Chappell. His captain wants a little word with him now as well, as he times the walk across Stephen Mullaney just in time to meet his bowler and walks side by side with him for a few paces, and then peels away to the left and gets himself back into his position at mid-on. Chappell having to perhaps just tie up his bootlace there, I think. Left boot. Lace is tied up. Here's Davis on 4. Bends his knees now, stands tall in the crease. Chappell balls to him. Oh, and that pops a little bit on to Davis, who's on top of the bounce to steer it out into the offside. And again, he causes both batsmen to come down and have a little look at the pitch. Prod and the poke here and there with the bat. Jennings back towards the non-striker's end. Davis having a little flick of the pads and twirls the bat through his little routine. And there's Chappell back into Davis. Ooh, playing the miss from Davis and through to Tom Moores. And there is no run. 14 without loss. 1 ball left of Chappell's second over. Treagle's bowled 2, gone for just 3 runs so far, so good start by Treagle from the pavilion end. Just the odd loose delivery from Chappell from the pavilion end. Sorry, from the pavilion end, and Treagle from the Radcliffe Road end. But a good combination seeing these two bowl. Can Chappell serve up here? Back to the top of his mark, short sleeves. In again to Davis. It's nicely played off the hip. But Treagle will come from fine leg to field. And I think Davis has pinched the strike. He has. Just the 1 run for Alex Davis, but that completes the over. So he's on 5. And Lancashire off 15 without loss. So 4 overs gone of the Lancashire reply. Yes, 4 overs into their first innings are Lancashire as well, and Alex Davis on 5 and Keaton Jennings on 10. So Lancashire 15 without loss. Nottinghamshire eventually all out for 472 with impressive centuries for Ben Slater and Ben Duckett, and good half centuries for Joe Clark. And for the Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 3 for Liam Livingstone, and a couple for Liam Hurt, and 2 for George Balderson as well. Lancashire picking up just the 1 bowling bonus point. Nottinghamshire collecting their maximum 5 batting bonus points. Still got 39 overs left in theory. We'll be going till about 10 o'clock tonight, albeit the light might not survive that long. At Lancashire 15 without loss. Davis on 5. Let's see. Waiting for the ball. Ball's coming back round eventually via Joe Clark, who's at mid wicket. Hands it back to Peter Treagle. A little shuffle, and here he comes, building up some momentum. Steams in now and balls, and that's down the leg side. And Davis eases the ball down towards the boundary for 4 more runs. He's picked up 8 runs of the 9 he's got so far. Davis, little leg side glances for 4. He moves to 9, and Lancashire on 19 without loss. Peter Trigo with the kind of Hollywood-style collar tucked up behind the back of the neck. Tattoos down both arms. Very fashionable stubble. Former Somerset man. I seem to recall having he's had many a good game against lots of counties, but he wouldn't be the first to say I've watched him score runs and take wickets against Lancashire for Somerset over the years. And to Davis, it's pushed a little further but wide of off stump, so left alone by Davis. Gathered by Tom Moores. And there is no run. 19 for no wicket on the third day, the final session of the third day. Bob Willis Trophy at Trent Bridge, Lancashire against Nottinghamshire. England are still just that 1 wicket down, 51 for 1 against Pakistan. Davis turns this next delivery up to Zach Chappell at mid-on. There's no runs. So Zach Crowley on 24 and Tom Sibley on 20. 51 for 1 England. Final session of the Test match there. Obliterated really by the poor weather. They're at tea at Leeds and Headingley, where Derbyshire are 112 for 2 in reply to Yorkshire's 400 for 6 declared. Trigo in bowling, in down the leg side, and taken by Tom Moores, but no bat on it this time by Davis. Davis on 19 without loss, and the game at Grace Road, that was called off a few hours ago now. Absolutely torrential rain in Leicester today, and they decided to kind of call time on that, I think around about lunchtime. Durham 250 for 7 in their first innings. Here's Trigo bowling to Davis, and that'll be 4, which he strikes firmly through the offside out towards point. End of the over. 23 not without loss Lancashire. Davis on 13 and Jennings on 10.
Not sure if he was totally in control of that, but there's no pictures in the scorebook, as they say. In response to Ken's query, I can't I'm sure Mike Galder, if he's listening, would be able to definitively say, but I can't see anything above 472 here at Trent Bridge, or I can't see anywhere where I can have a look where it would say that. In fact, having said that, the new Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club Annual, which is now available, published by the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society, just £5 if you want to get a copy of that. They are available if you go on Twitter at @NotsView and drop them a note. They'll tell you how to get hold of the new yearbook. As Chappell starts a new over, this goes past to the left-handed Jennings and into the gloves of Moores. Not sure in here if in the records section there would be the highest home score against Lancashire. We've seen the away scores, but I can't see anything to beat what they've put on over the course of this match so far. .23 without loss. Keaton Jennings has 10 of them. Again, leaves it alone. No, don't think it's in there. I'm sure Mike Galder will let me know if it's been beaten, but Ken might be right. Highest score that Notts have ever posted here at Trent Bridge against Lancashire in first-class cricket, 472. Warwickshire are 58 for 5 in their second innings against Somerset, who are already, I think you can say, on the brink of making it 3 out of 3 in the central group of the Bob Willis Trophy. Been a great day for Jamie Overton. Maiden century going in at number 10 in the innings. There's Chappell His third over, bowls. Jennings pushes into the offside, well stopped by Stephen Mullaney, and just can't. The ball is like a bar of soap there as he tried to pick it up. It was refusing to go into the palm of his hand so he could throw it back to the wicket keeper. Just got up stretching himself there, Mullaney. Played very nicely indeed, the not skipper. Just the 1-6 Mullaney hit. Some nice clean one straight down the ground, wasn't there?
Yeah, well, some good hitting, wasn't there, throughout the course of that?
Oh no, there was the one over extra cover. I'll have to have a look. Here comes Chappell, bowls edged, caught by Hamid at the second time of asking, and Chappell has got Keaton Jennings, who stares ruefully at the surface. Hasib Hamid, Jennings' former opening partner, has taken it at the second time of asking. It went so quickly, fancy it hit him on the left wrist, the left palm area, the heel of the hand, and it just ballooned straight up into the air and came back to him nice and softly. A little bit of a bonus there for Hamid, but Chappell certainly has had the pace to ruffle the England international Keaton Jennings, and Lancashire 23 for 1. Jennings caught Hamid, bowled Chappell 10, batted for 24 minutes, faced 20 balls and hit the one boundary, but he's gone, and that's a big moment for Nottinghamshire here, getting rid of Keaton Jennings, who's a terrific player.
Yeah, it's a good moment for Nottinghamshire, and it was a really good piece of kind of calm reaction from Hamid, because he could be, you know, forgiven for having kind of parried the first attempt to kind of rushing the second and getting it a little bit wrong, but he's able to have the composure just to make sure that he got hands on it for the second time. And yeah, it's a real bonus that for Notts, dismissing Keaton Jennings early on and making an early inroad for Notts, and got that big score on the board, 472. We're seeing if they can put Lancashire under pressure here in these final 38 overs, and seeing what they can do with their big quick bowlers. With a breakthrough for Chappell, brings Josh Bohannon out to join Alex Davis.
Yeah, we can only assume he's absolutely 100%, but wasn't on the field for much of the morning session. Josh Bohannon did field after lunch though, so maybe whatever it was been sorted out with a recuperative tablet or two. Right-hander out there, but he's got something about him, Zach Chappell. Not knew they hadn't seen the best of him last season when bizarrely he didn't manage to take a single wicket, but he certainly put that stat to bed last week. 6 wickets against Yorkshire, and following on now he's got another big wicket, that of Keaton Jennings. 23 for 1. Josh Bohannon on strike. Zach Chappell from the pavilion end bowls to him, and Bohannon shoulders arms, lets it go through to Tom Moores.
It's another good test this for Josh Bohannon, who now does consider himself, or at least he's hoping to try and force this and nail down this number 3 position in the Lancashire team. Clearly, it comes with a lot of responsibility batting at 3 for your side. But kind of edged his way slowly up the batting order throughout the course of last season, and now finished last season at 3, starting this season at 3. But another test for him. Still a young man, relatively early in his first-class career.
There's Chappell again. Umpire is Paul Baldwin. Chappell towers over him. He's tall man is Zach Chappell, 6'4", 6'5", maybe. End of the over as a push into the offside. Fails to get Bohannon off the mark. And Zach Chappell, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. As we saw against Yorkshire, he will occasionally go for a few, just striving just to bowl quickly and sometimes spraying it around a little bit, but genuine pace, especially at the start of an innings with a new ball, does sometimes tend to ruffle up even the very best, and Keaton Jennings has paid the price today. A genuine nick. Didn't see Hasib Hamid overly celebrate. He's been very bubbly in the field, and he's taken, as I said earlier, some sharp catches for Nottinghamshire so far, and he's really been enjoying it. But
Trigo to Davis, a wide ball which he ignores, through to the keeper, no run.
Whether it was Jennings, whether he was feeling, I had a bit of a good fortune there, because he did parry it, didn't he? I don't know if he did, as I said at the time, I don't know if he hit the heel of his hand or what, but he was very, very fortunate that it just ballooned straight up in the air and just lolloped back towards him. I mean, it could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? Could have gone on the ground, and that would have been an expensive one, but he got the catch, but he didn't overly celebrate.
Trigo to Davis, rocks onto the front foot, allows that one to pass through to the keeper, no run. As you described on commentary, Dave, his former opening partner, Keaton Jennings, Alex Davis as well, former opening batting partner of Hasib Hamid. In fact, all three of them were at the top of the order for the first game of last season. Hamid batted at 3. Is it Jennings and Davis, the opening pair? Defends back down the pitch as Alex Davis rolls slowly back to Peter Trigo, just stands his ground and waits for the ball to eventually arrive at his right boot before collecting it.
We're only 10 days or so away from the start of the Vitality Blast starting. Second bit of silverware up for grabs this season.
We go to Davis, who leaves.
Notts and Lancashire, of course, in the same North group. Groups have been shared out exactly the same way as they have for the Bob Willis Trophy, so we'll be meeting each other a couple of times. One match penciled in already for Trent Bridge, but the Lancashire home fixture still up in the air where it'll be.
Trigo over the wicket, full length delivery on off stump, which Davis defends into the onside, no run. Yeah, I think that was slated as being Emirates, Old Trafford / Liverpool.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody coming in from overseas for the Lightning? They still called the Lightning?
They are, yeah, they are. Trigo balls to Davis. That's swatted away about waist height down towards long leg for a single. Davis to 14, 24 for 1.
I did see Lancashire County Cricket Club actually in the last day or two. They've been they tweeted the letter to the original that they sent to the original fan, or the, I think to be strictly correct, it was the mother of the young person who designed the Lightning logo, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'll try and see if I can find the letter. They popped it onto Twitter.
24 for 1. Paul Johnson self-credits himself, but other people sort of back him up in the sense that Paul Johnson, who often does shares the commentary with us on BBC Radio Nottingham for the T20s, and of course Nottinghamshire captain and coach for many years, as Chappell comes in, starts a new over wide of the off stump. He's credited with coming up the name Outlaws. I think the Hoods was originally penciled in, along the Robin Hood theme, but then it was pointed out that there was the rugby league team in town, Nottingham Hoods, and well, John, if we can't have Robin Hood, what about it? His Outlaws? Became Notts Outlaws. 24 for 1, around about 1993. Does that sound right? Next ball, outside the off stump and through to the keeper. What have you found?
Well, yeah, I found the letter, which is dated the 5th of February 1998. And it says, "Dear Paul," this is written from Ken Ground, a marketing executive at the club at the time, on Lancashire County Cricket Club head of paper. It says, "Dear Paul, I'm writing to let you know that your entry for naming the team and designing the logo has been judged the best. Many congratulations. Starting this season, we'll be called Lancashire Lightning."
24 for 1. Here comes Chappell in once more. Bowles clipped out onto the leg side, and There's no run. Yeah, it may well have been that the names... Oh, I don't know.
He had a good day, did Paul, because not only did he win that little competition and named Lancashire Lightning and designed the club badge, he was also a mascot for Lancashire's first home match of the season against Middlesex. And he was also been presented with a bat before the game started as well.
I do believe it was our mutual good friend John Gwynn who commented underneath. 24 for 1. Here comes Chappell to bowl to the right-handed Davis on 14 down the leg side. Well taken by Tom Davis. If you look again at that letter, John Gwynn pointed out, made you get there early in the morning or something, because they've told him to report to the ground at 12:30 a.m.
Yeah, did you get there for 12:30 a.m. 13 and a half hours before the start? Nice story. Oh, and he's also tweeted a picture, Paul Dolby, who came up with the name Lancashire Lightning, of the bat, the signed bat that he received as well.
Very good.
That was a good day for him, wasn't it?
Was indeed. Nice competitions like that, aren't they? Next ball, again left alone by Davis. Some oohs and ahs, as you undoubtedly heard. Nottinghamshire pumped up at the moment. They've got runs on the board, and they've taken the early wicket of really high quality player Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, the game starts at 2 p.m, but you'll need to be at the ground for 12:30 a.m. in order to look around the dressing room, meet the players, and go out on the pitch for the toss. Oh, outstanding.
24 for 1. What date was it again? While you were looking?
It's gone off the screen now.
Okay,
it was 1998. I think
yeah,
April '98.
Oh well. Next ball through to the keeper, because I've found Friday 5th of March 1999. In a bid to try and make one-day cricket more trendy and marketable, the ECB asked the counties to come up with a suitable nickname for their sides. The release of those names introduced us to the likes of the Essex Eagles, Sussex Sharks and Notts Outlaws. Revealing how the Trent side had come up with their new name, Paul Johnson, a mainstay of the Notts batting lineup at the time, said, "I was asked for my opinion on us becoming the Hoods. I pointed out that the American Football League team in the city had the same name and suggested Outlaws instead. After a brief discussion, it was unanimously decided we'd become the Outlaws." So I wonder if that's wrong. I wonder if that should have been 5th of March 98 then.
It's Trigo for Nottinghamshire bowling to Bohannon. Maybe just a fraction later, at least the slips are trying to kid on that he was, but he defends into the onside, no run.
And it was the American football team rather than the rugby league team, as I thought. But otherwise, one or two of the ingredients were the same as I remembered. Yeah. I did well to find that.
.24 for 1. Bohannon on naught. Peter Trigo from the Radcliffe Road end. So running away from us. Galloping in and bowling to Bohannon. Just nudging the ball down into the onside, but for no run. Zach Crawley is at mid-on. He comes up to field.
You just can't believe the weather apps or the weather forecasters, can you?
Nope.
We both looked yesterday afternoon while it was chucking down. Well, it wasn't chucking down here, but whilst it was dank and dark and miserable and no chance of any play, we looked at the all the forecasts for today, and they all said torrential downpours all day.
Trigo bowls again, tries to york Bohannon, who brings the bat down in the nick of time and keeps it out. And the ball rolls back down the pitch. Yeah, even late last night, I just double checked when I got back to the hotel, and still the predictions were for pretty grim conditions all day, but we've been lucky. Bright sunshine still.
It's you. Sun shines on the righteous.
Trigo to Bohannon, full of length and driven. Mulaney's at mid-off, who gets everything behind it and stops the ball, no run. 24 for 1. Wicket of Keaton Jennings, the first man out for Lancashire. For 10, caught by Hasib Hamid of the bowling of Chappell, but as Dave described in commentary, was caught at the second attempt. He Did a little bit of juggling, but got there in the end.
And where will they go? Livingston next, then Willis?
Is Trigo into Bohannon left and through to the keeper. There is no run. It was Villas next up at Durham. It was Jennings, Davis, Bohannon, then Villas, then Livingston, and then Croft. Final ball of Peter Trigo's 5th over coming up. Gone for 12 so far. Bohannon waits yet to get a run. He'll have to wait a little bit longer, but play that forward defensive with a little extra sense of confidence, with a half step down the pitch and struck it pretty sweetly, but straight to mid-off. No run, end of the over, so a maiden for Trigo, 5 overs, 1 maiden for 12, 24 for 1. Bohannon 0, Davis 14.
Long old session this, if they get them all in. Another 35 overs to go, so it's not like Stephen Mullaney knows it's, you know, sort of only going to be an hour and a half, maximum 2 hour session, and maybe Chappell 6, 7, 8 quick overs here, and then that would be him, job done. It may well be that he'll want him to come back and try and be equally effective towards the end of the day, so he's going to have to manage that carefully. This is going to be his 5th over. Bowling to Dasher Davis, who's on 14. Bowls to him, and Davis has pulled this away through mid-wicket handsomely for 4. Cracking shot from the Lancashire wicket-keeper batsman in both senses, because it really did crack off the face of the bat. Pacey delivery, but equally swift was the response.
Onto it quickly, wasn't it, Davis? Good shot.
Yes, I think Dasher Davis is quite appropriate, because he really is an exciting, predominantly white ball player. He doesn't quite chase everything with devastating effect in red ball cricket unless circumstances demand, but that was an opportunity to score and he cashed in. Here's Chappell again looking for a response. Bowls, and that's of a fullish length, and Davis digs it out. 28 for 1. Both former England Lions, or maybe even current England Lions, who knows, Davis and Chappell, so I guess they'll know each other pretty well.
Yeah, it's kind of a programme that's been, not quite sure where it is, the Lions, at the minute, for obvious reasons, with international cricket, you know, being rescheduled and rearranged.
Said he knows Davis and Bailey, and as I mentioned on Saturday, Liam Hurt used to lodge with him when he was at Leicestershire on trial. This one goes through to the keeper, 28 for 1. Couple of big units, aren't they? Liam Hurt and Zach Chappell.
There they are. They'll take some feeding, won't they, if they were sharing a house together? Be a trip to the supermarket every day. Stock up the fridge.
Duckett at first slip. Century in this match for him. Matt Carter at second slip, who also showed what he could do with the bat earlier. A couple of big sixes. Asib Hamid at the third slip with the orange heels on his cricketing shoes. Took the catch to get rid of Jennings. There's Chappell in, left alone, wide of the off stump. Joe Clark, nice fluent 57 from him today before being bowled by Balderson. He's going for a big hit, he lost his middle stump, but was really trying to push on then at that stage. Perhaps thinking that that's what we're going to declare at 400. Well, they didn't, they went on and on and on. 28 for 1. Trigo's at backward point. Mullaney at a wideish mid-off, almost extra cover position as Chappell bowls again, and he's left alone. He can do that on length. He knows the bounce will take it over the top. Applause from Samit Patel. Way to our left. It's Ben Slater at backward point with the cap pulled down. Peter Trigo down at long leg under the screen. Patel and Barber, the other leg side fielders. Lancashire trail by 444 is the strap line at the bottom of the Batman board, far into the ground. Here comes Chappell in to bowl to Davis. That's a pleasing shot for 4 runs. Glorious. Josh Bohannon's urging him to run in case it doesn't go, and Tom Barber gave it his all, sprinting after it. Had it got to go another 3 or 4 metres, or even 3 or 4 yards, I don't think it would probably have reached that rope, but it reached the one that it was intended to, and a nice shot from Davis to end the over. He's on 22, Bohannon yet to score. Lancashire 32 for 1.
Thanks to Chris for the message about Peter Trigo and his record against Lancashire, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. 810 runs in 18 matches against Lancashire, a higher score of 154, and 26 wickets against Lancashire, a best of 4 for 49. And he will continue, will Peter Trigo. From the Radcliffe Road end, Bohannon, having faced that previous over from Trigo, it was a good battle this. He's back on strike and waiting once again, and leaving this first delivery of Trigo's 6th over well alone. And comes down the pitch, and there's a little bit of prodding and poking with a kind of bright green bat handle, almost lime green bat handle. And for Josh Bohannon, not too dissimilar to the colour of Lancashire's infamous one-day kit from a year or 2 ago, when they had a spelling green. There's Trigo to Bohannon. Played out into the onside to the right of Chappell, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. In fact, I presume that one-day game here against Notts, which we have referred to on a few occasions because it was such a belter, and it was kind of 420 played 410 or something. Lancashire came within a few runs, I think 11 runs, of chasing down a whopping score of over 400. Lancashire would have been in green in that on that occasion, I think, on that lime green one-day strip. Trigo to Bohannon. The ball just balloons into the onside. 32 for 1. Davis has 22. Bohannon being tested here to get a run. Faced 11 deliveries. Settles back down into his crease. Tree goes back in over the wicket to him. And this was flicked out into square leg, and Bohannon gets himself through for a single. A little thin bottom edge of the bat, seeing the ball deflect out to square leg, gets him off the mark. And Bohannon up to 1. Score on to 33 for 1. He got runs in the game last week against Durham. He batted really well. He got 75. Again, Lancashire had lost a couple of early wickets. Jennings 18, Davis on 8. So Bohannon and Willis had to rebuild for Lancashire last week against Durham. And his 75 combined with Luke Wood's 46, helping Lancashire get up to 308. As Davis drives and drives beautifully for 4. Little over pitch from Trigo and put away by Alex Davis very nicely indeed to the left of Mullaney, who's at mid-off. Davis moves up to 26 and the score moves on to 37 for 1. So Bohannon coming into this game on the back of a decent start to the Bob Willis Trophy. He got 44 in the first innings against Leicestershire. 75 last week against Durham was crucial for Lancashire to secure a lead of 128 and then bowled Durham out for 110 to win the match. Trigo back in to Davis. That's a great delivery. That's an edge. I think he's gone. That's a really good piece of bowling by Trigo. And he squared Davis up, edge through to the keeper. Moores did the rest. And Alex Davis has to depart, having just hit a beautiful off drive. The next delivery is of a terrific length in particular, then just a little bit of movement away, squaring the batsman up. It came off the outside edge. Tom Moores takes the catch and Alex Davis has to depart. So the second wicket to fall. Lancashire have lost a couple of early ones, which is exactly what obviously Nottinghamshire would have been hoping for, having gone on and battered through the course of their allotted overs, bar one delivery. But keeping Lancashire out there in the field, hoping that tired bodies and tired minds might result in a couple of quick wickets, and that's what's happened. The two openers are gone. Alex Davis following Keaton Jennings back to the dressing room. Liam Livingston coming out next, so Livingston at 4 in this game, batting above his captain. Pretty certain Livingston batted at 4 for a lot of last season, and Willis at 5. That seemed to be what they did last season. But whether they put Willis in at 4 because Livingston has just not played much cricket. It was his first game back for Lancashire, having basically had just a net session for 3 weeks with England's one-day team. He was in the biosecure bubble with England for that Ireland one-day international series. But he's in at 4 now. And they've lost 2 early wickets in their first innings. Lancashire 37 for 2. The 2 opening batsmen are both gone. Keaton Jennings out for 10 and Alex Davis for 22. In reply to Nottinghamshire's 472 all out, Lancashire are 37 for 2. And a wicket with the final ball of Trigo's 6th over. So the decision to start with Trigo with that new ball worked a treat, because he's picked up 1 wicket and Zach Chappell with the other. Here comes Chappell from the pavilion end, 3 slips in the gully waiting. Bohannon on strike and teasing the bowler there, Bohannon, as he for a second looked like he was going to put bat on ball, and whips the bat away and through to Tom Moores. We've got to say, I quite enjoy watching keep wicket, and the way he gets himself into position. Noticing this in the first, I don't know whether this is a new thing for this season. I don't recall, I could be wrong, he might well have been had this kind of style about his wicket keeping. I don't recall it really for Lancashire, but it kind of just slowly creeps down and just scrapes his gloves across the grass almost as he gets into position. And Chappell bowls, it's a wide delivery left by Bohannon. Kind of the old school kind of keeping, you know, knees bent, crouching down, gloves together, almost on the grass. He's slightly more, well, I'll take 1 and 2 paces forward and just slowly bend my knees, and tips of the gloves will scrape the grass as he gets himself into position. He's got 3 slips to his right hand side. Bohannon on 1. Here is Chappell for Knots in and bowling to Moores, who takes it and hands the ball out to Hamid, who quickly gives it on to Joe Clark, who it seems is chief shiner. Bit of polishing of the ball and lobs it back to his skipper. 37 for 2 here at Trent Bridge. England are 84 for 1. Bit of batting practice for Zach Crawley and for Dominic Sibley. Crawley on 48 and Sibley on 29. But at least they've got some cricket in there. Chappell to Bohannon. Oh, it's hit back to him and it's taken by Chappell off his own bowling. Brilliant reaction from the big bowler, low to his right hand side. That was punched back towards him by Bohannon, and terrific reactions from Chappell to take the catch. Low to his right hand side, tosses the ball up and then peels away in celebration. And Josh Bohannon has departed, caught and bowled by Chappell for 1. And Lancashire in a little mess here at 37 for 3. Still 435 runs behind. 37 for 3. Second wicket for Chappell, 2 for 20. And he's done it all by himself.
Have I missed anything? I've just come back. Crikey.
Aye. Indeed. 2 quick wickets. Davis and Bohannon following Jennings back to the pavilion, and good work by Zach Chappell. All his own work off that delivery. Good reactions by the big bowler. Wasn't hit back rapidly quick by Bohannon, but still to react to it when you're kind of getting through your follow through, and it wasn't too low, but still having to go lowish to your right hand side to take the catch. He did really well. Out comes the skipper, Dane Villas. And a little bit of work for Lancashire to do to settle things down. 435 runs still behind, and they've lost their top 3. Jennings has gone, Davis has gone, but Bohannon has gone. Livingston has yet to face a delivery, and neither is this man, Dane Villas, the latest to emerge from the pavilion on the far side of Trent Bridge.
You often see it there, don't you? You know, when sides have been kept out in the field for a long old time, and they have to come out and bat, and you know, everybody thinks it's going to be easy because it's a flat deck, and the other side scored a plentiful amount of runs. It doesn't always work out like that. Always got to start afresh, and against a new ball with one bowler banging it down as quickly as he can and another one wobbling it about off the seam. It's always going to be a challenge, and right now not so bad. A little bit of good fortune.
2 balls left then for Chappell in this over into to Villas, and Villas does well to keep it out full length, speared into the Lancashire captain, brings his bat down and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Don't know what they'd give to get him out cheaply.
Oof, really.
Splendid century in last year's match. The Royal London game, wasn't it? 160 did he get? Terrific batting.
He had an outstanding season for Lancashire last year. He was the player of the year by some distance across all 3 formats, and captained the team and kept wicket, averaging about 80 in the championship. Chappell to Villas, and it's left rather dramatically by the Lancashire captain. The ball moves back in, and Moores takes it just shaping to his left hand side. Good over by Zach Chappell, good start by Nottinghamshire. Lancashire 37 for 3.
Yeah, so Notts have got a bowling point as well. So the points column, 6 to Notts, 1 to Lancashire at the moment. Yeah, I mentioned, I think on Saturday, Samit Patel, sick of the sight of Dane Villas, as he had to go off to Colwyn Bay to make his Glamorgan debut when he was allowed to go on loan for the last month of the season. Got up to North Wales and found himself bowling to Dane Villas for 2.5 days. Did he get 250 or something stupid,
like that,
wasn't
yeah.
it? 37 for 3. I had a bit of a check, actually. I wasn't going entirely stupid about 2011. 37 for 3. Here's Trigo in and bowls, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket. Chappell's after it. Really gets those arms pumping and makes sure it's only 2. Good work from Chappell. A good strong throw. 39 for 3, so Livingston's on his way. Of course, 2011, Lancashire didn't play at Old Trafford. They relocated to Egberth, didn't they, as the principal ground for the county championship. So I thought, you know, I've thought all these years that Notts did play, as I said, the last game on the square going one way, and then the first game once it had been turned, but of course it did. It was the last game of 2010, but the first game back in 2012 as Trigo comes in, and this one goes through to the keeper. So
they played at Liverpool that year, predominantly, as you mentioned. I think it was 6 games at Liverpool, 1 at Southpool, 1 at Blackpool, I think.
The other thing I was looking back at, the 2010 game here was quite an extraordinary affair.
Yes, I was here for that one.
You were indeed, in that on the last day, and I've had people look and all sorts of things. There's Trigo in to bowl, it goes through to the keeper. On the last day, Friday the 27th of August 2010, Notts ended up winning the game. I'll just read the bit. Notts were pulling off a stunning 3-wicket victory over Lancashire at Trent Bridge. The day contained a unique occurrence in first-class cricket, because Nottinghamshire opening batsman Alex Hales was dismissed twice in the 90s on the same day. The morning began with him on 87, but he soon fell for 98 to Kyle Hogg. So he's batted once, been out for 98. Here's Trigo. In and nicely played by Livingston, pushing it back to the bowler. After 2 declarations, Notts were then batting again after lunch, chasing 260 to win, which they achieved with Hales again in dominant form before losing his wicket to Gary Keady for 93. Crikey, 98 and 93 on the same day. It's a good job they won, really, isn't it? For as far as Alex is concerned. But yeah, back to 2010. Trigo bowls again, and Livingston showing him every respect here, getting solidly behind it and defending up to Chappell. 39 for 3.
10 years ago, that, goodness. It's good. I remember that. It was a terrific game.
There'd been rain, and I got here, you know, as I usually do, quite early, but particularly early that morning. And I saw, I can't remember now if it was as Trigo comes in and Livingston clips it on the leg side. There's no run. End of the over, 39 for 3. I can't remember if it was Glenn Chappell that motioned to Chris Reed, or Chris Reed that motioned to Glenn Chappell, but you know, the 2 camps warm up early in the morning. Suddenly the 2 skippers went over, right over in the far corner by the home road stand, got the binoculars out, and they were nattering and this and this, and we wondered what was going off. And then after about 20 minutes of play, when Hales got out, it was suddenly declaration, whoop, game on. And it was yeah, I think it's good. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them, but you know, it is part of the entertainment business after all. But when captains do get together, and the only way that you're going to get a last day where both sides can win is if they can conjure up something, if a lot of time's been taken out of the game. And like I say, sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it doesn't.
Yep, I agree. It was meant for a good final day. Chappell bowling to Willis, who's striking it into the offside, but for no run.
Ashwell Prince one year got a big 100 here, didn't he, for Lancashire? The games we've been covering together. Former Notts man. Chanderpaul. Oh, Shiv. It's 46 yesterday. I had a look. It's 70 first class hundreds for Chanderpaul.
What a guy. Yeah, watching Chanderpaul, I'm sure you'll be the same, Dave, as well. It felt like a proper privilege, didn't it, to watch?
Yeah.
One of the absolute greats.
Well, I said to you yesterday, I wonder how he'll be celebrating his 46th birthday, and you say he'll be having a net somewhere, and he'll have got the strips on under his eyes.
Yeah, he'll remove the bail to take take guard, hammer that into the ground. Something not quite right if Chanderpaul's not hammering a bail into the ground to take guard.
39 for 3 is Zach Chappell. Bowl to Dane Villas, who's still on naught and leaves it alone. You'd have thought over the years that one team would have had a chocolate bail, wouldn't they? Just made to
throw him off.
To throw him off. So when he hammered it, that it disintegrated, you know, like a flake or something like that. All the chocolate bars are available, but you know, just get one made in the shape of or 2 made, so it didn't look so odd, in the shape of a bail. So when he took it off and hammered it into the ground. 1 or 2 of the current West Indies side did it this year in the Test match, but it was definitely a Shiv thing. Chappell once more, past the outside edge and through to Moores.
He's playing a game, wasn't he, in the Caribbean with his son?
Yes, yeah.
At some point. I think he opened the batting with his son, or he was batting at the time with his son.
Played for a lot of counties, didn't he? Played for Durham, but he played late on for Derbyshire, and I know Luke Fletcher got him out, and he was, you know, felt quite privileged. He's one of the most awkward customers he's had to face, to bowl at, with him almost facing the square leg umpire, the left-hander. Chappell in once more, clipped away for 4, nicely, to get Villas up and running. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Plenty of pace from Chappell. All Willis had to do was just sort of deflect it away. Gets the boundary. Chappell coming towards the back end of his 7th over, and Tom Barber's already stretching and rolling around on the ground, waggling his hips. I think he's going to be replacing Chappell at the far end. Wouldn't be at all surprised if Stephen Mullaney has a go at this end, do they? They might wonder if there's any vulnerability to spin and give Matt Carter an early go. 43 for 3. Here comes Chappell in, bowls, and just cut down into the gully, stopped by Ben Slater. In fact, it was a backward point more than gully. Matt Carter was brought on against Yorkshire last week to bowl the 10th over as early as that, but it was on the used wicket, the wicket they'd played the Derbyshire game on the week before. A little different this time, I fancy. Mr. Tickle. His arms are as long as Ben Duckett is tall. 43 for 3. Chappell in once more. He's bowled quickly and he's picked up a couple of wickets. And, nothing here as this one's just nudged up to Barber at mid-on. Keep an eye on Zach Chappell. I reckon he'll go to the boundary edge, and wherever he's left either a cap or a floppy sun hat, which he usually wears, I'm sure he'll go and get it. Mullaney's just had a word. Mullaney's just had a word. In fact, it looks more like a question than a word, doesn't it? That looked more like, do you fancy another one, rather than, thank you, have a blow.
Yeah, it did a little bit, didn't it? It was more like...
How are you feeling? Can you give me another one, or do you want another? Rather than, thank you. I think he, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 24. Jennings and Bohannon. I think he almost deserves to call the shots a little bit. Now I'm bowling well, Skip. I want another one, or I've given everything. Give me half an hour, Skip. I'll have a blow now.
Well, Treagle continued, starting his 8th over, balls to Livingston, and the way he played it would indicate that he didn't quite get up as much as he was expecting. But, he get in behind it and defends back towards the ball, and then comes down the pitch, Livingston, to have a little look at it.
Simon Trafford says, yeah, use one of those balsa wood bales. That'd sort of shiv out, wouldn't it? Sides did that wherever he played.
Oh, poor
funny.
That'd ruin it for him. It'd completely throw him off. Trigo in, and Livingston with an angle bat steering it out to Hamid at mid-wicket.
All sorts of great pranks been played, haven't there? Was it Alan Lamb walking out to the middle once mobile phones had been invented, and just going up to Dickie Bird. Oh, sorry Dickie, I've come out here, got my phone and gave it to him, and then halfway through the over, I think it was both of them back in the dressing room, rang it.
Trigo from the Radcliffe Road end. Balls to Livingston, that's drilled down towards mid-on, and they've gone through for a quick single. Ball was picked up by Joe Clark, who I think just either slipped or certainly lost balance a little bit as he came round to pick the ball up, and because he got there so early, Livingston really did have to press on the accelerator. A little concern that a pick up and a direct throw from Clark might be a little tight for him, but Clark couldn't get the ball away because, as I say, I think he just lost balance.
Is Ken Grimes still with us, do you think?
I'm sure he will be.
Mike Gould has been on. He's risen to the challenge.
Oh, excellent. Very good.
Dave, there are 2 scores higher than the 472 today. 475 for 5 in 1947. Walter Keaton 145, Reg Simpson 110 not out.
As Trigo comes into the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, a short ball, and Villas ducks underneath it.
And more recently, 2016, 474. Sammy Patel 67, Ricky Vessel 62, Jake Libby 54. Thanks, Mike. Absolute gold, and Ken's got that. So 472 today, but we've had a 475 in 1947 and a 474 in 2016. Much appreciated. Where would this wonderful game be without statisticians and the like, especially the amateur statisticians.
Trigo to Villas. It's driven into the
Whoa.
offside underneath the body of Patel, and they get through for one.
Yeah, I shouldn't say that really, the amateur statisticians, because we love the professional statisticians, those that do it for a living. But there's some absolute gold out there, isn't there? Some absolute treasures, people who keep records just for the sake of keeping records. And I know of people who watch the live stream and will score. We'll sit there all day watching the stream and score, or they do it with the test match, don't they, and score. But there's guys who keep the records. I know Mike keeps them, obviously, because he runs websites and writes, does the annual and all sorts of things. But I thought he'd know.
Trigo, final ball of his 8th over, getting banged in short, and Livingston swivels back as if I would have tried and pull that, and then drops the hands, and it's through to the keeper. And there is no run. End of the over, 45 for 3. I must admit, when I come to Trent Bridge, Dave, and if we do get a chance to nip out, remember, if there's another voice and we have a chance of a break on commentary on this Radcliffe Road end, on the seats to our right-hand side on the top tier here, you're always finding people there who have the score books and are scoring the game, and I do tend to stand over there and I'm here and watch the guys and girls who are scoring it as the game goes along. It's great to watch.
And some, I don't know, some do it so professionally. Sort of wrong to praise some and not the others, but all the different colours and lovely calligraphy, do they call it? The handwriting with a flourish. 45 for 3 as Chappell comes in and bowls. Well taken, Tom Moores, down the leg side. Fabulous stuff. And they'll keep nattering away, have a full conversation all day long with all their mates. It's terrific. 45 for 3.
We hope you're back inside our ground soon.
Yeah, very much so.
Chappell just looked like he pulled up a little bit there at the end of his follow-through. So hope he's okay. There's a little limp on him as he goes back to his mark. But
well, I would suggest don't go lame this over. I think this is one that he's talked into bowling for himself from the skipper. Stephen Maloney definitely had the chat, and could so easily have been for Chappell to say, look, give me half an hour, I'll come back and do it again. He's in and bowls, and Villas wasn't sure where that had gone. This is a high quality batsman on strike here, and Zach Chappell just unsettling him a little bit now and again. Villas is still there, 5 not out, but it's not been the smoothest of passages to 5, and he's certainly giving Zach Chappell 1 or 2 second looks.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's pace, there's bounce, there's movement away, there's the new ball, there's all sorts going on there. And
as skipper as well, Scott, he'll be well aware. If I get out here, we could be in a bit of a pickle. There's Chappell in once more, bowls, and nicely pushed on the offside, and there's no run. The old follow-on rules have changed, haven't they? That's 200, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's gone up from 150 to 200.
Probably, well, almost definitely Nottinghamshire's only chance would be to go on a little bit of a trot with regards to picking up Lancashire wickets, and then stick them in again. Ideally, they'd want that to start sooner rather than later. They'd like to do a whole host of damage to Lancashire this evening as Chappell bowls, and again Tom Moores has to go down the leg side, gets a glove to it. Probably cruelly going to be judged as a bye. It is, yeah. 87, 88 miles an hour, speared down the leg side, swinging away from the keeper. He dives full length, gets a fingernail to it to stop it from going for 4 byes. It probably shook his hand, and he's throbbing like anything. And then you look at the other end, and Paul Baldwin saying, "Bye, bye. That's against you, keeper."
I just feel a bit harsh, isn't it?
Yeah. Pop it in the scorebook. What's a bye? Is that a cross? 46 for 3. Next one forces Livingston deep. So is a no baller dot with a ring round it, or I can't remember. It's that long since I scored.
Chris Rimmer, who Lancashire scorer, because the scorers don't travel, do they? Away from home. We'll be listening to us, and he'll be going, he'll know all the details. He'll be shouting at the stream now.
Well, it'll be a B, won't it? Bye. What's the cross then? you done any scoring in your time?
Nope.
No, this is... Yeah. This one goes over the top, left on length. 46 for 3. That's the trouble these days. Youngsters used to be a bit of a thing when I was a lad, and you know, a lot of the club cricket I've played, youngsters want to get a game and want to get involved, but only 11 can play. Obviously, you know, do something useful. Put the tins up, put the numbers up, run the scoreboard, do the scoring. Offer to be a sub-fielder, you know, run out there with the drinks, help the tea lady, just get involved. But you youngsters nowadays, Mr. Reid.
I'm just pleased to be called a youngster. That's quite happy with that. That'll do for me nicely, thank you, Dave.
Dan Robbins, thanks, Don. Crosses are wide, I believe. Thanks, mate. I tell you, the memory's going. The memory's going. Oh, I did say that though, didn't I? Oh no, I said crosses are by. I don't know. Stephen Mulaney's got his picture and his name on the board. So he's going to take over from Peter Trigo. Done well, haven't they? Chappell and Trigo, 8 overs apiece, 3 wickets. You'd take that any day of the week from your 2 openers, and in a sense 2, dare I say it, almost makeshift openers. I just wonder if Jake Ball and Luke Fletcher were playing, they'd perhaps be doing it. So well done to Trigo and Chappell. Here's Mulaney, here's Scott.
Yeah, good start. Mulaney, the captain, into the attack. Balls to Villas. Just janks back a fraction, I think, then. And Villas does well to bring the bat down and keep the ball out. Deflects back down the pitch, and there is no run. Yes, good start by the 2 opening bowlers for Nottinghamshire. 46 for 3. One thing I'm quite pleased I did. First season covering Lancashire was that one 10 years ago, 2010, and I decided to handwrite all the scores in my book as Mulaney into Villas, and that's forced away off the back foot through the offside for a single, up to 6, 47 for 3. So every single game I've got each scorecard, bowling figures, all handwritten, and I've got every single book, which I started back in 2010. 47 for 3. 47 for 3, Lancashire. So they've lost 3 early wickets, replying to that total of 472 that Nottinghamshire made in their first innings. 3 wickets for Bailey, 3 for Livingston, a couple each for Hurt and Balderson. But the scorecard for Nottinghamshire dominated by 4 players, 2 in particular, Slater and Duckett both making centuries, and Mulaney and Clark with half centuries. The 3 wickets that Lancashire have lost: Keaton Jennings for 10, Alex Davis for 26, Josh Bohannon for 1. So the captain, Dane Villas, is on 6, and Liam Livingston on 7, and Lancashire are 51 for 3. So Villas moving up to 6 brings Livingston on strike. Mulaney, with his hands on his hips at the top of his mark, waiting for the ball to come back to him, has got a couple of slips. To the backward point. To a deep extra cover. Hamid short cover. Mid off, mid on, short mid wicket and long leg. Shadows being cast now from the players by the sun. It's glorious. Livingston driving, but not with too much timing. Comes off the inner half of the bat, and the ball deflects down to square leg, and he comes back for a couple. Liam Livingston moves up to 9. He's not had much match practice, hasn't Liam Livingston? He's been away with England. I think it was 3 weeks, he said. He was basically in a hotel, and in that biosecure bubble. Didn't get a game against Ireland. Had obviously loads of net practice, and I think he came on as 12th man, did a bit of fielding towards the end of the 3rd one-day international, but not a lot of competitive cricket for Livingston over the course of the last few months. Mulaney into him, gets forward and defends, steering the ball down to Ben Slater at backward point, and there is no run. He said he was able to work on his bowling while away with England, working on his off spin and his leg spin and his golf handicap. He made most of the golf course, which is attached to the hotel in Southampton. That's a good-looking back foot shot, which is driven through extra cover. And he's up to double figures now. Liam Livingstone is up to 10. The end of Stephen Mullaney's first over, replacing Peter Trego's gone for 8. Lancashire 54 for 3. And we have 27 overs left. I wasn't massively confident that we're going to get all these overs in, but at the minute, barely a cloud above us. So who knows? Floodlights are still on. Change of gloves for the Lancashire captain, Rob Jones, coming onto the field with a selection of glove options for his skipper. And we'll see that double change, having seen Trego replaced from the Radcliffe Road end, now Chappell replaced from the Pavilion end, and Tom Barber coming into the attack. So what will Barber have to begin with? I suspect it'll be 3 slips. Certainly a couple there, and looks like Duckett will make it 3. So Duckett at first, Carter at second, and Hamid at third, with Samit Patel on the square leg boundary. There's a long leg, there's a point mid-off and a mid-on. So here's Barber for the first time. And his first deliveries down the leg side to Liam Livingstone, taken by Tom Moores. 54 for 3. Radio Manchester about to join me, Dave.
Oh, I'll be quiet then.
So I'll keep going through Barber's first over. Just one delivery into it. Back to his mark, way out in the distance on the Pavilion end. There he is. Into to Livingstone. Again, little leg sided. And Moores takes it down to his left-hand side. .54 for 3. And Willis has a little walk down the pitch and says something to his batting partner. And taps his bat. Settles into his crease. Yeah, they've lost 3 early wickets in their first innings of Lancashire. 54 for 3. The dismissals of Keaton Jennings for 10, Alex Davis for 26. Bolton's Josh Bohannon for just 1. So it's brought the captain Dane Villas and Liam Livingstone together. Earlier today, Nottinghamshire all out for 472. The scorecard dominated by 4 players, really. Ben Slater with 142, Ben Duckett 116, and half centuries for Stephen Mullaney and for Joe Clark as well. So Notts 472 all out, Lancashire in reply 54 for 3.
Here's Tom Barber from the Pavilion end, left arm, pace man. Oh, and that one very nearly found its way back to him. It's been slapped through mid-on by Livingstone. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Stephen Mullaney's after it, but it was aerial. It was just to the right of Barber, who was trying to veer across in that direction anyway. And 2 runs. Livingstone rehearsing the shot. Didn't play it with a great deal of conviction. He's on 12, 56 for 3. Nice mention for Bolton there in your in your 5:30 report.
Gonna get these things in, haven't you? Bolton's finest.
Just ask me how many overs to go. We could be here another 2 hours, you know. 27 overs to go if the sun holds. A day that should have been full of rain. Next ball from Barber is pacey, clipped away though by Livingstone out to Samit Patel on the Fox Road side of the ground, so he's got to look into the sunshine. Andrew's trying to explain to me what a bye is. I'm not sure. He said it's a dot. Well, that's just a dot ball, isn't it?
Well, Chris Rimmer, Lancashire scorer,
Thanks,
sent me a
Chris.
little text here. So
Thanks, Andrew.
he's put a bye is a triangle.
Oh, I've never seen that before.
A leg by is an inverted triangle. A wide is a cross. A no ball is a circle.
Well, that's very much from the authority. 57 for 3. We'll have to go by that as Barbary's in and past the outside edge and through to the keeper. I've never ever heard of a cricket score or seen a cricket book, I don't think, with a triangle in, or perhaps I haven't not noticed. I've never done it anyway when I've been roped in to help out.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Unless he's having you on.
He's
having
cheeky.
you on.
He's cheeky. He could be.
We're having a hand sanitising break and a drinks break and all sorts of things here at Trent Bridge, where it's 57 for 3. Lancashire replying to Nottinghamshire's 472. As Scott just read out, centuries for Slater 142, Duckett 116, and today Joe Clark 57, Stephen Mullaney 67. A couple that missed out. Well, Peter Trigo made 1, and Samit Patel, a really curious approach, walked out to the middle, had a word with Stephen Mullaney, the captain, and then whacked his first ball. It would have gone for 6, and he was caught on the ropes at deep mid-wicket first ball. Extraordinary stuff. And then even more extraordinary, really, when the new batsman came out. I can't remember if it was Carter or Chappell, but it was Carter, wasn't it? The new batsman came out. He was on strike, so they didn't even cross while the ball was in the air.
I think you're right. I think Patel just kind of turned his heels and went straight back to the dressing rooms and left his captain at the other end.
Oh well. 57 for 3. He's got a little bit of credit in the tank, Samit. He's played nicely over the first couple of games. A couple of decent scores against Derbyshire, a 60 and an 80. I think he got was it 30 and 14 last week against Yorkshire. 57 for 3, Lancashire. They've all sanitised their hands.
Have you?
I haven't this time, no.
Oh,
thank you. All right.
Squeeze.
All right.
Like to keep across the protocols.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
No,
you're quite right. You're quite right to tick me off. If I've got anything, there's only you that's going to catch it. Remember that. So you're quite right to keep telling me off.
Here comes Mullaney for Nottinghamshire, bowling to Livingston, who's in behind it to defend. To Hamid. It's cover, no run. England have lost a couple of wickets, a couple of quick wickets. 100 for 3. Sibley out for 32, and Zach Crawley, having reached a half century, out for 53. Joe Root and Ollie Pope currently batting. 100 for 3. Here comes Mullaney again, Ratcliffe Road end. Over number 2 for him. And from the crease, Livingston force it through the offside, just a fraction in front of square. It brings up Samit Patel from the boundary. Livingston gets 1, moves to 14. Lancashire move on to 58 for 3.
First time Hamid out of the catching cordon now. He's in sort of close on the offside where he can dance about and get in the batsman's eye line and gee everybody up and whatever. Did he wear 99 at Lancashire?
Yes, I think he did.
Here's Mullaney, who wears 5. Oh, that's a lovely flow of the bat from Dane Vilas into the offside, out to Patel. Just 1, 59 for 3.
I think he did wear 99. Watched him bat for long enough. I should know, shouldn't I, really?
No, I know exactly where you're coming from. Easily forgotten. I can remember Imran Tahir doing it for Notts, and we had a day asking the listeners what it meant, and perhaps they call him Flake, perhaps he collects red balloons.
Did you find out?
Here's Mullaney bowling to Liam Livingston, I presume, who pushes this back to the Lee man. He's born in Warrington, but he's a man of Lee. I don't know if it's like Kent, where you have a man of Kent and a Kentish man. I don't know if you have a man of Lee and a Lee man. 59 for 3. Right arm, bustling medium pace. Tom Moore's standing back, and he takes it low down. Sometimes See him standing up to Mullaney in red ball cricket. You'll always see him standing up to Mullaney in white ball cricket.
City fan, isn't he, Mullaney? He'd have been a bit disappointed with their defeat this week.
There are thunderstorms over Grantham. Let's hope they don't blow here.
That's not far, is it?
Next ball is driven past Mullaney. Well stopped. It really is good work at mid-off by Peter Trigo. The 39-year-old leapt about like a spring chicken there to make that stop. 59 for 3. Mullaney through 2 overs, none for 10. We've just got a little matter of 25 overs remaining in the day at 5:45. But we don't mind because we didn't get any cricket yesterday. It'd be nicer, I guess, if they could split it evenly between the 2 days rather than lump it all in onto one day. Sorry, squelchy, dreary sort of a day yesterday. But as usual, it dries out really well here.
There's Barber from the pavilion end to continue. Villas on 7. Barber comes in and balls to Villas, who leaves this ball through to Moores, no run.
Yes, he's not gentle medium pace either, Tom Barber. He's shaking 1 or 2 of the Notts lads up in the nets over the winter, either side of the lockdown period. And first part of the winter, sort of getting to know the new lads, I guess, and once they started playing cricket as opposed to the fitness training, it showed what he was all about, and certainly hurried 1 or 2 of them up. He's slippery quick, as is Chappell.
Back in again to Villas. Push wide of the off stump. A good take by Tom Moores, who rolls in front of first slip. Chris tells me that Henry was squad number 23. Only watched him bat for 4 years. I think it'd stick in there, wouldn't you? 59 for 3. Stephen Mullaney reckons he can give you the squad numbers of every player in the division. I remember having a conversation with him about this. He went, "You give me a name of a player, I'll tell you his squad number." So I tested him on this. With Barber balls to Villas, and it's wide of off stump and not taken cleanly by Moores on this occasion.
But it can be so deadpan. He could say, "Oh, I don't know." He could say Tom Abel, 8 definitely, and you wouldn't know one way or another, would you?
The ones I gave to him,
I checked. The ones you knew, yeah.
Well, that I just brought them up randomly on the squad lists on the website, and the ones I said he got them. So it should be a specialist subject on Mastermind. Should that?
Do you admire him for that, or think he's sad for knowing it?
I told him he was sad for it. From Barber into Willis. Too wide, left by the Lancashire captain. Gathered by Moores. And there's no run. 59 for 3.
I'm waiting for somebody to go Mastermind and do Duckworth Lewis as their specialist subject.
That would be impressive, that, wouldn't it?
Now, Mr. Jones, the previous contestant scored 25 in 3 minutes. You've got 2 minutes 40 to score 22.
That would be terrific. Especially subject is Duckworth Lewis. Barber back into Villas. Bit of width there for the Lancashire captain. He tries to cut the ball but doesn't get it beyond backward point, and there's no run. Remains on 7. So 59 for 3. Jennings for 10. Davis for 26. Bohannon for 1. The 3 wickets that Lancashire have lost.
Where does Mr. Balderson bat? He's not one I'm familiar with, is he?
I think it
all-rounder class?
Well, I was speaking to Mark Chilton, Lancashire's assistant head coach, about George Balderson, and the first game of the season as Barber comes in to complete his over, but again too wide, which has been the story really of that over to Villas at 59 for 3. And Mark's telling me there was his top order batsman playing for the seconds, but they'll slot him in after Stephen Croft, who will come out next. I think it's just slightly more gentler approach to first-class cricket, batting at 6.
I guess they'll obviously know in the dressing room. We don't know about Luke Wood.
That's true.
And his availability. Not been on the field at all today, so we hope Biscuit's okay. 59 for 3. Mullaney to continue. Barber 2 overs none for 3. Mullaney 2 overs none for 10. He'll have a little bit of a crack at it here, Mullaney and Barber, but I'd imagine 5 or 6 overs time he might give Matt Carr. Oh, he's bowled him straight through the defences of Livingston. Middle stump knocked back at a horrible angle, and Stephen Mullaney has bowled the former Lancashire skipper. All ends up, and Lancashire are 59 for 4, and Mullaney in the middle of that Nottinghamshire huddle there. I'm sure there's a huge grin on his face. He will have enjoyed that one. Stephen Mullaney bringing it back, and that middle stump is laid back at an horrible angle.
Yeah, it was pretty emphatic, wasn't it? By Stephen Mullaney, as you say. He will have enjoyed that one, peeling away in celebration. Livingston bowled for 14 by Mullaney, and this continues to be a really good day for Nottinghamshire, having got to that 472. Mullaney enjoyed himself with the bat, and now has picked up his first wicket, and they are able to apply some pressure on Lancashire. They're still 400 and plenty behind on the Red Rose, and now 4 wickets down. The top 4 have gone. Jennings gone, Davies gone, Bohannon gone, Livingston gone, and the 2 senior members of the batting unit for Lancashire are now together in Dane Villas and Stephen Croft.
Yeah, the 2 that got centuries here last year, the start of last year in the Royal London One Day Cup, when that began. I guess to everybody that was just wondering why Stephen Mullaney was batting on so long, and we wondered in here certainly how long he would decide to extend the Nottinghamshire innings. Would he call it today at 400, or when the 6th or the 7th or the 8th or the 9th or the last wicket went down? He went all the way until the penultimate ball of the 120th over, and it's only now when you start to wonder just how much of an effect it had on the Lancashire side. Not saying any of them have got out through careless means or lack of application or concentration, but sometimes you do sort of inevitably look at a scoreboard and see that a side's got 472 and realise it's a long way back, and the responsibility is on you to stick around. Here's Mullaney bowling to former teammate Stephen Croft, who defends this one into the offside, and Samit Patel, who's been on the rope most of the innings so far, is in there tight in on the offside saving one.
I think we both kind of suggested that might be the idea when Nottinghamshire were carrying on to bat, just to keep Lancashire out there, keep them running around chasing after the ball, try and just, it is a little demoralising, isn't it? So,
well, the other thing was the forecast said there'd be no play after tea. So I was wondering, if Notts are going to give themselves enough time, potentially, it's a tough task, we know that, potentially to skittle Lancashire out and stick them in again. 59 for 4 as this time it's defended. You're not going to have much time, Stephen, because there might not be much cricket later on, but we did say presumably their radar is better than the one that we were looking at, and I guess all along Stephen Mullaney knew he'd be playing tonight until 7:30 and would have plenty of time to have a bit of a go at the Lancashire top order, which they have done. Mullaney in again halfway through his 3rd over, and Croft giving him every respect in the world. He won't want to get out to Stephen Mullaney. I'm guessing he has done over the years a time or two. It's probably worked the other way round as well. Maybe Croft's picked up Mullaney's wicket a time or two, but you don't like to get out to somebody you know well, do you?
No, because you won't hear the last of it.
No. Bragging rights. Until the next time. Here's Mulaney, who's certainly on a bit of a high, and he's carrying his team along with him. Bowles and Croft is away. It was Mulaney jabbing at the start of the over, and then a big left hook there from Croft as he gets off the mark, punching this to the ropes for 4. 63 for 4.
It's a good start to the Bob Willis Trophy. As Stephen Croft, a couple of half centuries in the first game, made 63 in an important partnership actually for Lancashire against Leicestershire, and then a 52 not out in the second innings against the Foxes at New Road. So he's got runs so far to his name in the competition.
63 for 4. Mulaney's put Samit Patel out there, protecting that bit of boundary where that ball went to, and Croft, as a result, leaves this one alone. Fly comes in, has a bit of a look at me, and then says, no, I don't like him, and flies out again. Don't know what that was about. 63 for 4. 21 overs have gone in the innings. Still 23 to go before stumps tonight if we get them all in. And certainly right now, there's nothing to stop us doing that. But of course the light might well close in. Gets pitch black by 20 to 9 now, doesn't it?
Does, yeah. It was last night when he was absolutely hammering it down.
By about 20 to 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, it was. Now Barber, his last over to Villas, he didn't quite get it right. He just bowled a little too wide, really.
It's the only one not to get a wicket yet, and bowlers don't like that, do they?
That's true. Yeah, Chappell got a couple, Trigo with one. Now Mulaney involved in the action too. He's got the Lancashire captain Dane Villas on strike. Here comes Barber into Villas. Wide and ignored by Villas through to Tom Moores. No run. Hamid gives the ball a bit of a polish.
From Dorset, Barber, he's a big Bournemouth fan. Dismayed at their relegation, and Eddie Howe moving on. Something behind the arm, or they need something. Don't know, there's a bit of a distraction one way or another at the far end.
Yeah, I think there's a door. It's open. It's been closed. Crack on. Yeah, it was just over the shoulder of the bowler, just slightly ajar, breaking what is a pretty white scene there, isn't it, on the far side with those empty white seats. Left alone by Villas. Slightly tighter line though by Barber. Good lead by Villas. Gets his hands and his bat out the way of a delivery which carries nicely into the gloves of Tom Moores.
Is that Keane Jennings with all that hair on the boundary?
It is. It's magnificent.
Crikey, mate.
It's superb. Got a lot of
just
time
looks
for
so
that.
different, doesn't he?
Got a lot of time for it. It is a work of art. A little chat with Graham Onions as they slowly make their way around the edge of the
Durham boys.
Field. Indeed, yeah. Barber again too wide, but his skipper Mulaney is encouraging him. He's just not quite got it right so far.
It's smacking into the gloves though. He's
it is, yeah.
Bowling howitzers here. Just can't get them straight enough.
Love the word howitzer. Bowling howitzers. He was right back towards the top of his mark. Those empty white seats behind him in the pavilion. Beyond that, in again to Villas. Just ignored by the Lancashire captain.
What's Onion's ailment then?
Well, he had a bit of a back spasm, I think it was, or a stiffness in the back before the first game, so hasn't featured since. I asked Glenn Chappell last week after the Durham match as to whether he would, how close he was, and the response was, well, basically not very close to playing that game, so pretty certainly wasn't going to feature again this week.
Disappointing, isn't it? Especially somebody like him who won't play in the T20 probably, almost certainly.
Barber to Villas and through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, it is. I remember speaking to Graham through lockdown, and now he was really obviously cricket. The bigger picture is not that important, but he was so worried that he might not play any red ball cricket this year. And then when the competition was announced, he was absolutely thrilled that this red ball cricket, as you say, he won't play. I don't think he'll play T20, but frustrating for him to have missed the first 3 games. 2 left, of course, after this, the Roses match, and then Lancashire got Derbyshire to come after that. Barber back in to Willis, and again just doesn't make him play. It's too wide. And left alone, not quite working just yet for Tom Barber, but he's bowled 3 overs. That was a maiden, but Willis didn't have to play it too many. 63 for 4.
Can I just read this out again from the Heritage people for our tea time crowd that have joined us since they've come home from a day at work. Not Heritage Department sent me this letter, asked me just to plug it a time or two. Here we go then. Cricket has never known a year like this one. The sport never stopped for the First World War, or for the Second World War, or for foot and mouth, or for any other reason until this year. So when future generations look back at the history of cricket, 2020 will be a milestone moment. That's why the Trent Bridge Heritage team are recording the impact of the pandemic on the sport of cricket and its people, players, officials, staff, supporters and anybody else who's involved. As Mulaney bowls and defended, Tom Moore standing up. Anybody else who's involved with international, domestic or recreational cricket. So we'd like to hear your story. How did you feel without cricket? What did you miss about it? What did you do instead during lockdown? If you're a spectator or supporter, how much has the cricket on TV since its comeback, or the live streams been a substitute for going to the real thing? And if you're a club player yourself, how did it feel to go back? What do you think about the new arrangements? Or if your club hasn't restarted, how does that make you feel? As Mulaney bowls and through to the keeper. So basically they'd just like to know 2020, this is for posterity, for people in future years, just how people coped with or without cricket in 2020. And they'll happily talk to you and they'll write it all down. They just want to know, if you're interested, please email heritage@notsccc.co.uk, just with your contact details. Somebody will get in touch and have a chat about your experiences as Mulaney bowls and again through to Moores.
Yeah, it's a great idea, and I suppose it's open to cricket fans in general, not just to Nottinghamshire supporters, but yeah, very, very good idea. I said before that during lockdown I was reading various stories about different archives and organisations. As Mulaney bowled again, it's left. We wanted people to submit their experiences for future generations, but nice cricketing one there as well for cricket lovers who have had to wait some time before seeing or indeed playing this year. Keeper standing up, Croft on 4, 2 slips in place, Mulaney bowls. Oh, and that comes off the shoulder of the bat, I think. He didn't go at it too hard, Croft. He softly played, and the ball then looped out into the offside, but the fell in front of point. Croft again comes down the pitch and has a little prod in the poke. Final ball of Mulaney's 4th over, 1 for 14 for the Notts skipper. And again to Croft, who's playing right forward, and the ball comes off the inner half of the bat, rolls it across his front pad and comes back for a couple, Stephen Croft. But it's Mulaney getting the ball to do a little from this end, as Chappell did from the far end. It's good stuff from Stephen Mulaney. 4 overs, 1 for 16, replacing Peter Trigo, who bowled a good 7 over. A 7 over spell to begin with, in combination with Zach Chappell, who I think bowled 8 overs. And Barber into his first 3. He's just struggled with his his line so far. His radar not quite spot on at the minute. Certainly that previous over to Villas continued to be a little wayward. Trigo bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Chappell 8 overs, 2 for 24. So it was a terrific start by the opening bowlers, and Mulaney's backed it up from one end with a wicket. What can Barber do from the pavilion end into Villas's runs here? It's a straight head delivery, and Villas just kind of rocks back and pulls the ball through square leg for a single. So he'll have a go at bowling at Stephen Croft. Now will Tom Barber. Villas moves up to 8. The score moves on to 66 for 4. Villas just passing on a little bit of advice to Croft, saying there that a couple of early deliveries to Villas from Barber kind of moved away. That one was a little straighter, came back in a fraction, which he allowed him to pull the ball through square leg. But having seen Barber early on, he's got a few bits of advice for Croft. Barber into Croft, that's cut down towards the wide third man boundary, and 4 runs. Shot by Stephen Croft. He moves up to double figures with that, on to 10, 70 for 4. Fire engine blaring away in the distance, heading towards the city centre. It's just after 6 o'clock. Roads are busy again with commuters making their way home. — 70 for 4. Ball eventually looping its way around back towards Barber via a little polish from Hamid. He's at third slip. Carter at second. Duckett at first. And they all settle down with their hands on their knees, crouching down as Barber bowls to Croft, who steers the ball down through the gap where Gully would be and just gets a single. There's a 12th man on here for Nottinghamshire. Who sends a throw in, a little wayward for Tom Moores to get to it. Not too costly, just that extra run added. Croft moves to 11 now. Villas back on strike. Barber turns at the top of his mark, Shadow following him as he starts to move in towards us, over the wicket to Villas left, and snaps into the gloves of Tom Moores. You may have caught it on the effects, Mike. The ball, as it travelled firmly into the gloves of the keeper. Still 20 overs left to go tonight, so there's a lot of work here for Villas and for Croft to do to try and piece things back together, and bags of time for Nottinghamshire to try and crank up the pressure again. Keep it on. Here is Barber to Villas left and through to the keeper, and there is no run. England are 110 for 4 against Pakistan. Quite a lengthy final session, but having waited so long for play to start, I'm sure they'd be happy to get out there and have a bat. And Derbyshire are 146 for 4 against Yorkshire, trailed by 254 runs. Yorkshire made 400 for 6. Barber to Villas. Again wide, too far wide. Left by the captain of Lancashire. And that is the end of the over. 71 for 4. 24 gone of the Lancashire first innings. 20 remain in the day's allocation. And Lancashire still 401 runs behind. So that's the Derbyshire score. The Leicestershire-Durham game, that was called off relatively early today. And pretty heavy rain around Grace Road. Durham 250 for 7. But little play in the game in Leicester today. So we're having either a sanitising break or just a little drinks break. The Lancashire captain's removed his helmet and his gloves, and the Notts boys are having a little huddle. Oh, I think it's a sanitising break as well. Yeah.
Stuart Foster just throwing one out there.
Ooh, okay.
Lancashire get another 40 or so tonight. Declare. Notts forfeit their second innings. Full day of cricket tomorrow. Lancashire will have to score 360 odd. Don't think it'll happen personally. There's bonus points to play for, but you know, are Lancashire in a situation where they can't win this game, playing properly? Well, almost certainly, aren't they?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do they need to win this game to have any chance of potentially finishing top of the group?
I suppose it depends on what happens between Yorkshire and Derbyshire. They've got them both to play, haven't they? Yorkshire next and then Derbyshire at the end of the group campaign.
Here's Mullaney. Play about to restart. 71 for 4. Bowls, they're asking, they're imploring Tim Robinson to agree with Mullaney's assessment that that was pad before bat. Too far away to tell him any definitive thoughts that I've got. It was bat and pad thrust down the track towards Mullaney. Tim Robinson not giving himself too much of a headache by immediately saying not out. 71 for 4. Croft on 11. Stephen Mullaney bowls to him wide of the off stump, and they're claiming the catch behind the wicket, but again nothing doing. It was short and wide, and Croft went for the cut. Tom was reaching to his right, got the glove to it, and a bit like Hamid's catch, it just lobbed up in the air, so Tom was able to catch it on the rebound, and then everybody appealed, but again nothing doing. And Croft and Mullaney at least looked at each other, whether they exchanged words or not, exchanged differing views, I'm sure. 71 for 4. Here's Mullaney. It's not easy for the Lancashire batsman right now. Comes in again. Bowls wide of the off stump. Not easy for Tom Moores either if he bowls them that far wide.
No, this is what Mullaney's so good at, isn't he? When you can have the keeper standing up behind him and normally really accurate kind of wicket to wicket. That kind of skiddy speed that he's got, he does make it tricky.
71 for 4. Lancashire won on their last visit here in 2018 in the Championship after Notts had won at Old Trafford. This one's deflected away. That's a good stop at backward point. Not sure who that is down on the ground. Oh, it's Ben Slater. Don't think Joe Clark's on the field. Mid wicket. Sol Buddinger, the young sub-fielder, is out there at the moment. Here comes Mullaney, duck it at first slip, Carter at second, Moore standing up, clipped away onto the offside. On the bounce it's taken by Hamid. And it remains 71 for 4. Mullaney's gone for a few runs here. You very often see him tie and end up in white ball cricket. He's gone for 16. This is his final ball of his 5th over, but an absolute jaffer to dismiss Liam Livingstone. And he comes again and bowls, and again taken outside the off stump by Tom Moores. 71 for 4. Watching the skipper, Well, Matt Carter ran past him. Certainly wasn't any prolonged conversation. 19 to go in the day. Still plenty of time to get Carter and Samit Patel involved if he wants. Seems Zach Chappell loosening up as well. He might be dropping a hint or two that he's now ready for a second spell if needed.
Yeah, he could just do with a little extra pressure from that far end, couldn't he, really, Barber?
Well, 4 overs, none for 9. I mean,
well, he's not going for runs,
no.
no, but if you wanted to try and make the most of this position at 4 down.
Instead of bowling 6 inches wide of the off stump, if he gets one to crash into the off stump, you'll be saying it's a brilliant decision to keep him on.
Well, that's what, hopefully, from Nott's point of view, that's what happens as he bowls to Willis, who drives up into the offside, but for no run.
An absolute dog of a return from Chappell.
It was a shocker, wasn't it?
Dear, oh dear. Poor old Tom Moores.
.71 for 4. Stephen Mullaney sticking with his young bowler, Tom Barber. Willis, who has on strike. 2 slips, gully, and a point. Barber bowls to Willis, that's better. And that's edged, flash down towards third man for 4 runs. And the frustration for Notts is that they did, up until the start of this over, have those 3 slips in place. And whether it would have carried or not, but it went through that gap between where second slip and now where Hamid is fielding, and down towards the boundary for 4. But better start by Barber in this over. Tighter line to Willis. He's made him play on both occasions. And that thick edge, so Willis spin round pretty quickly to see where the ball was heading. It disappeared down towards the boundary for 4, so he's up to 12, 75 for 4. Barber back in again to Willis. That's cut to backward point. Willis wants a second, but he's lined up pretty quickly to come back for 2, and in the end makes it relatively comfortably. Moves to 14 now. Lancashire 77 for 4.
Yes, that was a nice bit of opportunism to come back for the second. Budinger had quite a bit of ground to make up to get to the ball initially. Just had to be careful because he was close to the rope, made sure he stopped it and put the return in, but by then the Lancashire skipper safely home.
He's quick, he's Willis. You've got to be quick to keep up with a Lancashire captain if you're batting with him. On your toes. Barber into Willis. It's a thick top edge down to third man. And 4 more as the ball clatters into the advertising board down below us here at the Ratcliffe Road end. And Willis now on to 18. And the score moves on to 81 for 4. And a couple of edges down to third man. Thick top edge there, looping over the slips. One which went through them, the gap between second and third.
Well, he's gone for 9 in 4 overs, now he's gone for 10 in 3 balls. Might not be to his detriment if Diaz starts going after him a little bit. It's been, as you say, a little fortunate in the extreme that 2 have been edges down to third man.
2 balls left with this over for Barber. Comes back in again over the wicket to Willis, and guides this one safely down into the ground. Just backward of square on the offside and gets a single. Moves to 19 to 82 for 4.
I'll be disappointed if I don't see a Twitter account this summer of Keaton Jennings' hair. Magnificent.
The lockdown Barnet of Keaton Jennings. Croft on 11, final ball of this over. And Barber back up to the stumps and bowls, and that's gone off a thick top edge from Stephen Croft and over the top of the slips and down towards the boundary. 1 bounce and 4 runs. And Barber's tight start has been demolished in that over. He's now bowled 5 overs for 24, so quite working just yet for Barber. But Lancashire 86 for 4, Willis 19, Croft on 15.
I don't know if you're any good at long distance semaphore, but I'm fairly certain there Mulaney's just said, right, have a blow, Tom. Zach, you're on that end next. Trevor, who he's seen the light. It's always nice when somebody sees the light, isn't it? Yorkshire supporter, or he was up until last week. He watched the Notts live stream last week, and now he's been converted. He says, good evening all. I'm home from work. I've whacked the live stream onto the TV. Lancashire on the back foot, so that's a bonus. The relief at actually watching some cricket after what's been a difficult year for everyone. A pleasure to hear the local commentaries again. Thanks very much, Trevor. Notts fan now, of course. Seeing the light. 86 for 4. So Mulaney's going to continue. Absolutely certain he's put Zach Chappell on from the far end. So when Mulaney's 6th over, I should say one more and then Carter will be on at this end. That's Captain Bracegirdle having a bit of a stab in the dark. Unless he gets his man. Captain to captain. Stephen Mulaney of Nottinghamshire to Dane Vilas of Lancashire. Oh, full toss. Hit into the offside, fielded by Bolton's Asib Hamid.
England's 110 for 4 declared. Is the lowest declaration score in test in England, says Andy Zaltzman. It has finished in a draw at Southampton. They're probably pleased just to finally call it quits after a frustrating few days. Yeah.
England still 1-0 up with 1 to play as Mulaney bowls again. Vilas almost crouching as he nudges it out as far as Slater on the offside. No run. Players on that side all having to look towards the sun when they do any fielding. Of course, this was the great problem at Old Trafford, why they turned the square, wasn't it? Not the problem here, but it's just the fielders that are on that side looking towards the sun. Wide of the off stump again by Mulaney. That match back in 2010 that Notts won the title, remember, on the 3rd evening we'd hardly had any play on the first 3 days, and they got on the 3rd evening, was it, and had to go off for the sun reflecting off the glass.
I remember, yeah.
That's Mulaney in, and Vilas defends.
Yeah, classic.
86 for 4. It's not ideal when you're trying to win a county championship.
It's not ideal, full stop, is it? Having to go off because the sun's shining.
You had 2 and a bit days of rain, and then the elements completely turn round, and the sun's glinting off the glass, so you've got to go off.
You got there in the end.
Got there in the end, yep. 10 years ago. Mulaney, a member of that side that day, goes through to the keeper. So was Samit Patel. Scored 96 that day, Samit Patel. Got a first baller today, quite an extraordinary first baller as well. Who got him? Was it Livingston? Let's have a look. Patel, yeah. Liam Livingston bowling his off spin. First ball, and Samit, well, I'm not going to be tied down by you. I'm not going to be tied down by anybody. Whacked his first ball straight down the throat of Croft at deep mid-wicket. This one's worked out onto the leg side nicely by Vilas. That'll probably go for 4. That definitely will go for 4. Mulaney a little disappointed at the end of the over. Tell you the score in a moment. I'm watching Stephen Mulaney. Oh. Did he say anything then to Matt Carter? Could you lip read from here? 90 for 4. Croft is 15. Vilas 23. This pair have had 31. The men out. Jennings for 10. It was 23 for 1. Davis for 26. It was 37 for 2. Bohannon for 1. 37 for 3. And Livingston for 14. 59 for 4.
Just going to update BBC Radio Lancashire listeners as they join us in a moment or two. Yeah, we've got another hour or so of play, maybe even a little longer than that here, with 17 overs remaining in the day's allocation, and as it stands, we'll get them in. It's a beautiful early evening now in Nottingham, and Lancashire are 90 for 4 in their first innings. They still trail by 382 runs. Nottinghamshire all out for 472 today. 4 players dominating the scorecard. A couple of centurions. Ben Slater made 142 and Ben Duckett made 116, and then Joe Clark's 57 and Stephen Mulaney's 67 helping Notts reach 4-7-2. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey, 3 for Liam Livingston, a couple for George Balderson and Liam Hurt. But it was a really good day for, well, a couple of days for Nottinghamshire with the bat. Don't forget, Lancashire won the toss on Saturday morning and said to Notts, have a bat first. And they got to 472 and then picked up 4 Lancashire wickets. Keaton Jennings for 10, Alex Davis for 26, Josh Bohannon for 1 and Liam Livingston for 14. So the captain, Dane Villas, and Stephen Croft are currently batting. 16.5 overs remaining to go tonight. Lancashire still trail by 382 runs at 90 for 4. Chapel bowls to Croft, and that's played out into the offside, and there's no run.
And where's that gone to? Blackpool, Preston, Bolton,
right, yeah.
Blackburn, Todmorden, Fleetwood, Oldham, Bury.
All of the above, yeah.
Milnrow, Shaw.
Oh, well, that's kind of a little bit more Manchester, isn't it, I suppose?
Don't they get you?
I think they could do.
Milnrow, Shaw. Sign on the motorway, isn't it? Turn off here for Milnrow, Shaw.
Chapel then back into the attack as predicted by Captain Bracegirdle. And Croft is working it through mid-wicket for a single.
It's not difficult when you just keep your eye on what's going on out there. And
I was trying to big you up.
well, go on then. Who's going to bowl the next over?
Well, I've not been paying attention.
Oh,
Carter's one of the next over. How about that for the answer?
I was just going to say, should we have a shilling on it?
Yeah.
That's why you were blathering away to your listeners in Milnrow Shore. I was watching Matt Carter turning his arm over and getting himself ready.
Chapel 2 for 25. Wickets of Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. He's coming into bowl to Dane Villas. And that's left by Lancashire skipper and through to Tom Moores.
So right now, Hasiba Mead should be on the boundary edge, getting the protective pads on, and a 12th man should be doing the fielding.
To save a bit of
time, definitely.
Yeah.
That's one of my pet peeves. We're all going to be sat watching somebody getting dressed in a minute.
Well, yeah. Have they brought the protective pads out ready? Or do we have to wait for them to...
I'm sure they're there somewhere. There's a lot of kit actually on the boundary edge.
That's true. Yeah, a couple of...
They are untidy, aren't they, cricketers? All cricketers.
Scattered everywhere, isn't it? Yeah. Chapel to Villas, left and through to Moores, no run. Whose turn is it for a little stroll of the outfield now? Well, Keaton Jennings and Graham Onions are still doing their laps. And now we've got Josh Bohannon and Sam Byrne, who's the Lancashire physio, just starting the first of their early evening laps of the outfield. Jennings and Onions is a very casual pace. Keaton Jennings has his flip-flops on for his lap. 91 for 4. Croft on 16, watching his captain, unbeaten on 23 as Chapel bowls to Villas. So he's left plenty. He's faced 48 deliveries and he's left a lot of them because he's not had to play them. That's the end of the over. 91 for 4. The first one back into the attack for Zach Chapel.
We both have lost a penny because Stephen Mullany's going to have another one.
Oh dear, his kidology.
Told him to get ready and then said, not yet, son.
Mind.
Not yet, son. 6 overs, 1 for 20. I'm going to have another one. I deserve another one. He's given the ball to Hamid to give it a bit of a wipe with his sleeves. Hamid with the long sleeve shirt on. Maybe the... No, he's not the only one. The sub fielder has a long sleeve shirt on, Sol Buddinger, and Trigo's got the I think the elastics, the white elastics on the sleeves. Croft on strike on 16 from 23 balls. Stephen Mullany to bowl to him. 2 slips, nobody down at third man. Mullany bowls, worked away, this time on the other side of the wicket behind square, and they'll settle for a single. Left arm throw from the man in the deep, so easy identification of Tom Barber down there. Just didn't quite get it right, like Chapel is bowled. Plenty of pace, but just too much width. been able to leave alone too many. 92 for 4. There's Mulaney. Willis on 23. Blocks his... Is that his 49th ball?
It is, yeah.
Elegant player, Dane Willis. Looks like, you know, is the sort that should have a runner. You know, somebody doing his running for him. No, he's such an elegant player. Everything is so stylish when he's at the crease. Plays us to Slater at backward point, and there's no run. And yet he's almost the exact opposite in the field, because he throws himself absolutely everywhere. He chases every lost cause. He dives left, right and centre. Goes for everything, and as we saw on the first day, he dived for one near the boundary and his studs ripped away. Well, enormous hole. Clipped away on the leg side. They'll get a single. Barber will hurl it back in, so they come back for 2. Tom Barber just had to check himself out there in the deep before returning it, and Willis so quick. He's on to 25. Very, very good player. Is he still playing in South Africa, or has he relocated completely to Lancashire?
I think he's relocated completely. I think his family home's in London. I think his wife and his family live in London.
There's Mulaney to bowl to him. Leaves this one alone outside the off peg.
He has gone back previously and played in South Africa during the winter here.
Terrific player, and very nearly created a highly unlikely victory last year in that Royal London match. Chasing, was it 413? Something like that, not far off. His 160 seemed to be getting Lancashire home till he was given out. An LBW half appeal from Tom Moore's nothing doing. End of the over. Lancashire replying to Nottinghamshire's 472 and 94 for 4.
Last season, Dane Willis 1,036 runs at an average of 79 across the county championship. 2 centuries, highest score of 266, 750s. Had an absolutely fabulous year across all 3 formats. Captain, wicketkeeper, best batsman. Stellar 2019 for Dane Willis. And now with Croft trying to piece things back together again. With Lancashire 59 for 4 when Livingston departed. There's Chappell into Croft. It's a nice delivery. Zips past the edge of Croft's bat. Taken by Tom Moores. Oh, there's Matt Carter again, twirling those big long arms of his around. Eager to have a ball. Hasib Hamid goes down onto one knee and onto his left knee, and then shines the ball across the right thigh and lobs it up to his captain and gives it to Chappell. 2 for 25. The start of his 10th over. Chappell into Croft. Little nudge away to mid-on. And there is no run. Keaton Jennings and Graham Onions are going for another lap around the outfield. Still nattering away. The former Durham players are now together at Lancashire. Keaton wearing his sunglasses. Flip-flops are on. Very gentle pace, doing the loop around the outfield. Chappell balls to Croft. That's cut. Beats the dive of Hamid, and now run down towards the wide third-man boundary. And that will be 4 runs for Stephen Croft. Played it with his hands tucked right into the side of his body. Cut the ball down to the ground. Hamid tried to stop it, couldn't. And Croft gets 4 and moves to 21. And Lancashire move to 98 for 4. 374 runs behind. gives it a bit of a polish. Chapel 2 wickets so far. Keaton Jennings caught by Hamid at the second attempt, at the third slip, and then Bohannon, who he caught off his own bowling for 1. Comes bounding back in towards us from the pavilion end. Balls to Croft, who leaves this delivery and taken by Tom Moores, and there's no run. 21 from 28 balls faced, Stephen Croft.
No wonder these fast bowlers pick up twinges here and there, don't they? You look at Chapel, every single ball is an event, as they say. He comes sprinting in, gives it absolutely everything. There must be immense pressure on the front foot as it slams down to the crease and the follow through. Asking a lot from the shoulder as well to spear the ball down the other end.
Here he is back in again, doing just all that, and this is muscled away by Stephen Croft through mid-wicket after all that effort and enthusiasm to come bounding in.
That was a poor example, wasn't it?
Croft moves to 25 now. Yeah, not the greatest delivery from Zach Chapel, but Croft onto it nonetheless in quick time. And that brings up the 100 for Lancashire, 102 for 4.
Whacked out to that advertising board for a hotel in Manchester.
It's a hotel in Manchester that happens to be on the ground.
Yeah, only before when I stayed there, I had to overlook the bins.
Chapel to Croft and through to through to Tom Moores. End of the over. 30 gone of the Lancashire first innings. 14 are remaining in the day's play. And Lancashire 102 for 4.
Little break time again, I think.
Looks it, doesn't it? Yeah. Rob Jones is coming on. He's wearing a mask. He's carrying a selection of drinks and a towel. He's got his blue gloves on as well.
Carrying a selection of drinks.
Yes, they've got a little choice of drinks there for his skipper and a fresh, clean towel. Drink for Stephen Croft as well, and the Notts players making their way across for a drink. Also, and the pads are out as well, Dave.
Yep.
I see Hamid's taking them. I'll strap them on, please.
There's a couple of stories of Luke Fletcher as a 12th man in his new book out soon, Tales from the Front Line by Luke Fletcher. The first time he went to Lord's, never been before at all, didn't know where he was 12th man. Had to take the drinks out, and you know, from the dressing rooms you have to walk down the stairs and down the stairs. He went down the stairs another one and found himself down by the toilets, and by the time he got out onto the pitch he got a ticking off from the umpires because it'd taken so long. And then another time at Canterbury there was a glass sliding door, and one time he slid it back with rather more force than he should have done and absolutely shattered the whole lot of it. But Luke Fletcher's new book, look out for it. It'll be available any time now. Tales from the Front Line. A very, very humorous look at the county game and his life. A lot of funny things have happened to him. A lot of quite serious things as well that he puts a funny slant on, obviously being hit on the head. Been absolutely devastating for a lot of people, but he found time to find a lot of humour out of it. Got a bowling change. It is Mr. Tickle, as one or two members of the Notts side call him. Goober is his more normal, recognisable nickname. Matt Carter, brother of Andy, who played for 6 other counties, or 6 counties in total, including Notts. Didn't have a stint with Lancashire, did he, Andy Carter? But went here, there and everywhere else, just about. Hamid is almost fully clad in his armour at Boot Hill. Dane Vilas scuffing away at some dust that's loose near to the batting crease. 102 for 4. Still 14 overs to go in the day. And this is a different challenge. Big tall man, Matt Carter.
In and bowling for the first time then today, and Willis kind of hopping back into his crease and being careful and watchful for that first delivery. And defending into the onside, no run.
It's not so much a run up as an approach from Matt Carter.
Yes, it's a very gentle approach, isn't it? Willis leans forward and turns the ball across his pads through the onside for a single.
Yes, he turned one away there, square of the wicket on the leg side, and what Johnny Bairstow did to his cost last week, and Hamid pulled off a stunner, diving to his right one-handed. You know, you can see how close he is there. It was brilliant bit of reflex work. Get Johnny Bairstow out, and you're certainly helping yourselves along the way. Duckett's come out of the slip corner, as he usually does when the spinners are bowling. First time you'll see him in the outfield saving one is when the spinners come on. He's at mid-wicket.
Captain's gone in there, isn't it? The slip. It's Carter then bowling to Stephen Croft for the first time in the game. Oh, goes right back into his crease again and playing the ball down behind square on the leg side. A little snap of the wrist by Stephen Croft. Steer the ball to a backward square leg. Samit Patel fields, no run.
Yeah, it's a very familiar field when Carter's bowling. Those four are always there.
Into Croft, who defends again. He's on the money straight away.
Yeah, I guess that makes it easier. Whenever Carter's bowling, you've got Hamid at short leg, you've got Mullaney at slip, you've got Duckett short mid-wicket catch in, and you've got Samit Patel almost a deepish leg gully. It's always those four.
Carter to Croft. Oh, that's found the edge as Croft plays forward. It'll run down to third man. He'll come back for a couple there. It's well wide of Mullaney, who's at slip, but as he played forward, that did come off a thickish edge, didn't it, down towards the third man boundary for two in the end. Good start this by Carter.
Yeah, yeah. The other thing, obviously, if one goes like that into the deep and they take runs, then fine. But otherwise, he'll build pressure because he'll go through his overs so quickly. But that doesn't help Zach Chappell. He's not going to get any rest at the other end.
Croft looks to try and sweep this away. Kind of default shot sometimes, isn't it? Facing the spinner, the sweep shot, and he gets 4 for it. There's Stephen Croft. And that's the end of the first over, but an intriguing one. I think where Carter bowled there, he could be in for a decent spell here tonight.
Well, I'm sure he'll be on until the end.
109 for 4, and that was the 4, brings up the 50 partnership actually. Willis and Croft, 50 off 65 balls, 19 runs of those to Dane Willis and 31 of them to Stephen Croft.
Pictures of both up on the scoreboard here at Trent Bridge, both boards in fact. Obviously we've got a good view from the Radcliffe Road end of the Batman board, the other one not quite so good away to our left, the bigger board. 109 for 4 will be Chappell again. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 33. So the 4 maidens indicates obviously a build-up of pressure, or ball's wide enough that the batsman can't chase, and the other 6 overs have gone for 33. Here he comes, in and bowls, and they've got him! Dane Willis goes, and Chappell does a little dance of celebration. Terrific bowling from Zach Chappell, and Dane Willis won't get 100 this time at Trent Bridge. He's been caught behind by Tom Moores for 26, and that's a huge wicket for Nottinghamshire. Lancashire 109 for 5.
It is, and that was reflective in the celebration that Dave described after the dismissal of Willis. It's a big wicket to have got towards the end of, I say the end of the day's play. There's still bags of overs left, but that was roundly celebrated by the Nottinghamshire players because they know the importance of that. He just had a little nibble, didn't he, Dane Willis? And almost as soon as he felt the ball flick the edge of the bat, he was almost putting the bat under his arm and taking a glove off already. He knew his time in the middle was done for the day, and he has to depart. And that brings out George Balderson to join Stephen Croft And bearing in mind, we're not quite sure whether Luke Wood's going to bat or not. There will be into the bowlers.
Yeah.
And could be into the bowlers tonight with a dozen overs still left of the day's play.
Not sure if Balderson will have played here before at any level. Possibly not. So all a little different, all a little strange for him, and he's coming out. The light, I guess, isn't great in that we've got a setting sun. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the overhead clear blue skies. I didn't realise, obviously, he was a left-hander, but it clearly is. But he's going to come out here, and he's got quite a different proposition to face. The Thunderbolts and Lightning being sent down by Zach Chappell from one end, and the twirly-whirly stuff from Matt Carter at the other. So, tricky little period here for Balderson. But perhaps he's the sort to thrive on this sort of challenge, this sort of responsibility here he's got now for his team. Here comes Chappell, bowls to him, always tickled that one away for 4, first ball. Thank you very much. Cheers, Zach, mate. Just what you want, isn't it? It's a good ball to a right-hander. It's always going down the leg side, and Balderson made sure he got enough bat on it to keep himself out of danger. Just deflected it well wide of anything that Tom Moores might be able to reach. 113 for 5. Not seen any aircraft today, you know, going into East Midlands, but there's one there just gone over the Batman board and just gently lowering on its way in. 113 for 5. So Balderson with a strike rate of 400. Chappell, by the way, 3 for 37. Almost the best and worst of him in those 2 balls. Jaffa to get rid of Vilas, and then a poor one which conceded the boundary. He's in again and bowls, and Balderson defends. Born in Grantham, but home was and is Stamford for the Chappell family. And 1 or 2 first-class cricketers come from Grantham over the years. Luke Wright was born there, wasn't he? 113 for 5. Don't give me blank looks, you knew that. Duckett, Carter and Hamid, the 3 slips. Chappell into bowl, push into the offside by Balderson, and Stephen Croft came, well, he was backing up like you'd expect somebody to do, but Balderson said no, leave it, stay there, wait, no, and all the other combinations. And now he's gone all the way down to have a chat with his mate. Knots one more wicket away from another bowling point. Been a good game for the home county in that the side that normally plays here. This one's gone through Balderson into the gloves of Tom Moores. Lancashire technically the home county. I don't know how history will record this.
No,
really.
It's a strange one, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Advertising would reflect that it would be the home county Lancashire. It has been awarded as a home game for Lancashire, but it's not.
No. 113 for 5. Derbyshire didn't do that when they came here. They were the home county, but they didn't bring advertising boards. Visit Derby as Chappell bowls. Ooh, and that one just got a little big on Balderson, but did well enough to play it out. Didn't get any adverts for the daily paper in Derby or visit derby.com, anything like that. They didn't bring any of that.
Missed out, didn't they?
113 for 5. Floodlights have been on all day, Scott, haven't they?
They have, yeah. And to be fair, we've not really required them probably since lunch.
No.
Still shining. Bright blue sky out to our right hand side as we look. Pleasant end to the evening. And a tricky end to the evening for Lancashire. He's a dozen overs left still to go, and a young man out there in George Balderson and the experienced Stephen Croft.
Yeah, 72 balls left.
Well, Carter's first over was good to watch. It was really intriguing, and he's going to continue to Croft. He's angling it out into the onside, but for no run.
I'm going to say, I hope you enjoy watching him bowl, because there's every likelihood you'll see him all the rest of this evening and all day tomorrow. He bowled 40 odd in the Yorkshire second innings last week.
In again to Croft, turned up towards square leg. So he gets a run. It brings George Balderson on strike. Croft moves to 32, 114 for 5. So not the left-hander to bowl out here. There's Carter. There's a short leg and a slip in place.
Got a 7 for first time he turned his arm over for Nottinghamshire, and 10 wickets in the match down at Taunton. 7 in the first innings, 3 in the second, back in 2015.
Comes right arm around the wicket to Balderson, who rocks back into his crease and watches that one nestle into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
The one he sort of tosses up a little bit, gives a little bit of air to. Of course, being such a tall man, it tends to bounce a bit more. It creates additional problems that you don't normally get facing a spinner. Somebody who gets quite prodigious bounce.
Forward comes Balderson to defend this delivery. Out comes Ben Duckett from extra cover to field. No run. Ball back in the hand of Matt Carter. 4 balls into his second over. Just brushes him past the umpire. Balderson to the front foot and withdraws the bat. And gets a response from Stephen Mullaney and from Tom Moores.
Well, there's going to be, isn't there? There's going to be a bit of kidology going on there, that it's turning square, and any that Balderson leaves, you know, they'll make out that it's just shaved the varnish.
Final ball of his second over. A little flatter, a little quicker. Balderson having to bring the bat down that with a slight angle to it, and just got a bottom edge which kept it out. Well, another intriguing over from Carter. 114 for 5. Lancashire. Balderson 4. Croft on 32. Still trail Lancashire by 358 runs.
Fair to say that was his quicker one.
Yeah, that was zip through, wasn't it?
It was. Croft on 32. He's played nicely. Dodged all the bullets that have been fired out there so far. Avoided any calamity. Scored his runs at a fairly healthy pace. Speaking of which, here is Zach Chappell. Turns in the distance and sets off down the runway, accelerating to bowl to Stephen Croft. Quickish delivery, which Croft just flat bats back to him, and it's a dot ball.
Just watched that dismissal back of Dane Villas, and it was an absolutely terrific delivery from Chappell. Villas, a little nibble behind to Moores, but it was a beautiful delivery by Chappell.
Jennings, Bohannon and Villas on his tally of wickets. Got Bairstow out in the first innings. His first wicket for Nottinghamshire last week against Yorkshire, and followed it up in the next over with David Malan. This one goes through to the keeper. 114 for 5. A couple of very recent England Test batsmen there in Bairstow and Malan, and settled Yorkshire at the start of that game.
Still playing Yorkshire against Derbyshire. Just wondering how many games are still going and how many drawn stumps, but Derbyshire 193 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 400 for 6.
Here comes Chappell, past umpire Baldwin. Bowls. Croft saw it angling in towards his pads and just deflects it away out to Samit Patel, who fires it in from the deep. Right-handed, of course. 115 for 5.
call stumps in the game between Warwickshire and Somerset, with Warwickshire leading by 188 runs at 104 for 6. It's in the central group. Worcestershire against Northamptonshire in the central group. Worcestershire lead Northamptonshire by 184 runs at 177 for 6 in their second innings.
Comes Zach Chappell once more. Bowls and down the leg side. Goes through to Moores.
Still playing in the other central group game in Cardiff. Glamorgan 12 without loss. Trailed Gloucestershire by 53 runs. Stumps in the South Group game at Hove, where Sussex 57 for 2. They lead Essex by 111 runs. And Kent have closed the day on 146 for 5, still trailing Middlesex at Canterbury by 123.
Chappell bowls again, banged in short. Goes over the head of Balderson on its way through to wicket-keeper Moores again. 115 for 5.
Game at Canterbury. In fact, the group games in the south and indeed the north have all been affected by quite a bit of bad weather, haven't they? But lost a lot of time in Canterbury. Still playing at Arundel, where Hampshire are 195 for 3 against Surrey. They lead Surrey by 23 runs.
Looking good for Somerset. I fancy to be the standout team in the groups and reach the final. 115 for 5. Nick's ball is just run down one-handed by Balderson into the gully, end of the over. Still 10 overs remain here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Nottingham, and thanks also to everyone listening on 855 medium wave in the northwest, and those of you following the excellent live streams provided by both Nottinghamshire and Lancashire. Missing you, shame you can't be here watching the game, watching the cricket this month. Let's just hope that circumstances allow spectators in before the end of the season, and you can all get to see some cricket, those of you that would choose to do so. 115 for 5. Would have been lovely, I guess, to sit in the U Energy stand today. All the Larwood and Vose.
I catch a bit of sun there, won't you? Yeah, definitely. Carter over number 3. Croft on strike. Croft defending to duck it at mid-wicket. And there's no run. They've closed the play now at Headingley. Bad light. They've brought an end to the third day there. Derbyshire 198 for 6. Critchley to Croft. I think that's fizzed him with a bit of extra pace, and Croft defends into the covers. No run. Peter Trigo is at mid-off. He's just going through a few stretches. Maybe a little burst from Trigo. Carter in. And Croft defends. And Duckett fields. Low down to his left. And there's no run. Still 357 runs behind at 115 for 5, Lancashire. Carter bowls. Croft again with a little nudge into the onside. Gets his front foot down the pitch and brings his bat across his front toe and just works the ball into the onside for no run. And Duckett, he's there to field, hands it back to Carter. And again to Croft, who's forward in defence. Easing the ball into the offside and comes down, does a little bit of gardening. George Balderson leans on his bat, then on striker's end. And Carter to complete his third over. And Croft keeps the strike because he's worked that one out through the leg side for a single. He's up to 34. And the score to 116 for 5. We're down into single figures in terms of overs remaining, down to 9. And I think Chappell's spell has come to an end.
Yeah, and it is going to be Trigo. You pointed out that he was stretching and doing. I just wondered if he was just, I don't know, maybe gone over on an ankle or something and was just trying to run it off. But no, he's got the opportunity. Bowled 8 overs at the start of the Lancashire innings from this Radcliffe Road end. Now he's on at the Pavilion end, replacing Zach Chappell. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21 Trigo. Chappell dispatched down to long leg. Trigo suddenly realises he's still got his cap on his head, so shouts for the 12th man just to come and get it, as he's down at the far end in any case.
Well, it's a good opening spell, wasn't it, by Trigo? In fact, Trigo and Chappell started things off very nicely for Nottinghamshire. Trigo with a wicket of Alex Davis. It was a good ball that Davis got. Squared him up and found the edge, and Moores took the catch.
And 13 wickets go down today. Just see this one delivery from Trigo into bowl, and Croft pushes it onto the offside. And don't often say this during the course of a 4-day game. I'll go and do a 7 o'clock update.
Might get a 7:30 one in yet. 116 for 5. Trigo then from the Pavilion end back to the top of his mark, and slightly angled run as he comes up and bowls to Croft, who's off the back foot and pushing the ball to extra cover. And there is no run. Leg side field has a deep square leg. In fact, Samit Patel is just in front of square on that leg side boundary. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a mid-on, short cover, mid-off, 2 slips. Hamid, not quite in between gully and backward point is Hamid. There's a deep extra cover as well. Hamid just creeping a little bit nearer as Trigo comes in and bowls, and Croft up onto his toes, easing the ball out into the offside. 116 for 5. Croft and Balderson. Croft 16 seasons now with Lancashire, and George Balderson making his 3rd first-class appearance. A contrast of experience. Currently batting for Lancashire. Trigo over the wicket to Croft. It's guided comfortably and carefully through the offside by Stephen Croft. And gets a single. Moves to 35. 117 for 5. So it brings Balderson on strikes. He'll face Peter Trigo for the first time. Field changes with the left-hander on strike. And Mead not quite happy that polish didn't quite have the right effect, so he's about to throw it back up to his skipper, and then, no, actually, no, I'm not happy with that. I can do better, and gives it a bit of a shine once again. Trigo to Balderson, who plays forward and drops the ball out into the offside. Samit Patel's across the ground quickly there to field for Nottinghamshire. And there is no run. 13 deliveries faced so far for George Balderson, but of the very early indications that I've only seen him bat in 2 games prior to this, plus a warm-up match. I went to the Yorkshire-Lancashire warm-up match, but certainly in the games I've seen so far, he's the way as Trigo comes in and bowls to him, trying to force it into the offside, but not beyond Patel, and there's no run. Real feature of his batting. Which made me ask the question to Mark Chilton about where he does bat normally for the seconds and for England on the 19s. Was his ability to leave, his judgment and his leave and his defence was really impressive in the games I've seen so far. So he won't be too concerned by this. He clearly liked having the new ball as well. feel of the new ball onto the bat in that game against Leicestershire, where he did well on his debut. He's 29, which in the big scheme of things doesn't seem a lot, but the way he batted the night before, and he got through a pretty tricky spell and scored a little freely the following morning, it was a good start to his, which I'm sure will be a long career with Lancashire. Carter back in, Croft with the yelps of catch it as he drops it into the onside. It bounces in front of Hasib Hamid. Right, short leg. Carter over the wicket to Croft, and turned into the ground, and it hits Hamid on the shin pads and deflects out towards his left hand side, so he goes jogging after it, hands the ball back to Carter, twirls it in once more. Croft again defending, pushing him back a fraction, works the ball into the onside where Duckett fields, and there's no run. Duckett still has the ball before looping it up towards Carter, who catches it with his left hand. Back in again to Croft, who content to defend and cautious and careful towards the end of the day here, very much trying to see Lancashire through to the close of play, 5 down, but no more than that. Really objective for Lancashire here. As Croft turns it out to the leg side, there's no run. I'm sure Stephen Mullaney will be absolutely thrilled to have taken 5 wickets, of which one of them is Dane Villas. Well, we got to 472. Turned into a pretty good afternoon for not so pretty good day. Forward goes Croft. And that is played back down the pitch. And that will be a maiden over for Matt Carter. His first 4 overs, 1 maiden for 9. 7 left to go tonight. 117 for 5. Partnership is only 8, but they face 35 deliveries between them. It is very much about trying to get Lancashire to the close. No further wickets down. 355 runs behind. Dave mentioned earlier that the follow-on target for the Bob Willis Trophy has been moved from 150 to 200 runs. Still a fair bit of work for Lancashire to do here to make sure that they don't get themselves into a position where they might be asked to bat again at some point tomorrow. Trigo to Balderson. That's whipped rather stylishly through the onside. There's also a very stylish effort to stop the ball at mid-wicket, but that's a glorious looking shot by Balderson. Clipped out through the onside for 4. His teammates like that. And, sitting in the white seats in front of the pavilion. Balderson moves to 8. Lovely looking shot. 121 for 5. Another addition or a change is that the additional points for a draw, 8 points for a draw in the Bob Willis Trophy, not 5. Trigo to Balderson. Shoulders, arms, allows that one to go through to the keeper. Bit of extra zip and bounce from Trigo. Six overs left after this one from Trigo. Looks like Carter well set for a stint to see it through until the close of play from the Ratcliffe Road end. Trigo do the same from the pavilion end. A short ball to Balderson. He just bends his knees and gets underneath that one. Being encouraged by his teammates, Peter Trigo, squad number 77, as he shuffles back to his mark. Shadows along now. Shadow out to his left-hand side, stretching along across the grass as sun drops a little lower in the sky. Trigo back into Balderson. That's steered down into the ground and well stopped by Hamid at third slip. And there is no run. Lots of games coming towards a close and on the third day. Won't be too many going on much longer than this one, I I suspect. Are they playing anywhere else? They are not. This is the only game currently underway. Trigo to Balderson. Leaves the ball.
Matthew says he's enjoying the coverage. Do we think the captains will set up a run chase tomorrow? I don't know. I think we've seen 13 wickets go down today. Notts will have to believe they can get 15 tomorrow. Of course, we've still got 6 overs to add to that. I guess it's all on Lancashire. As we've said, Lancashire can't win this game from this situation unless they want to try and set up something, so it'll be very interesting to be a fly on the wall if there is that sort of conversation.
Yeah, I think they might take a look at the game in Leeds. Trigo balls to Balderson, who's defending into the offside, no run. End of the over, 121 for 5. Balderson has 8, Croft has 35.
They'll be sacrificing bonus points as well, wouldn't they?
Yep.
But you know, the moment they're not going to get too many unless they can find a partnership and get the lower order to wag. May well happen, but you never know. Where are they all going to now? Is it a hand sanitising break?
I think so.
2 batsmen look for all the world as if they're walking off. 121 for 5. 6 overs to go. 10 past 7. Won't be able to find out what's going off on the cobbles tonight.
Right. Busy old day today. Making up time for overs lost yesterday. We lost the entire day. We had 98.4s, I think, wasn't it, to be bowled today?
Yeah.
And
we lost 6, didn't we, with the
yes, the
delay after lunch.
Yeah.
So your games are next week at Headingley?
It is, yeah.
And then at home to Derbyshire, but at Aigburth.
Wouldn't be a county season without a trip to Liverpool.
Notts travel to Leicester for their 4th Bob Willis Trophy game, starting on Saturday. It'll be interesting to see how they go away from home, having played the first 3 matches here, and then in September they end the Bob Willis Trophy with a home fixture against Durham. That's after playing the first batch of T20 Blast games. And towards the end of September they finish the T20 matches, and then there's a quarter-final scheduled for the 1st of October, which is supposed to be the first day, as it stands at the moment, that spectators can be fully admitted. And then finals day just a couple of days later, the 3rd, isn't it? Saturday the 3rd.
It is, yeah. They've pushed that back, haven't they? As you say, to see if they can try and get the fans in. And I think Warwickshire's chief executive have said they're hoping to get somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 if possible.
Oh dear, can you imagine? Here's Matt Carter bowling to Croft, who's on 35. All the fancy dress parties and the congas going off and everything. 121 for 5. It can be the very, very best of days, or it can be a rotten day, the worst. This one turns into the pads of Croft, but well outside the line of the off stump. There's Carter again. In to bowl down the leg side, tickled as far as Patel. There's no run. Notts won it in 2017. The Blast. Been to 4 other finals days. 1 here, 1 in Southampton, and 2 more at Edgbaston. Well defended by Croft again. Carter bustling through his over here. Freddie Flintoff made a comeback the year Lancashire won it, didn't he?
He did. Right, yeah.
121 for 5. Is that the only win? Won it once?
Won it once, yeah.
It's Carter bowling once more, and it's defended.
Actually, I think they lost it the year he made his comeback. I think they lost in...
Oh, to Northants, was it? I don't know.
It doesn't, I don't... The year they won it was 2015. I don't think that was Freddie's year.
121 for 5. Croft is on 35. Played behind square, shall we? Shan't we? Balderson's come half the way down and has to go back. Samit Patel shying towards the stumps. It's a feature of the year that Notts won it. Samit Patel with 2 direct hits. None of the Notts side, I don't think, had executed a single run out all the campaign up to that point. And a real couple of Brucey bonuses. Samit Patel throwing the stumps down twice. A couple of big name players as well, if I remember rightly. In the final, I think it was Ed Pollock of the Bears, who likes to give it a bit of a whack at the start. And in the, can't remember who it was in the semi-final against Hampshire. Would have been James Vince, would it? 121 for 5.
There's Trigo coming in with Balderson on strike. That's worked into the onside, no run. I was chatting to Luke Wood yesterday about the T20, and he's won it twice in successive years.
Yes.
And got to the final last year.
Yep.
Lucky charm when it comes to the T20.
Yes, was allowed by Notts to go on loan to Worcestershire in 2016. Was it? Got the years right. And then a member of the Notts squad in 2017. As you say, reached the final last year.
Trigo to Balderson, he goes back and works the ball safely into the offside for no run.
In fact, I've got it the wrong way round. He's a member of the Notts squad in 2017, although he didn't feature in the final. 2018, he was at Worcester and did play in the final. And 2019 was in the final for Worcester, but they didn't win it, did they? They lost to Essex.
21 for 5. They'll be particularly peculiar, those games with nobody in for T20 cricket. Will feel a bit odd. And Balderson back down the pitch, and Trigo with some fancy skills to flick the ball up with his right boot and catch it with his left hand. These two have absorbed 50 deliveries between them for their 12 runs. Lancashire lost their 5th wicket with the score at 109. 23 for 1, 37 for 2, 37 for 3, 59 for 4. Trigo to Balderson, short and cut. Oh, he's cut it straight to point. And Balderson's gone for 8.
Chappell, big tall man at backward point. If you're going to cut it in that direction, you've really got to get under it and lift it high. Tall man, he reached it above his head. Peter Trigo's got a 2nd wicket, and that one came almost out of nowhere. As Scott was saying, this partnership had looked solid for the best part of 50-odd deliveries. Short and wide, does the job. Balderson on his way back, made just 8, but now Nottinghamshire realise they've got an end open late in the day. I don't mean that disrespectfully to the batsman, whoever it is coming in, but they've got the end open in terms of a new man having to come out right at the end of the day, not somebody that's been there for half an hour and got his eye in.
I think it's Tom Hartley. It is, yeah, Tom Hartley, the new...
So this would be in a night watchman role rather than as the number 8?
I would think so. I think if Luke Wood is fit to bat, I'd expect him to come out and bat next.
Yeah.
So Tom Hartley. I don't think George Balderson could quite believe he did that, because you say cut it straight to point. I mean, it went to Chappell, that you mentioned, a tall man, and took a catch which went straight at him.
Yeah. It's another one with bucket hands and made no mistake. 2 balls left in this over.
Still 4 to go. 6 down. And still 351 runs behind. So not so fancy being able to...
Well, now it looks more possible
in.
in that they have taken 14 wickets have gone down in the day today, and potentially to win it, they need 14 tomorrow. There's Trigo to bowl to Hartley. And, well, nothing wrong with that as he pushes it up to mid-off. Don't know about his batting prowess. Won't embarrass Scott by asking him.
Well, I've just not seen him play, no.
to detail where his strengths and weaknesses are.
Just his second first-class match. What did he do against Leicestershire in his first?
Left-hander holds his bat up aloft and then brings it down nicely to push into the offside for no run. 121 for 6. Maybe volunteered. I'll do it, Skip. I'll go.
Well, he got a 5 not out against Leicestershire on his debut. I seem to recall him hanging around for a little while for it.
Just the job. You hang in there, Crofty. Don't you worry about me. I'll do my job, he says as he goes down, and there's an exchange of views with Stephen Croft. 4 overs to go. Sure, Notts would like to get well, as many of these deliveries at Hartley as possible, but sometimes we've seen Notts push everybody out, and you know, it's almost too obvious, isn't it? We've pushed everybody out so you take a single, and of course sides don't do that. I'm pleased to see that they're not doing that at the moment.
Croft on 35. Here is Carter into Croft and steering it safely into the ground. One bounce and then caught by Hamid at short leg. Pushing Chappell a little deeper at mid-on. There is Stephen Mullaney. Croft is forward in defence, no run.
Just might be able to go to bed tonight, put his head on his pillow. Tom Hartley and dream of facing Zach Chappell first up tomorrow morning.
I'm sure if the word dream is the one he would use. Back and across goes Croft into the onside, no run.
I do wonder if Carter's just trying to set him up one way or another. Just turning his arm over, and 2 or 3 sort of genuine off-spin deliveries all in the same area.
Forward again, Croft onto that front foot, pushing it back quite deliberately, and a great deal of purpose to the bowler, who picks it up and throws the ball up and then catches it.
Look at Samit Patel in Mullaney's ear.
Oh, he's whispering,
I'll have a bowl, I'll have a bowl. Put me on, Skip, put me on. I'll get Crofty out for you, put me on, Skip.
He's passed something on, hasn't he? He's suggested something to his captain. Croft again off that front foot, trying to turn it into the onside. Hamid is in play, isn't he?
He couldn't be any closer, could he?
No. Crouching down right underneath the nose of Stephen Croft. Here's Carter to complete the over. Disappears down to Samit Patel, who I think is desperate to have a ball. End of the over, 3 left tonight. Lancashire 121 for 6.
I presume it's going to be Trigo again, so Notts have got Hartley on strike. Omitted to mention that 6th wicket going down provided them with their 7th bonus point of this game. They're just so desperate to get a win, and this more than 2-year run without a victory. Been in good positions against Derbyshire and Yorkshire. Lost them both on the final day. The only way they can lose this one, I'm sure, is if they enter into some sort of negotiation. I'm not sure Notts would need to do that.
No, I agree.
Lancashire are still 350 odd behind. There's Trigo from the pavilion end in and bowls, and wondered where it had gone. It was just a blur as it went past the bat and into the gloves of Moores. 17 balls remain, or a maximum of 17 legitimate deliveries. If you're the field inside, you're greedy We've got 6. Can we just get another one? Can we just get another one? There's Trigo into bowl. Hartley's going to get, well, at least 1. Can come back for 2 if they elect to do so, and they have indeed. So Croft has gone back to the safe end. I suppose if he is out there in a night watchman role, then that's absolutely right. That he should face as many deliveries as possible and leave Stephen Croft there resting on his back. That becomes more obvious at the end of the over, where if he has a chance to take a single. Trigo into Hartley. Again, he's played that one nicely.
He has, hasn't he? Yeah. I've not yet had a chance to speak to Tom Hartley. I'm quite sure what kind of his character or personality is, but just watching him in that first game against Leicestershire with the bat, and so far here tonight, comes across at least as being quite a cool, relaxed type of guy.
Knows which end to use, doesn't he? There's Trigo to bowl to Hartley. Oh, it's banged in short. Doesn't have to be too bothered about that, because it was never going to discomfort him in terms of losing his wicket. It might have discomforted him if it had been an inch lower, because it only just went over his helmet. But late evening shadows now right across the ground, but splendid sunshine.
Can't believe the weather, Dave, today. It's just completely not what we thought would be happening.
123 for 6. Here's Trigo in and bowls, and again Hartley keeps it out, getting everything behind it. No, I thought we'd be calling it off mid-afternoon, looking at the forecast. 123 for 6. Final ball of this Peter Trigo over. His 12, 2 for 28, his figures. All that experience is stored up. Bowls to Hartley, and he will play the night watchman role. No, he won't. They're going to come back for 2 now. There will be people, me amongst them, who will say, why did he do that? If you're going to send him out as a night watchman, then he is the one to be sacrificed. He is the one to face the bowling. And could so easily have just stuck at a single there, running it down to third man, but they sprinted back for 2. Probably shows that Stephen Croft is very happy at the crease with the way he's playing, and decided that he should play Matt Carter. Feels he's got the measure of his man, doesn't want to expose the young left-hander to the off-spinner. So he was more than happy to come back for that second run, which took Hartley to 4. Croft 35, 125 for 6.
Penultimate over of the day. Carter to Croft. Turned out into the onside. There's no run. Ken Grime with a message to me with regards to the Peter Trigo dismissal of George Balderson. Balderson caught by Chappell at point of the bowling of Trigo for 8. Carter's into Croft. Run down through third man. Played nicely by Croft, actually, just off the back foot and steering it down towards the third man, and wanting to come back for a second. Nicely run too. Ken says Peter Trigo made his first class debut in the year 2000, 7 months before George Balderson was born. Thank you, Ken. .127 for 6. Carter in. There's yelps of catch. There's Croft again trying to work it behind the corner, but it's eventually picked up by Samit Patel in that backward square leg gully position. In fact, as a result of that, the way that Croft played that, Stephen Mullaney's moved Hamid from short leg to leg slip and has pushed Samit Patel out to deep backward square leg now. Croft on 37. Here comes Carter into Croft, who smothers it off the front foot and just allows the ball to trickle a few yards out towards the edge of the cut strip, where Tom Morse comes from behind the stumps to field.
Is Hartley younger than you then?
Aye, I would think so. Carter to Croft again, who's forward in defence. No run.
Crikey.
To 7-4-6.
Stephen Malay is trying to get everybody on the single to keep Croft there. I think Croft should stay there. And he does.
He does, yeah. Defender back down the pitch. End of the over. One left.
Yeah. You've got, you know, barring total aberration here, you've got Croft ready to start again in the morning. Whether Hartley's with him or not depends on the left-hander. Going to be Trigo to bowl the final over of a fairly lengthy day. We started at 11 o'clock. 98.4 overs were the allocation. 6 overs got lopped off when they were late starting back after a shower during the lunch interval. Change of innings came during the tea break. So here's Trigo from the pavilion end, bowling to Hartley, past the outside edge. Fancy that was a decent delivery. If he puts the next 5 in that same area, it's going to be a testing over for Hartley to keep out. Lancashire trailing by 345. Suggest with the light as it is they could go on for another hour if they needed. 127 for 6. Here's Trigo in again to Hartley, gets contact on the ball this time, just running it down into the ground. So the men out today, Ben Slater for 142 in that Nottinghamshire first innings. They were 343 for 3. Each lunch at 352 for 3. And then this afternoon, Joe Clark out for a splendid 57. Peter Trigo for 1. Tom Moore's 18. Samit Patel without scoring. But Carter made 22. As Trigo comes in and bowls, and again Hartley blocks. 9th man out for Notts was Zach Chappell. He got a duck, 458 for 9. Stephen Mullaney played a real gem of an innings, the Notts skipper. He was last out for 67, 472 all out. That was when tea was taken. Notts needed wickets really. Sooner rather than later, and the first one arrived in the 6th wicket. It was a big one. Zach Chappell removing Keaton Jennings for 10, 23 for 1, 37 for 2 when Alex Davis was dismissed by Trigo, who bowls now to Hartley, who defends. 37 for 3, Chappell catching Josh Bohannon off his own bowling for 1. Absolute peach of a ball from Stephen Mullaney to dismiss Liam Livingston for 14. That was 59 for 4. Then a stand of 50 before Dane Vilas was caught behind off Chappell for 26. Chappell's 3rd wicket of the innings, and Trigo getting the last one to go down. George Balderson for 8, caught by Chappell at point. Croft remains. He's at the non-striker's end. Hartley's on strike and drives down the ground. How many do you want? 1, 2, 3? They're going to come back and settle for a couple. So Hartley's on to 6. That's 3 braces he's run so far. 3 pairs of 2s. 129 for 6 is the score, and Lancashire trail by 3-4-3. And there's 1 ball left, Scott.
Indeed there is, yep. Of what has turned out to be a good day for Nottinghamshire. And they got to 470, and then the wickets that Dave just described them. Now they're going to put an extra man close in. We've got 5 there. They've got 4 slips. And a very kind of tight, short gully. In fact, I'm surprised not having to wear a helmet is that close in. But here we go, final ball.
Here is Trigo then. Will Hartley's nerve stand? It will stand him in good stead because he keeps it out, and that's the end of play. Lancashire close 129 for 6. They're still 343 behind, but this game has certainly moved forward in a sense during this third day, and eventually we reach stumps smack on, well, 7:32.
Indeed. Well, remarkable that we've had as much play as we have, because the weather forecast was absolutely horrific. The predictions overnight were for thunderstorms and nothing, and we've had basically almost since around midday we've had sunshine. It's been lovely, and it's been a great day for Nottinghamshire. Having got to 472, they've reduced Lancashire to 129 for 6, and they still trail Lancashire by 343 runs. But well battered Stephen Croft, he's managed to see off 73 deliveries. He'll be there tomorrow morning on 37, and Hartley on 6. 2 wickets for Trigo, couple for 3 for Chappell, 1 for Mulaney as well. So good day for Nottinghamshire. We shall return tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock. Various people are going different ways. If you're on the BBC Sport website and app, back with you tomorrow from just before 11. Likewise, via the live streams from Lancashire and Nottinghamshire's website. And for medium wave listeners in the northwest, you're heading back to FM programmes. Enjoy the rest of your evening.